The Great Science Fiction Stories, Volume 6, 1944.
Current position.
The Great Science Fiction Stories, Volume 6, 1944. Edited by Isaac Asimov and Martin H. Greenberg.
Time remaining, 13 hours, 2 minutes.
The Great Science Fiction Stories, Volume 6, 1944. Edited by Isaac Asimov and Martin H. Greenberg. Copyright 1981 by Isaac Asimov and Martin H. Greenberg. Narrated by Bruce Huntey.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. Collection of classic science fiction stories first appearing in the year 1944. Includes Far Centaurus, about the drawbacks of a long space voyage, Invariant, about an immortal man destined to live the same day over and over again, and Arena, in which an earthman and an alien fight a gladiatorial duel to the death. From the book jacket. The great golden age days of science fiction continue in this, the 6th volume of Isaac Asimov's selections from the wonders of the past. For the year 1944 introduced authors and stories which constitute stars which still shine brightly in the world of speculative fantasy today. Consider a single year in which such as the following appeared for the very first time. City, by Clifford D. Simak. Far Centaurus, by A. E. Van Vogt. Killdozer, by Theodore Sturgeon. No Woman Born, by C. L. Moore. When the Bow Breaks, by Lewis Paget. The Veil of Astellar, by Leigh Brackett, and more. What a time for science fiction, and what a treat for readers. Acknowledgements. Van Vogt, copyright 1944, by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Copyright renewed by A. E. Van Vogt, reprinted by permission of the author's agent, Forrest J. Ackerman, 2495 Glendower Avenue, Hollywood, California, 90027. Cartmill, copyright 1944, by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Copyright renewed 1972 by Condé Nast Publications, Incorporated. Reprinted by arrangement with Forrest J. Ackerman, 2495 Glendower Avenue, Hollywood, California, 90027, on behalf of the author's heir, Matt Cartmill, Ph.D. Brackett. Copyright 1952 by Best Books, Incorporated. Copyright 1980 by Leigh Brackett Hamilton Estate. Reprinted by permission of C. Richard Jones, Trust Officer for the estate of Leigh Brackett Hamilton. Leiber. Copyright 1944 by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Copyright renewed. Reprinted by permission of the author's agents, Robert P. Mills, Limited. Pierce. Copyright 1944 by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Copyright renewed. Reprinted by permission of the author. Simak, City. Copyright 1944 by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Copyright renewed. Reprinted by permission of the author and his agents, Kirby Macaulay, Limited. Brown. Copyright 1944 by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Copyright renewed. Reprinted by permission of the agents for the author's estate, the Scott Meredith Literary Agency, Incorporated. 845 3rd Avenue, New York, New York, 10022. Simak, Huddling Place. Copyright 1944 by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Copyright renewed. Reprinted by permission of the author and his agents, Kirby Macaulay, Limited. Del Rey. Copyright 1944 by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Copyright renewed. Reprinted by permission of the author and his agents, the Scott Meredith Literary Agency, Incorporated. 845 3rd Avenue, New York, New York, 10022. Simak. Copyright 1944 by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Copyright renewed. Reprinted by permission of the author and his agents, Kirby Macaulay, Limited. Paget. Copyright 1944 by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated, in the USA. reprinted from Astounding Science Fiction. Copyright renewed, 1971. Reprinted by permission of the Harold Matson Company, Incorporated. Sturgeon. Copyright 1944 by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Copyright renewed. Reprinted by permission of the author's agents, Kirby Macaulay Limited. Moore. Copyright 1944, renewed 1972 by C. L. Moore. Reprinted by permission of the Harold Matson Company, Incorporated. Table of Contents. Introduction. Side 1, Tone 2. Far Centaurus, A. E. Van Vogt. Side 1, Tone 3. Deadline, Cleve Cartmill. Side 1, Tone 4. The Veil of Astellar, Leigh Brackett. Side 2, Tone 1. Sanity, Fritz Leiber. Side 3, Tone 1. Invariant, John R. Pierce. Side 3, Tone 2. City, Clifford D. Simak. Side 3, Tone 3. Arena, Fredric Brown. Side 4, Tone 1. Huddling Place, Clifford D. Simak. Side 5. Kindness, Lester Del Rey. Side 5, Tone 1. Desertion, Clifford D. Simak. Side 5, Tone 2. When the Bow Breaks, Louis Paget. Side 6, Tone 1. Killdozer, Theodore Sturgeon. Side 6, Tone 2. No Woman Born, C. L. Moore. Side 8, Tone 1. Introduction. In the world outside reality, things continued to improve on the war fronts. On January 22nd, Allied forces landed on the beach at Anzio in Italy, inaugurating a long and bloody campaign, while on January 27th, the gallant residents of Leningrad were finally liberated from the German siege of that war-torn city. On March 4th, Soviet armies swept back into the Ukraine, and by the 19th, the Russians had crossed the Dniester River in force. Meanwhile, on the Ides of March, American forces launched a heavy attack on the monastery on top of Monte Cassino, destined to become one of the most famous battlefields of the war. Monte Cassino finally fell on May 18th. By April 2nd, Soviet troops were in the Crimea, and on May 21st, the Allies finally broke through the Hitler Line in Italy, the U.S. Fifth Army entering Rome on June 4th. 2 days later, on the longest day, a giant Allied invasion force began to come ashore on the beaches of Normandy. The long-awaited invasion of Europe had begun. By June 27th, the Allies had taken Cherbourg, complete with its umbrellas. But the Germans still had a few unpleasant tricks left, as Britishers found out on June 13th, the day the first V-1 buzz bomb fell on London, to be followed by the first V-2 rocket on September 8th. On July 20th, members of the German General Staff attempted to kill Hitler with a bomb but failed. The conspirators and many others paid for failure with their lives. 3 days later, Soviet troops began to cross into Poland. Back in Italy, Florence was liberated on August 19th, while Brest-Litovsk fell to the relentlessly advancing Russians on July 28th. On August 1st, the Polish resistance rose against the German occupiers in Warsaw, only to be ruthlessly crushed long before Soviet forces reached the city. In the West, Paris was liberated on August 25th, and on September 4th, the Allies captured Antwerp, giving them a major deep-water port for the landing of supplies. A week later, the first American troops crossed into Germany, in the vicinity of Trier, while the Soviets entered Yugoslavia on September 29th and Hungary on October 23rd. In November, President Roosevelt was re-elected, defeating Thomas Dewey by 3,500,000 votes, and Edward Stettinius replaced Cordell Hull as Secretary of State. The year ended with Allied and Soviet armies closing in on Germany, which tried one last major gambit, an offensive in the Ardennes that became known as the Battle of the Bulge. In the Pacific, U.S. forces took the last island in the Solomons Group from the Japanese on February 15th, while the British launched a major offensive in Upper Burma on the 28th, Saipan fell to American troops on June 19th. On July 18th, General Tojo resigned as the head of the Japanese war machine. On October 19th, the first U.S. troops, led by General MacArthur, landed in the Philippines. By the end of the year, American forces were advancing steadily through the Philippine archipelago, while northern Burma had been cleared of Japanese troops. During 1944, Ingrid Bergman won an Academy Award for her performance in Gaslight, while Sumner Wells published The Time for Decision. The United States Military Academy was the #1 ranked college football team. Tennessee Williams' The Glass Menagerie was produced on Broadway. Clinton, Tennessee was the site of the world's second uranium pile. Pensive was the surprise winner of the Kentucky Derby. Carl Jung published his influential Psychology and Religion, while the hit films of the year included Zola, Henry V, starring the great Laurence Olivier, The White Cliffs of Dover, and Hitchcock's Lifeboat. The United States Open Golf Championship was again called because of war. Quinine was successfully synthesized for the first time. Alberto Moravia published Agostino. The Green Bay Packers were National Football League champions. Lewis Mumford's The Condition of Man was widely hailed, as was Somerset Maugham's The Razor's Edge. Sergeant Frank Parker won the United States Tennis Championship, while Pauline Betts repeated as women's champ. Sutherland painted Christ on the Cross. T.S. Eliot published 4 quartets, and Joe Louis was still the heavyweight champion of the world. Bela Bartok's Violin Concerto was performed, as was Dmitri Shostakovich's 8th Symphony. Marty Marion of the St. Louis Cardinals and Hal Newhouser of the Detroit Tigers were most valuable players in the National and American Leagues, respectively. Bing Crosby won the Academy Award for his performance in Going My Way, which walked away with the Best Film Oscar. St. Louis went crazy as the Cardinals defeated the Crosstown Browns 4-2 to take the World Series. Paul Hindemith's opera Herodias was performed. The semi-official world record for the mile run was 4:02.6 by Arne Andersson of Sweden, but he had a 4:01.6 in 1944. The International Certifying Committee still could not meet because of World War II. Death took Wendell Willkie and Lucien Pissereau. Mel Brooks was still Melvin Kaminsky. In the real world, it was another good year, despite the preoccupations of the war and the death of Captain Future in the spring. Wondrous things were happening. Olaf Stapleton published Sirius. Renaissance by Raymond F. Jones and The Riddle of the Tower by J.D. Beresford and Esme Wynne Tyson appeared, as did World's Beginning by Robert Ardrey, who would later achieve fame in another field. The Lady and the Monster, one of several film versions of Kurt Siodmak's Donovan's Brain, was released, and an Australian sailor named A. Bertram Chandler made his maiden voyage into reality in May with This Means War. And distant wings were beating as P.J. Plowger, James Salas, Bruce Pennington, Stanley Schmidt, George Lucas, Catherine Kurtz, Werner Vinge, Jack Chalker, David Gerald, Peter Weston, and Vance Ondahl were born. Let us travel back to that honored year of 1944 and enjoy the best stories that the real world bequeathed to us. Far Centaurus, Astounding, January, by A. E. Van Vogt, born 1912. 1943 was a productive year for A. E. Van Vogt, a year which saw him publish a half-dozen or more excellent stories, as well as The Weapons Makers, serialized in Astounding. 1944 was not as productive for him, but the year began with what many feel is his best story of the war years, Far Centaurus. The theme of extended space voyages lasting for centuries had been pioneered by Robert A. Heinlein, and perhaps others before him, but Van Vogt's treatment of and variation on the theme were superb. As Sam Moskowitz has pointed out, 1944 was also personally important for Van Vogt, for that was the year that saw him move to California and acquire interests that would eventually take him away from SF for years. The interests Marty speaks of included, among other things, Dianetics, which was still half a dozen years in the future, but which was to have some effects on science fiction that were devastating. There will be more to say on the subject in future volumes, I'm sure. The saddest loss we might trace to Dianetics was A. E. Van Vogt. Next to Robert Heinlein, he was the brightest luminary of the Golden Age. But whereas Heinlein and many others continued to shine to the present day, Van Vogt took up Dianetics, clung to it even after John Campbell himself abandoned it, and as a direct result, Van Vogt gave up writing science fiction and went into eclipse for many years. What a shame. I.A. I wakened with a start and thought, how was Renfrew taking it? I must have moved physically, for blackness, edged with pain, closed over me. How long I lay in that agonized faint, I have no means of knowing. My next awareness was of the thrusting of the engines that drove the spaceship. Slowly this time, consciousness returned. I lay very quiet, feeling the weight of my years of sleep, determined to follow the routine prescribed so long ago by Pelham. I didn't want to faint again. I lay there and I thought, it was silly to have worried about Jim Renfrew. He wasn't due to come out of his state of suspended animation for another 50 years. I began to watch the illuminated face of the clock in the ceiling. It had registered 23:12. Now it was 23:22. The 10 minutes Pelham had suggested for a time lapse between passivity and initial action were up. Slowly I pushed my hand toward the edge of the bed. Click! My fingers pressed a button that was there. There was a faint hum. The automatic massager began to fumble gently over my naked form. First it rubbed my arms, then it moved to my legs, and so on over my body. As it progressed, I could feel the fine slick of oil that oozed from it working into my dry skin. A dozen times I could have screamed from the pain of life returning, but in an hour I was able to sit up and turn on the lights. The small, sparsely furnished, familiar room couldn't hold my attention for more than an instant. I stood up. The movement must have been too abrupt. I swayed, caught onto the metal column of the bed, and retched discolored stomach juices. The nausea passed, but it required an effort of will for me to walk to the door, open it, and head along the narrow corridor that led to the control room. I wasn't supposed to so much as pause there, but a spasm of absolutely dreadful fascination seized me, and I couldn't help it. I leaned over the control chair and glanced at the chronometer. It said, 53 years, 7 months, 2 weeks, 0 days, 0 hours, and 27 minutes. 53 years! A little blindly, almost blankly, I thought, back on Earth, the people we had known, the young men we'd gone to college with, that girl who had kissed me at the party given us the night we left, they were all dead, or dying of old age. I remembered the girl very vividly. She was pretty, vivacious, a complete stranger. She had laughed as she offered her red lips, and she had said, "A kiss for the ugly one, too." She'd be a grandmother now, or in her grave. Tears came to my eyes. I brushed them away and began to heat the can of concentrated liquid that was to be my first food. Slowly my mind calmed. 53 years and 7½ months, I thought drably. Nearly 4 years over my allotted time. I'd have to do some figuring before I took another dose of eternity drug. 20 grains had been calculated to preserve my flesh and my life for exactly 50 years. The stuff was evidently more potent than Pelham had been able to estimate from his short-period advanced tests. I sat tense, narrow-eyed, thinking about that. Abruptly I grew conscious of what I was doing. Laughter spat from my lips. The sound split the silence like a series of pistol shots, startling me. But it also relieved me. Was I sitting here actually being critical? A miss of only 4 years was a bullseye across that span of years. Why, I was alive and still young. Time and space had been conquered. The universe belonged to man. I ate my soup, sipping each spoonful deliberately. I made the bowl last every second of 30 minutes. Then, greatly refreshed, I made my way back to the control room. This time I paused for a long look through the plates. It took only a few moments to locate Sol, a very brightly glowing star in the approximate center of the rear view plate. Alpha Centauri required longer to locate, but it shone finally, a glow point in a light-sprinkled darkness. I wasted no time trying to estimate their distances. They looked right. In 54 years, we had covered approximately 1/10 of the 4 1/3 light-years to the famous nearest star system. Satisfied, I threaded my way back to the living quarters. Take them in a row, I thought. Pelham first. As I opened the airtight door of Pelham's room, a sickening odor of decayed flesh tingled in my nostrils. With a gasp, I slammed the door, stood there in the narrow hallway, shuddering. After a minute, there was still nothing but the reality. Pelham was dead. I cannot clearly remember what I did then. I ran, I know that. I flung open Renfrew's door, then Blake's. The clean, sweet smell of their rooms, the sight of their silent bodies on their beds brought back a measure of my sanity. A great sadness came to me. Poor brave Pelham, inventor of the eternity drug that had made the great plunge into interstellar space possible. He lay dead now from his own invention. What was it he had said? The chances are greatly against any of us dying, but there is what I am calling a death factor of about 10%, a byproduct of the first dose. If our bodies survive the initial shock, they will survive additional doses. The death factor must be greater than 10%. That extra 4 years the drug had kept me asleep. Gloomily, I went to the storeroom and procured my personal spacesuit and a tarpaulin. But even with their help, it was a horrible business. The drug had preserved the body to some extent, but pieces kept falling off as I lifted it. At last I carried the tarpaulin and its contents to the airlock and shoved it into space. I felt pressed now for time. These waking periods were to be brief affairs, in which what we called the current oxygen was to be used up, but the main reserves were not to be touched. Chemicals in each room slowly refreshed the current air over the years, readying it for the next to awaken. In some curious defensive fashion, we had neglected to allow for an emergency such as the death of one of our members. Even as I climbed out of the spacesuit, I could feel the difference in the air I was breathing. I went first to the radio. It had been calculated that half a light year was the limit of radio reception, and we were approaching that limit now. Hurriedly, though carefully, I wrote my report out, then read it into a transcription record and started sending. I set the record to repeat 100 times. In a little more than 5 months hence, headlines would be flaring on Earth. I clamped my written report into the ship logbook and added a note for Renfrew at the bottom. It was a brief tribute to Pelham. My praise was heartfelt, but there was another reason behind my note. They had been pals, Renfrew, the engineering genius who built the ship, and Pelham, the great chemist-doctor, whose eternity drug had made it possible for men to take this fantastic journey into vastness. It seemed to me that Renfrew, walking up into the great silence of the hurtling ship, would need my tribute to his friend and colleague. It was little enough for me to do, who loved them both. The note written, I hastily examined the glowing engines, made notations of several instrument readings, and then counted out 55 grains of eternity drug. That was as close as I could get to the amount I felt would be required for 150 years. For a long moment before sleep came, I thought of Renfrew and the terrible shock that was coming to him, on top of all the natural reactions to his situations that would strike deep into his peculiar sensitive nature. I stirred uneasily at the picture. The worry was still in my mind when darkness came. Almost instantly I opened my eyes. I lay thinking. The drug! It hadn't worked. The draggy feel of my body warned me of the truth. I lay very still, watching the clock overhead. This time it was easier to follow the routine, except that once more I could not refrain from examining the chronometer as I passed through the galley. It read 201 years, 1 month, 3 weeks, 5 days, 7 hours, 8 minutes. I sipped my bowl of that super soup, then went eagerly to the big logbook. It is utterly impossible for me to describe the thrill that coursed through me as I saw the familiar handwriting of Blake, and then as I turned back the pages of Renfrew. My excitement drained slowly as I read what Renfrew had written. It was a report, nothing more. Gravimetric readings, a careful calculation of the distance covered, a detailed report on the performance of the engines, and finally an estimate of our speed variations, based on the 7 consistent factors. It was a splendid mathematical job, a first-rate scientific analysis, but that was all there was. No mention of Pelham, not a word of comment on what I had written or on what had happened. Renfrew had wakened, and if his report was any criterion, he might as well have been a robot. I knew better than that. So I saw, as I began to read Blake's report, did Blake. Bill, tear this sheet out when you've read it. Well, the worst has happened. We couldn't have asked fate to give us an unkindlier kick in the pants. I hate to think of Pelham being dead. What a man he was, what a friend. But we all knew the risk we were taking, he more than any of us. So all we can say is, sleep well, good friend. We'll never forget you. But Renfrew's case is now serious. After all, we were worried, wondering how he'd take his first awakening, let alone a bang between the eyes like Pelham's death. And I think that the first anxiety was justified. As you and I have always known, Renfrew was one of Earth's fair-haired boys. Just imagine any one human being born with his combination of looks, money, and intelligence. His great fault was that he never let the future trouble him. With that dazzling personality of his, and the crew of worshipping women and yes-men around him, he didn't have much time for anything but the present. Realities always struck him like a thunderbolt. He could leave those 3 ex-wives of his, and they weren't so ex, if you ask me, without grasping that it was forever. That goodbye party was enough to put anyone into a sort of mental haze when it came to realities. To wake up 100 years later and realize that those he loved had withered, died, and been eaten by worms, well, I deliberately put it as badly as that because the human mind thinks of awfully strange angles, no matter how it censures speech. I personally counted on Pelham acting as a sort of psychological support to Renfrew, and we both knew that Pelham recognized the extent of his influence over Renfrew. That influence must be replaced. Try to think of something, Bill, while you're charging around doing the routine work. We've got to live with that guy after we all wake up at the end of 500 years. Tear out this sheet. What follows is routine. Ned. I burned the letter in the incinerator, examined the 2 sleeping bodies, how deadly quiet they lay, and then returned to the control room. In the plate, the sun was a very bright star, a jewel set in black velvet, a gorgeous, shining brilliant. Alpha Centauri was brighter. It was a radiant light in that panoply of black and glitter. It was still impossible to make out the separate suns of Alpha A, B, C, and Proxima, but their combined light brought a sense of awe and majesty. Excitement blazed inside me, and consciousness came of the glory of this trip we were making, the first men to head for Far Centaurus, the first men to dare aspire to the stars. Even the thought of Earth failed to dim that surging tide of wonder, the thought that 7, possibly 8 generations had been born since our departure, the thought that the girl who had given me the sweet remembrance of her red lips was now known to her descendants as their great-great-great-great-grandmother, if she was remembered at all. The immense time involved, the whole idea, was too meaningless for emotion. I did my work, took my 3rd dose of the drug, and went to bed. The sleep found me still without a plan about Renfrew. When I woke up, alarm bells were ringing. I lay still. There was nothing else to do. If I had moved, consciousness would have slid from me. Though it was mental torture even to think it, I realized that no matter what the danger, the quickest way was to follow my routine to the second and in every detail. Somehow I did it. The bells clanged and burred, but I lay there until it was time to get up. The clamor was hideous as I passed through the control room, but I passed through and sat for half an hour sipping my soup. The conviction came to me that if that sound continued much longer, Blake and Renfrew would surely waken from their sleep. At last I felt free to cope with the emergency. Breathing hard, I eased myself into the control chair, cut off the mind-wrecking alarms, and switched on the plates. A fire glowed at me from the rear-view plate. It was a colossal white fire, longer than it was wide, and filling nearly a quarter of the whole sky. The hideous thought came to me that we must be within a few million miles of some monstrous sun that had recently roared into this part of space. Frantically, I manipulated the distance estimators, and then for a moment stared in blank disbelief at the answers that clicked metallically onto the product plate. 7 miles. Only 7 miles. Curious is the human mind. A moment before, when I had thought of it as an abnormally shaped sun, it hadn't resembled anything but an incandescent mass. Abruptly now, I saw that it had a solid outline, an unmistakable material shape. Stunned, I leaped to my feet because it was a spaceship, an enormous mile-long ship. Rather, I sank back into my seat, subdued by the catastrophe I was witnessing, and consciously adjusting my mind, the flaming hell of what had been a spaceship. Nothing that had been alive could possibly still be conscious in that horror of ravenous fire. The only possibility was that the crew had succeeded in launching lifeboats. Like a madman, I searched the heavens for a light, a glint of metal that would show the presence of survivors. There was nothing but the night and the stars and the hell of burning ship. After a long time, I noticed that it was farther away and seemed to be receding. Whatever drive forces had matched its velocity to ours must be yielding to the fury of the energies that were consuming the ship. I began to take pictures, and I felt justified in turning on the oxygen reserves. As it withdrew into distance, the miniature nova that had been a torpedo-shaped space liner began to change color, to lose its white intensity. It became a red fire silhouetted against darkness. My last glimpse showed it as a long, dull glow that looked like nothing else than a cherry-colored nebula seen edge-on, like a blaze reflecting from the night beyond a far horizon. I had already, in between observations, done everything else required of me, and now I reconnected the alarm system and very reluctantly, my mind seething with speculation, returned to bed. As I lay waiting for my final dosage of the trip to take effect, I thought, the great star system of Alpha Centauri must have inhabited planets. If my calculations were correct, we were only 1.6 light-years from the main Alpha group of suns, slightly nearer than that to Red Proxima. Here was proof that the universe had at least one other supremely intelligent race. Wonders beyond our wildest expectations were in store for us. Thrill on thrill of anticipation raced through me. It was only at the last instant, as sleep was already grasping at my brain, that the realization struck that I had completely forgotten about the problem of Renfrew. I felt no alarm. Surely even Renfrew would come alive in that great fashion of his when confronted by a complex alien civilization. Our troubles were over. Excitement must have bridged that final 150 years of time, because when I wakened, I thought, we're here. It's over, the long night, the incredible journey. We'll all be waking, seeing each other, as well as the civilization out there. Seeing, too, the great Centauri suns. The strange thing, it struck me as I lay there exulting, was that the time seemed long, and yet I had been awake only 3 times, and only once for the equivalent of a full day. In the truest sense of meaning, I had seen Blake and Renfrew and Pelham not more than a day and a half ago. I had had only 36 hours of consciousness since a pair of soft lips had set themselves against mine and clung in the sweetest kiss of my life. Then why this feeling that millenniums had ticked by, second on slow second? Why this eerie, empty awareness of a journey through fathomless, unending night? Was the human mind so easily fooled? It seemed to me, finally, that the answer was that I had been alive for those 500 years, all my cells and my organs had existed, and it was not even impossible that some part of my brain had been horrendously aware throughout the entire unthinkable period. And there was, of course, the additional psychological fact that I knew now that 500 years had gone by, and that I saw with a mental start that my 10 minutes were up. Cautiously, I turned on the massager. The gentle, padded hands had been working on me for about 15 minutes when my door opened. The light clicked on, and there stood Blake. The too sharp movement of turning my head to look at him made me dizzy. I closed my eyes and heard him walk across the room toward me. After a minute, I was able to look at him again without seeing blurs. I saw then that he was carrying a bowl of the soup. He stood staring down at me with a strangely grim expression on his face. At last his long, thin countenance relaxed into a wan grin. "'Lo, Bill," he said. "Shh," he hissed immediately. "Now don't try to speak. I'm going to start feeding you this soup while you're still lying down. The sooner you're up, the better I'll like it." He was grim again as he finished almost as if it were an afterthought. "I've been up for 2 weeks." He sat down on the edge of the bed and ladled out a spoonful of soup. There was silence then, except for the rustling sound of the massager. Slowly the strength flowed through my body, and with each passing second I became more aware of the grimness of Blake. "What about Renfrew?" I managed finally, hoarsely. "He awake?" Blake hesitated, then nodded. His expression darkened with frown. He said simply, "He's mad, Bill. Stark, staring mad. I had to tie him up. I've got him now in his room. He's quieter now, but at the beginning he was a gibbering maniac." "Are you crazy?" I whispered at last. "Renfrew was never so sensitive as that. Depressed and sick, yes, but the mere passage of time, abrupt awareness that all his friends are dead, couldn't make him insane." Blake was shaking his head. "It isn't only that. Bill, he paused, and, Bill, I want you to prepare your mind for the greatest shock it's ever had. I stared up at him with an empty feeling inside me. What do you mean? He went on grimacing. I know you'll be able to take it, so don't get scared. You and I, Bill, are just a couple of lugs. We're along because we went to you with Renfrew and Pelham. Basically, it wouldn't matter to insensitives like us whether we landed in 1 million BC or AD. We'd just look around and say, "Fancy seeing you here, mug," or "Who is that pterodactyl I saw you with last night?" That wasn't no pterodactyl, that was Untha Horston's bulbous-brained wife. I whispered, "Get to the point, Bill. What's up?" Blake rose to his feet. "Bill, after I'd read your reports about and seen the photographs of that burning ship, I got an idea. The Alpha Suns were pretty close 2 weeks ago, only about 6 months away at our average speed of 500 miles a second. I thought to myself, I'll see if I can tune in some of their radio stations. Well," he smiled wryly, "I got hundreds in a few minutes. They came in all over the 7 dial waves with bell-like clarity." He paused. He stared down at me, and his smile was a sickly thing. "Bill," he groaned, "we're the prize fools in creation. When I told Renfrew the truth, he folded up like ice melting into water." Once more he paused. The silence was too much for my straining nerves. "For heaven's sake, man," I began, and stopped, and lay there very still. Just like that, the lightning of understanding flashed on me. My blood seemed to thunder through my veins. At last, weakly, I said, "You mean—" Blake nodded. "Yeah," he said, "that's the way it is. And they've already spotted us with their spy rays and energy screens. A ship's coming out to meet us. I only hope," he finished gloomily, "they can do something for Jim." I was sitting in the control chair an hour later when I saw the glint in the darkness. There was a flash of bright silver that exploded into size. The next instant, an enormous spaceship had matched our velocity less than a mile away. Blake and I looked at each other. "Did they say," I said shakily, that ship left its hangar 10 minutes ago?" Blake nodded. "They can make the trip from Earth to Centauri in 3 hours, he said." I hadn't heard that before. Something happened inside my brain. "What?" I shouted. "Why, it's taken us 500—" I stopped. I sat there. 3 hours, I whispered. How could we have forgotten human progress? In the silence that fell then, we watched a dark hole open in the cliff-like wall that faced us. Into this cavern I directed our ship. The rear view plate showed that the cave entrance was closing. Ahead of us, lights flashed on and focused on a door. As I eased our craft to the metal floor, a face flickered onto our radio plate. "Cassette," Blake whispered in my ear. "The only chap who's talked direct to me so far." It was a distinguished, a scholarly-looking head and face that peered at us. Cassette smiled and said, "You may leave your ship and go through the door you see." I had a sense of empty spaces around us as we climbed gingerly out into the vast receptor chamber. Interplanetary spaceship hangars were like that, I reminded myself. Only this one had an alien quality that— Nerves, I thought sharply. But I could see that Blake felt it too. A silent duo, we filed through the doorway into a hallway that opened into a very large, luxurious room. It was such a room as a king or a movie actress on set might have walked into without blinking. It was all hung with gorgeous tapestries. That is, for a moment I thought they were tapestries. Then I saw they weren't. They were— I couldn't decide. I had seen expensive furniture in some of the apartments Renfrew maintained, but these settees, chairs, and tables glittered at us, as if they were made of a matching design of differently colored fires. No, that was wrong. They didn't glitter at all. Once more, I couldn't decide. I had no time for more detailed examination, for a man arrayed very much as we were was rising from one of the chairs. I recognized Cassette. He came forward, smiling. Then he slowed, his nose wrinkling. A moment later, he hastily shook our hands, then swiftly retreated to a chair 10 feet away, and sat down rather primly. It was an astoundingly ungracious performance, but I was glad that he had drawn back that way, because as he shook my hand so briefly, I had caught a faint whiff of perfume from him. It was a vaguely unpleasant odor, and besides, a man using perfume in quantities. I shuddered. What kind of foppish nonsense had the human race gone in for? He was motioning us to sit down. I did so, wondering, was this our reception? The erstwhile radio operator began, "About your friend, I must caution you. He is a schizoid type, and our psychologists will be able to effect a temporary recovery only for the moment. A permanent cure will require a longer period and your fullest cooperation. Fall in readily with all Mr. Renfrew's plans, unless, of course, he takes a dangerous turn. But now," he squirted us a smile, "permit me to welcome you to the 4 planets of Centauri. It is a great moment for me personally. From early childhood I have been trained for the sole purpose of being your mentor and guide, and naturally I am overjoyed that the time has come when my exhaustive studies of the middle period American language and customs can be put to the practical use for which they were intended." He didn't look overjoyed. He was wrinkling his nose in that funny way I had already noticed, and there was a generally pained expression on his face. But it was his words that shocked me. "What do you mean?" I asked. "Studies in American? Don't people speak the universal language any more?" "Of course," he smiled, "but the language has developed to a point where, I might as well be frank, you would have difficulty understanding such a simple word as yeah." "Yeah?" Blake echoed. "Meaning yes." "Oh." We sat silent, Blake chewing his lower lip. It was Blake who finally said, "What kind of places are the Centauri planets? You said something on the radio about the population centers having reverted to the city structure again." "I shall be happy," said Cassella, "to show you as many of our great cities as you care to see. You are our guests, and several million credits have been placed to your separate accounts for you to use as you see fit." "Gee," said Blake. "I must, however," Cassella went on, "give you a warning. It is important that you do not disillusion our peoples about yourselves. Therefore, you must never wander around the streets or mingle with the crowds in any way. Always your contact should be via newsreels, radio, or from the inside of a closed machine. If you have any plan to marry, you must now finally give up the idea." "I don't get it," Blake said wonderingly, and he spoke for us both. Cassella finished firmly. "It is important that no one becomes aware that you have an offensive physical odor. It might damage your financial prospects considerably. And now," he stood up, "for the time being I shall leave you. I hope you don't mind if I wear a mask in the future in your presence. I wish you well, gentlemen, and—" He pushed, glanced past us, said, "Ah, here is your friend." I whirled, and I could see Blake twisting, staring. "Hi there, fellows," Renfrew said cheerfully from the door, then wryly, "Have we ever been a bunch of suckers?" I felt choked. I raced up to him, caught his hand, hugged him. Blake was trying to do the same. When we finally released Renfrew and looked around, Cassella was gone, which was just as well. I had been wanting to punch him in the nose for his final remarks. "Well, here goes," Renfrew said. He looked at Blake and me, grinned, rubbed his hands together gleefully, and added, "For a week I've been watching, thinking up questions to ask this cluck, and—" He faced Cassella. "What," he began, "makes the speed of light constant?" Cassella did not even blink. "Velocity equals the cube of the cube root of GD," he said, D being the depth of the space-time continuum, G the total tolerance or gravity, as you would say, of all the matter in that continuum. How are planets formed? A sun must balance itself in the space that it is in. It throws out matter as a sea vessel does anchors. That's a very rough description. I could give it to you in mathematical formula, but I'd have to write it down. After all, I'm not a scientist. These are merely facts that I've known from childhood, or so it seems. Just a minute, said Renfrew, puzzled. A sun throws this matter out without any pressure other than its desire to balance itself? Cassella stared at him. Of course not. The reason, the pressure involved, is very potent, I assure you. Without such a balance, the sun would fall out of this space. Only a few bachelor suns have learned how to maintain stability without planets. A few what? Echoed Renfrew. I could see that he had been jarred into forgetting the questions he had been intending to ask, one by swift one. Cassella words cut across my thought. He said, A bachelor sun is a very old, cooled Class M star. The hottest one known has a temperature of 190 degrees Fahrenheit, the coldest 48. Literally, a bachelor is a rogue, crotchety with age. Its main feature is that it permits no matter, no planets, not even gases in its vicinity. Renfrew sat silent, frowning, thoughtful. I seized the opportunity to carry on a train of ideas. This business, I said, of knowing all this stuff without being a scientist interests me. For instance, back home, every kid understood the atomic rocket principle practically from the day he was born. Boys of 8 and 10 rode around in specially made toys, took them apart, and put them together again. They thought rocket atomic, and any new development in the field was just pie for them to absorb. Now here's what I'd like to know. What is the parallel here to that particular angle? The Adela-Dicnander force, said Casselahat. I've already tried to explain it to Mr. Renfrew, but his mind seems to balk at some of the most simple aspects. Renfrew roused himself, grimaced. He's been trying to tell me that electrons think, and I won't swallow it. Casselahat shook his head. Not think, they don't think, but they have a psychology. Electronic psychology, I said. Simply Adela-Dicnander, Casselahat replied. Any child, Renfrew groaned. I know, any child of 6 could tell me. He turned to us. That's why I lined up a lot of questions. I figured that if we got a good intermediate grounding, we might be able to slip into this Adela-Dicnander stuff the way their kids do. He faced Casselahat. Next question, he said. What? Casselahat had been looking at his watch. I'm afraid, Mr. Renfrew, he interrupted, that if you and I are going to be on the ferry to the Pelham planet, we'd better leave now. You can ask your questions on the way. What's all this? I chimed in. Renfrew explained. He's taking me to the great engineering laboratories in the European mountains of Pelham. Want to come along? Not me, I said. Blake shrugged. I don't fancy getting into one of those suits Casselahat has provided for us, designed to keep our odor in but not theirs out. He finished. Bill and I will stay here and play poker for some of that 5 million credits worth of dough we've got in the state bank. Casselahat turned at the door. There was a distinct frown on the flesh mask he wore. You treat our government gift very lightly. Yeah, said Blake. So we stink, said Blake. It was 9 days since Casselahat had taken Renfrew to the planet Pelham, and our only contact had been a radio-telephone call from Renfrew on the 3rd day, telling us not to worry. Blake was standing at the window of our penthouse apartment in the city of Numerica, and I was on my back on a couch, in my mind a mixture of thoughts involving Renfrew's potential insanity, and all the things I had heard and seen about the history of the past 500 years. I roused myself. Quit it, I said. We're faced with a change in the metabolism of the human body, probably due to the many different foods from remote stars that they eat. They must be able to smell better, too, because just being near us is agony to Casselahat, whereas we only notice an unpleasantness from him. It's a case of 3 of us against billions of them. Frankly, I don't see an early victory over the problem, so let's just take it quietly. There was no answer, so I returned to my reverie. My first radio message to Earth had been picked up, and so when the interstellar drive was invented in 2320 A.D., less than 140 years after our departure, it was realized what would eventually happen. In our honor, the 4 habitable planets of the Alpha A and B suns were called Renfrew, Pelham, Blake, and Endicott. Since 2320, the populations of the 4 planets had become so dense that a total of 19 billion people now dwelt on their narrowing land spaces. This in spite of migrations to the planets of more distant stars. The spaceliner I had seen burning in 2511 A.D. was the only ship ever lost on the Earth-Centauri lane. Traveling at full speed, its screens must have reacted against our spaceship. All the automatics would instantly have flashed on, and as those defenses were not able at that time to stop a ship that had gone minus infinity, every recoil engine aboard had probably blown up. Such a thing could not happen again. So enormous had been the progress in the Adela-Dicnander field of power that the greatest liners could stop dead in the full fury of mid-flight. We had been told not to feel any sense of blame for that one disaster, as many of the most important advances in Adela-Dicnander electronic psychology had been made as the result of theoretical analyses of that great catastrophe. I grew aware that Blake had flung himself disgustedly into a nearby chair. Boy, oh boy, he said, this is going to be some life for us. We can all anticipate about 50 more years of being pariahs in a civilization where we can't even understand how the simplest machines work. I stirred uneasily. I had had similar thoughts, but I said nothing. Blake went on. I must admit, after I first discovered the Centauri planets had been colonized, I had pictures of myself bowling over some dame and marrying her. Involuntarily, my mind leaped to the memory of a pair of lips lifting up to mine. I shook myself. I said, I wonder how Renfrew is taking all this. A familiar voice from the door cut off my words. Renfrew, it said, is taking things beautifully now that the first shock has yielded to resignation and resignation to purpose. We had turned to face him by the time he finished. Renfrew walked slowly toward us, grinning. Watching him, I felt uncertain as to just how to take his built-up sanity. He was at his best. His dark, wavy hair was perfectly combed. His startlingly blue eyes made his whole face come alive. He was a natural physical wonder, and at his normal weight he had all the shine and swagger of an actor in a carefully tailored picture. He wore that shine and swagger now. He said, I've bought a spaceship, fellows. Took all my money and part of yours, too. But I knew you'd back me up. Am I right? Why, sure, Blake and I echoed. Blake went on alone. What's the idea? I get it, I chimed in. We'll cruise all over the universe, live our lifespan exploring new worlds. Jim, you've got something there. Blake and I were just going to enter a suicide pact. Renfrew was smiling. We'll cruise for a while, anyway. 2 days later, Cassella having offered no objection and no advice about Renfrew, we were in space. It was a curious 3 months that followed. For a while, I felt a sense of awe at the vastness of the cosmos. Silent planets swung into our viewing plates and faded into remoteness behind us, leaving nostalgic memory of uninhabited, wind-lashed forests and plains, deserted, swollen seas, and nameless suns. The sight and the remembrance brought loneliness like an ache, and the knowledge, the slow knowledge, that this journeying was not lifting the weight of strangeness that had settled upon us ever since our arrival at Alpha Centauri. There was nothing here for our souls to feed on, nothing that would satisfactorily fill 1 year of our life, let alone 50. I watched the realization grow on Blake, and I waited for a sign from Renfrew that he felt it too. The sign didn't come. That of itself worried me. Then I grew aware of something else. Renfrew was watching us with a hint in his manner of secret knowledge, a suggestion of secret purpose. My alarm grew, and Renfrew's perpetual cheerfulness didn't help any. I was lying on my bunk at the end of the 3rd month, thinking uneasily about the whole unsatisfactory situation, when my door opened and Renfrew came in. He carried a paralyzer gun and a rope. He pointed the gun at me and said, Sorry, Bill. Cassella told me to take no chances, so just lie quiet while I tie you up. Blake! I bellowed. Renfrew shook his head gently. No use, he said. I was in his room first. The gun was steady in his fingers. His blue eyes were steely. All I could do was tense my muscles against the ropes as he tied me, and trust to the fact that I was twice as strong, at least, as he was. I thought in dismay, surely I could prevent him from tying me too tightly. He stepped back finally, said again, Sorry, Bill. He added, I hate to tell you this, but both of you went off the deep end mentally when we arrived at Centauri, and this is the cure prescribed by the psychologist whom Cassella had consulted. You're supposed to get a shock as big as the one that knocked you for a loop. The first time I'd paid no attention to his mention of Casselahat's name. Now my mind flared with understanding. Incredibly, Renfrew had been told that Blake and I were mad. All these months he had been held steady by a sense of responsibility toward us. It was a beautiful psychological scheme. The only thing was, what shock was going to be administered? Renfrew's voice cut off my thought. He said, It won't be long now. We're already entering the field of the bachelor sun. Bachelor son? I yelled. He made no reply. The instant the door closed behind him, I began to work on my bonds. All the time I was thinking, what was it Cassella had said? Bachelor suns maintained themselves in this space by a precarious balancing. In this space. The sweat poured down my face as I pictured ourselves being precipitated into another plane of the space-time continuum. I could feel the ship falling when I finally worked my hands free of the rope. I hadn't been tied long enough for the cords to interfere with my circulation. I headed for Blake's room. In 2 minutes we were on our way to the control cabin. Renfrew didn't see us till we had him. Blake grabbed his gun. I hauled him out of the control chair with one mighty heave and dumped him onto the floor. He lay there, unresisting, grinning up at us. "Too late," he taunted. "We're approaching the first point of intolerance, and there's nothing you can do except prepare for the shock." I scarcely heard him. I plumped myself into the chair and glared into the viewing plates. Nothing showed. That stumped me for a second. Then I saw the recorder instruments. They were trembling furiously, registering a body of infinite size. For a long moment I stared crazily at those incredible figures. Then I plunged the decelerator far over. Before that pressure of full-driven Adeladic-nander, the machine grew rigid. I had a sudden fantastic picture of two irresistible forces in full collision. Gasping, I jerked the power out of gear. We were still falling. "An orbit," Blake was saying. "Get us into an orbit." With shaking fingers, I pounded one out on the keyboard, basing my figures on a sun of Solish size, gravity, and mass. The Bachelor wouldn't let us have it. I tried another orbit, and a third, and more. Finally one that would have given us an orbit around mighty Antares itself. But the deadly reality remained. The ship plunged on, down and down, and there was nothing visible on the plates, not a real shadow of substance. It seemed to me once that I could make out a vague blur of greater darkness against the black reaches of space, but the stars were few in every direction, and it was impossible to be sure. Finally, in despair, I whirled out of the seat and knelt beside Renfrew, who was still making no effort to get up. "Listen, Jim," I pleaded. "What did you do this for? What's going to happen?" He was smiling easily. "Think," he said, "of an old crusty human bachelor. He maintains a relationship with his fellows, but the association is as remote as that which exists between a bachelor sun and the stars in the galaxy of which it is a part." He added, "Any second now we'll strike the first period of intolerance. It works in jumps like quantum, each period being 498 years, 7 months, and 8 days, plus a few hours." It sounded like gibberish. "But what's going to happen?" I urged. "For heaven's sake, man!" He gazed up at me blandly, and looking up at him I had the sudden, wondering realization that he was sane, the old completely rational Jim Renfrew made better somehow, stronger. He said quietly, "Why, it'll just knock us out of its toleration area, and in doing so will put us back—" Jerk! The lurch was immensely violent. With a bang I struck the floor, skidded, and then a hand, Renfrew's, caught me. And it was all over. I stood up, conscious that we were no longer falling. I looked at the instrument board. All the lights were dim, untroubled, the needles firmly at zero. I turned and stared at Renfrew and at Blake, who was ruefully picking himself from the floor. Renfrew said persuasively, "Let me at the control board, Bill. I want to set our course for Earth." For a long minute I gazed at him, and then, slowly, I stepped aside. I stood by as he set the controls and pulled the accelerator over. Renfrew looked up. "We'll reach Earth in about 8 hours," he said, "and it'll be about 1.5 years after we left 500 years ago." Something began to tug at the roof of my cranium. It took several seconds before I decided that it was probably my brain jumping with the tremendous understanding that suddenly flowed in upon me. The bachelor sun, I thought dazedly. In easing us out of its field of toleration, it had simply precipitated us into a period of time beyond its field. Renfrew had said it worked in jumps of 498 years and some 7 months and... But what about the ship? Wouldn't 27th century Adeladic-nander brought to the 22nd century, before it was invented, change the course of history? I mumbled the question. Renfrew shook his head. "Do we understand it? Do we even dare monkey with the raw power inside those engines? I'll say not. As for the ship, we'll keep it for our own private use." But I began. He cut me off. "Look, Bill," he said, "here's the situation. That girl who kissed you, don't think I didn't see you falling like a ton of bricks, is going to be sitting beside you 50 years from now when your voice from space reports to Earth that you had wakened on your first lap of the first trip to Centaurus." That's exactly what happened. Deadline: Astounding, March, by Cleve Cartmill, 1908 to 1964. Deadline proved to be the most controversial story of the year, although not within the science fiction community. The author's speculations on some of the fine points of nuclear fission attracted the attention of the U.S. government, who wanted to know who had been leaking secrets from the Manhattan Project, then in the process of developing the first nuclear weapon. There has been some controversy about exactly what happened, but U.S. intelligence personnel did visit the offices of John W. Campbell, Jr., editor of Astounding, and also visited the author, who lived in Manhattan Beach. Various sources say it was the FBI, others military intelligence. Once convinced that all concerned were clean and working from public knowledge, they apparently requested that no more similar stories be published, to which Campbell, depending on the version repeated, either told them to buzz off or convinced them that to stop publishing stories about atomic energy would tip off the enemy concerning the direction of American research and development. The story is obviously Cartmill's most famous, although his space salvage stories in Thrilling Wonder were popular. For years I included the tale of Cartmill's story and the visit of intelligence agents to Campbell's office in my talks. The tale was always successful, especially at colleges. I would describe how Campbell pulled out news items on the discovery of uranium fission, freely discussed until scientists imposed self-censorship for obvious reasons, and explained that a nuclear bomb was an inevitable inference. The agents, thinking deeply, finally saw that, but ordered him to stop publishing such stories, and Campbell explained that that would be a dead giveaway. At least that's how I heard it. At this, I went on to say, the intelligence agents underwent an ordeal of enormous magnitude, for Campbell was asking them to think a second time on the same day, and that invariably brought the house down. I.A. Detonation and assembly. 12:16. As stated in Chapter 2, it is impossible to prevent a chain reaction from occurring when the size exceeds the critical size, for there are always enough neutrons, from cosmic rays, from spontaneous fission reactions, or from alpha particle-induced reactions in impurities, to initiate the chain. Thus, until detonation is desired, the bomb must consist of a number of separate pieces, each one of which is below the critical size, either by reason of small size or unfavorable shape. To produce detonation, the parts of the bomb must be brought together rapidly. In the course of this assembly process, the chain reaction is likely to start, because of the presence of stray neutrons, before the bomb has reached its most compact, most reactive form. Thereupon, the explosion tends to prevent the bomb from reaching that most compact form. Thus, it may turn out that the explosion is so inefficient as to be relatively useless. The problem, therefore, is twofold. 1, to reduce the time of assembly to a minimum, and 2, to reduce the number of stray, pre-detonation neutrons to a minimum. Official Report. Atomic Energy for Military Purposes. Henry D. Smith. Heavy flak burst above and below the flight of bombers as they flashed across the night sky of the planet Cathor. Igor Sebrov grinned as he nosed his glider at a steep angle away from the fireworks. The bombers had accomplished their mission. They had dropped him near Nilrek, had simulated a raid. He had cut loose before searchlights slatted the sky with lean white arms. They hadn't touched the glider marked with their own insignia. Their own glider, in fact, captured when Sayila advanced columns had caught the Namo garrison asleep. He would leave it where he landed, and let Sixa intelligence try to figure out how it got there, provided, of course, that he landed unseen. Sixa intelligence officers would have another job, too. That was to explain the apparent bombing raid that dropped no bombs. None of the Sayila planes had been hit, and the Sixa crowd couldn't know that the bombers were empty. No bombs, no crews, just speed. He could see tomorrow's papers, hear tomorrow's newscasts. Raiders driven off. Craven democracy pilots cringe from Nilrek Ak-Ak. But the big bugs would worry. The Sayila planes could have dropped bombs, if they'd had any bombs. They had flitted across the great industrial city with impunity. They could have laid their eggs. The big bugs would wonder about that. Why? They would ask each other profoundly. What was the reason? Ebor grinned. He was the reason. He'd make them wish there had been bombs instead of him. Possibility of failure never entered his mind. All he had to do was to penetrate into the stronghold of the enemy, find Dr. Sitruk, kill him, and destroy the most devastating weapon of history. That was all. He caught a sharp breath as a farmhouse loomed some distance ahead and veered over against the dark edge of a wood. The green-gray plain would be invisible against the background, unless keen eyes caught its shadow under a fugitive moon. He glided silently now on a little wind that gossiped with treetops. Only the wind and the trees remarked on his passing. They could keep the secret. He landed in a field of grain that whispered fierce protest as the glider whished through its heavy-laden plumes. These waved above the level of the motorless ship, and Ybor decided that it would not be seen before harvesting machines gathered the grain. The air was another problem. He did not want the glider discovered just yet, particularly if he should be intercepted on his journey into the enemy capital. Elementary intelligence would connect him with this abandoned ship if he were stopped in this vicinity for any reason, and if the ship should be discovered on the morrow. He took a long knife from its built-in sheath in the glider and laid about him with it until he had cut several armloads of grain. He scattered these haphazardly, not in any pattern, over parts of the ship. It wouldn't look like a glider now, even from the air. He pushed through the shoulder-high growth to the edge of the wood. He moved stealthily here. It was almost a certainty that big guns were hidden here, and he must avoid discovery. He slipped along the soft carpet of vegetation like a nocturnal cat, running on all fours under low branches, erect when possible. A sharp scent of danger assailed his nostrils, and he crouched motionless while he sifted this odor. It made a picture in his head, men and oil and the acrid smoke of exploded gases. A gun crew was directly ahead. Ybor took to the trees. He moved from one to the other, with no more sound than soft-winged night birds, and approached the source of the odor. He paused now and then, listening for a sentry's footsteps. He heard them presently, a soft pad, pad, which mingled in different rhythm with snores which became audible on the light wind. The better part of valor, Ybor knew, was to circle this place, to leave the sentry unaware of his passage through the wood. But habit was too strong. He must destroy, for they were the enemy. He moved closer to the sound of footsteps. Presently he crouched above the line of the sentry's march, searching the darkness with eye and ear. The guard passed below, and Ybor let him go. His ears strained through snores from nearby tents until he heard another guard. Two were on sentry duty. He pulled the knife from his belt and waited. When the sentry shuffled below him, Ybor dropped soundlessly onto the man's shoulders, stabbing as he fell. There was a little noise. Not much, but a little. Enough to bring a low-voiced hail from the other guard. "Namre?" called the guard. "What happened?" Ybor grunted, took the dead man's gun and helmet, and took over his beat. He marched with the same rhythm the enemy feet had maintained, until he met the second guard. Ybor silenced questions with a swift slash of the knife, and then turned his attention to the tents. Presently it was done. He clamped the fingers of the first guard around the knife hilt and went away. Let them think that one of their men had gone mad and killed the others before suiciding. Let the psychologists get a little workout on this. When he had penetrated to the far edge of the wood, dawn had splashed pale color beyond Nilrek, pulling jumbled buildings into dark silhouette. There lay his area of operations. There perhaps lay his destiny, and the destiny of the whole race. This latter thought was not born of rhetorical hyperbole. It was cold, hard fact. It had nothing to do with patriotism, nor was it concerned with politico-economic philosophy. It was concerned with a specific fact only. If the weapon, which was somewhere in the enemy capital, were used, the entire race might very well perish down to the last man. Now began the difficult part of Ybor's task. He started to step out of the wood. A slight sound from behind froze him for the fraction of a second while he identified it. Then, in one incredibly swift motion, he whirled and flung himself at its source. He knew he was fighting a woman after the first instant of contact. He was startled to some small extent, but not enough to impair his efficiency. A chopping blow, and she lay unconscious at his feet. He stood over her with narrowed eyes, unable to see what she looked like in the leafy gloom. Then dawn burst like a salvo in the east, and he saw that she was young. Not immature by any means, but young. When a spear of sunlight stabbed into the shadow, he saw that she was lovely. Ybor pulled out his combat knife. She was an enemy and must be destroyed. He raised his arm for the coup de grace and held it there. He could not drive the blade into her. She seemed only to sleep in her unconsciousness, with parted ripe lips and limp hands. You could kill a man while he slept. but nature had planted a deep aversion in your instincts to killing a helpless female. She began to moan softly. Presently she opened her wide brown eyes, soft as a captive fawn's. "You hit me," she whispered the accusation. Ybor said nothing. "You hit me," she repeated. "What did you expect?" he asked harshly. "Candy and flowers? What are you doing here?" "Following you," she answered. "May I get up?" "Yes. Why were you following?" "When I saw you land in our field, I wondered why. I ran out to see you cover your ship and slip into the woods. I followed." Ybor was incredulous. "You followed me through those woods?" "I could have touched you," she said, "any time." "You lie!" "Don't feel chagrined," she said. She flowed to her feet in a liquid movement. Her eyes were almost on a level with his. Her smile showed small, white teeth. "I'm very good at that sort of thing," she said. "Better than almost anybody, though I admit you're no slouch." "Thanks," he said shortly. "All right, let's hear the story. Most likely it'll be the last you'll ever tell. What's your game?" "You speak Inamren like a native," the girl said. Ybor's eyes glinted. "I am a native." She smiled her disbelief. "And you kill your own soldiers? I think not. I saw you wipe out that gun crew. There was too much objectivity about you. One of us would do it with hatred. For you, it was a tactical maneuver." "You're cutting your own throat," Ybor warned. "I can't let you go. You're too observing." She repeated, "I think not." After a pause, she said, "You'll need help whatever your mission. I can offer it." He was contemptuous. "You offer my head a lion's mouth. I can hide it there? I need no help, especially from anybody clumsy enough to be caught. And I've caught you, my pretty." She flushed. "You were about to storm a rampart. I saw it in your odd face as you stared toward Nilrek. I caught my breath with hope that you could. That's what you heard. If I'd thought you were my enemy, you'd have heard nothing, except maybe the song of my knife blade as it reached your heart." "What's odd about my face?" he demanded. "It'd pass in a crowd without notice." "Women would notice it," she said. "It's lopsided." He shrugged aside the personal issue. He took her throat in his hands. "I have to do this," he said. "It's highly important that nobody knows of my presence here. This is war. I can't afford to be humane." She offered no resistance. Quietly, she looked up at him and asked, "Have you heard of Elas?" His fingers did not close on the soft flesh. "Who has not?" "I am Elas," she said. "A trick." "No trick. Let me show you." As his eyes narrowed, "No, I have no papers, of course. Listen, you know Mulb, Swarb, and Nomos? I got them away." Ybor hesitated. She could be Elas, but it would be a fantastic stroke of luck to run into the fabulous director of Inamre's underground so soon. It was almost beyond belief. Yet there was a chance she was telling the truth. He couldn't overlook that chance. "Names," he said. "You could have heard them anywhere." "Nomos has a new moon scar on his wrist," she said. "Swarb is tall, almost as tall as you, and his shoulders droop slightly. He talks so fast you can hardly follow. Mulb is a dope. He gets by on his pontifical manner." These, Ybor reflected, were crisp thumbnail sketches. She pressed her advantage. "Would I have stood by while you killed that gun crew if I were a loyal member of the Sixa Alliance? Wouldn't I have cried a warning when you killed the first guard and took his helmet and gun?" There was logic in this, Ybor thought. "Wasn't it obvious to me," she went on, "that you were a Sayila agent from the moment that you landed in my grain field? I could have telephoned the authorities." Ybor took his hand from her throat. "I want to see Dr. Sitruk," he said. She frowned off toward Nilrek, at towers golden in morning sunlight. Ybor noted indifferently that she made a colorful picture with her face to the sun, a dark flower opening toward the dawn. Not that it mattered. He had no time for her. He had little time for anything. "That will take some doing," she said. He turned away. "Then I'll do it myself. Time is short." "Wait!" Her voice had a quality which caused him to turn. He smiled sourly at the gun in her hand. Self-contempt blackened Ybor's thoughts. He had had her helpless, but he had thought of her as a woman, not as an armed enemy. He hadn't searched her because of callow sentimentality. He had scaled the heights of stupidity, and now would plunge to his deserved end. Her gun was steady, and purpose shone darkly in her eyes. I'm a pushover for a fairy tale, she said. I thought for a while that you really were a Astellar agent. How fiendishly clever you are, you and your council. I should have known when those planes went over. They went too fast. Ybor said nothing. He was trying to absorb this. It was a smart idea, she went on in her acid, bitter voice. They towed you over and you landed in my field. A coincidence when you come to think of it. I have been in that farmhouse only 3 days. Of all places, you pick it. Not by accident, not so. You and the other big minds on the Sixa Council knew the planes would bring me to my window, knew my eyes would catch the shadow of your glider, knew I'd investigate. You even killed 6 of your own men to dull my suspicions. Oh, I was taken in for a while. You talk like a crazy woman, Ybor said. Put away that gun. When you had a chance to kill me and didn't, she said, my last suspicion died. The more fool I. No, my bucko, you are not going back to report my whereabouts, to have your goons wait until my committee meets and catch us all. Not so. You die here and now. Thoughts raced through Ybor's head. It would be a waste of energy to appeal to her on the ground that if she killed him, she would in effect destroy her species. That smacked of oratory. He needed a simple appeal, crisp and startling. But what? His time was running short. He could see it in her dark eyes. Your last address, he said, remembering Swarb's tale of escape, was 40 Kirk Way. You sold pastries, and Swarb got sick on little cakes. He was sick in your truck as it carted him away at 11 minutes past midnight. Bullseye. Determination to kill went out of her eyes as she remembered. She was thoughtful for a moment. Then her eyes glinted. I've not heard that he reached Asareb safely. You could have caught him across the Anarta border and beaten the truth out of him. Still, she reflected, you may be telling the truth. I am, Ybor said quietly. I am a Astellar agent here on a highly important mission. If you can't aid me directly, you must let me go, at once. You might be lying, too, though. I can't take the chance. You will march ahead of me around the wood. If you make one overt move, or even a move that I don't understand, I'll kill you. Where are you taking me? To my house. Where else? Then we'll talk. Now listen to me, he said passionately. There is no time for... March! He marched. Ybor's plan to take her unawares when they were inside the farmhouse dissolved when he saw the great hulk who admitted them. This was a lumpish brute with the most powerful body Ybor had ever seen, towering over his own more-than-average height. The man's arms were as thick as Ybor's thighs, and the yellow eyes were small and vicious. Yet, ape-like though he was, the giant moved like a mountain cat, without sound, with deceptive swiftness. Guard him, the girl commanded, and Ybor knew the yellow eyes would not leave him. He sank into a chair, an old chair with a primitive tail slot, and watched the girl as she busied herself at the mountainous cooking range. This kitchen could accommodate a score of farmhands, and that multiple-burner stove could turn out hot meals for all. We'd better eat, she said. If you're not lying, you'll need strength. If you are, you can withstand torture long enough to tell us the truth. You're making a mistake, Ybor began hotly, but stopped when the guard made a menacing gesture. She had a meal on the table soon. It was a good meal, and he ate it heartily. The condemned man, he said, and smiled. For a camaraderie had sprung up between them. He was male, not too long past his youth, with clear, dark eyes, and he was put together with an eye to efficiency. And she was a female at the ripening stage. The homely task of preparing a meal, of sharing it, lessened the tension between them. She gave him a fleeting occasional smile as he tore into his food. You're a good cook, he said when they had finished. Warmth went out of her. She eyed him steadily. Now, she said crisply, proof. Ybor shrugged angrily. Do you think I carry papers identifying me as a Astellar agent? To whom it may concern, bearer is high in Astellar councils. Any aid you may give him will be appreciated. I have papers showing that I'm a newspaperman from Iras. The newspaper offices and building have been destroyed by now, and there is no means of checking. She thought this over. I'm going to give you a chance, she said. If you're a top-flight Astellar agent, one of your Nilrek men can identify you. Name one, and we'll get him here. None of them know me by sight. My face was altered before I came on this assignment, so that nobody could give me away, even accidentally. You know all the answers, don't you? She scoffed. Well, we will now take you into the cellar and get the truth from you. and you won't die until we do. We'll keep you alive one way or another." "Wait a moment," Ybor said. "There is one man who will know me. He may not have arrived. Salrak." "He came yesterday," she said. "Very well. If he identifies you, that will be good enough. Sleg," she said to the huge guard, "fetch Salrak." Sleg rumbled deep in his throat, and she made an impatient gesture. "I can take care of myself. Go." She reached inside her blouse, took her gun from its shoulder holster, and pointed it across the table at Ybor. "You will sit still." Sleg went out. Ybor heard a car start, and the sound of its motor faded rapidly. "May I smoke?" Ybor asked. "Certainly." With her free hand she tossed a pack of cigarettes across the table. He lighted one, careful to keep his hand in sight, handed it to her, and applied flame to his own. "So you're Elas," he said conversationally. She didn't bother to reply. "You've done a good job," he went on, "right under their noses. You must have had some close calls." She smiled tolerantly. "Don't be devious, chum. On the off chance that you might escape, I'll give you no data to use later." "There won't be any later if I don't get out of here, for you or anybody." "Now you're melodramatic. There'll always be a later, as long as there's time." "Time exists only in consciousness," he said. "There won't be any time unless dust and rocks are aware of it." "That's quite a picture of destruction you paint." "It will be quite a destruction, and you're bringing it nearer every minute. You're cutting down the time margin in which it can be averted." She grinned. "Ain't I nasty?" "Even if you let me go this moment," he began. "Which I won't." "The catastrophe might not be averted. Our minds can't conceive the unimaginable violence which might very well destroy all animate life. It's a queer picture," he mused, "even to think about. Imagine space travelers of the future sighting this planet empty of life, overgrown with jungles. It wouldn't even have a name. Oh, they'd find a name. All traces of civilization wouldn't be completely destroyed. They'd poke in the crumbled ruins and find bits of history. Then they'd go back to their home planet with the mystery of Cathor. Why did all life disappear from Cathor? They'd find skeletons enough to show our size and shape, and they'd decipher such records as were found. But nowhere would they find even a hint of the reason our civilization was destroyed. Nowhere would they find the name of Elas, the reason." She merely grinned. "That's how serious it is," Ybor concluded. "Not a bird in the sky, not a pig in a sty. Perhaps no insects, even. I wonder," he said thoughtfully, "if such explosions destroyed life in other planets in our system. Lara, for example. It had life once. Did civilization rise to a peak there and end in a war that involved every single person on one side or another? Did one side in desperation try to use an explosive available to both but uncontrollable, and so lose the world?" "Shh!" she commanded. She was stiff, listening. He heard it then, the rhythmic tramp of feet. He flicked a glance through the window toward the wood. "In Namre," he said. A sergeant marched a squad of 8 soldiers across the field toward the house. Ybor turned to the girl. "You've got to hide me. Quick!" She stared at him coldly. "I have no place." "You must have. You must take care of refugees. Where is it?" "Maybe you've caught me," she said grimly, "but you'll learn nothing. The underground will carry on." "You little fool, I'm with you." "That's what you say. I haven't any proof." Ybor wasted no more time. The squad was almost at the door. He leaped over against the wall and squatted there. He pulled his coat half off, shook his black hair over his eyes, and slacked his face so that it took on the loose, formless expression of an idiot. He began to play with his fingers and gurgled. A pounding rifle butt took the girl to the door. Ybor did not look up. He twisted his fingers and gurgled at them. "Did you hear anything last night?" the sergeant demanded. "Anything?" she echoed. "Some planes, some guns." "Did you get up? Did you look out?" "I was afraid," she answered meekly. He spat contemptuously. There was a short silence, disturbed only by Ybor's gurgling. "What's that?" the sergeant snapped. He stamped across the room, jerked Ybor's head up by the lock of hair. Ybor gave him an insane, slobbering grin. The sergeant's eyes were contemptuous. "Dummy!" he snarled. He jerked his hand away. "Why don't you kill it?" he asked the girl. "All the more food for you." "Say," he said, as if he'd seen her for the first time. "Not bad, not bad. I'll be up to see you, Cookie, one of these nights." Ybor didn't move until they were out of hearing. He got to his feet then and looked grimly at Elas. I could have been in Nilrek by now. You'll have to get me away. They've discovered that gun crew and will be on the lookout. She had the gun in her hand again. She motioned him toward the chair. Shall we sit down? After that? You're still suspicious? You're a fool. Huh? I think not. That could have been a part of the trick, to lull my suspicions. Sit down. He sat. He was through with talking. He thought of the soldier's visit. That sergeant probably wouldn't recognize him if they should encounter each other. Still, it was something to keep in mind. One more face to remember, to dodge. If only that big ape would get back with Salrak. His ears, as if on cue, caught the sound of an approaching motor. He was gratified to see that he heard it a full second before Elas. Her reflexes weren't so fast after all. It was Slegg, and Slegg alone. He came into the house on his soft cat feet. Salrak, he reported, is dead. Killed last night. Elas gave Ybor a smile. There was deadliness in it. How very convenient, she said, for you. Doesn't it seem odd even to you, Mr. Sixa Intelligence Officer, that of all the Sayilla agents you pick a man who is dead? I think this has gone far enough. Into the cellar with him, Slegg. We'll get the truth this time. Even, she added to Ybor, though it'll kill you. The chair was made like a straitjacket, with an arrangement of clamps and straps that held him completely motionless. He could move nothing but his eyeballs. Elas inspected him. She nodded satisfaction. Go heat your irons, she said to Slegg. First, she explained to Ybor, we'll burn off your ears a little at a time. If that doesn't wear you down, we'll get serious. Ybor said, I'll tell you the truth now. She sneered at that. No wonder the enemy is knocking at your gates. You were driven out of Isu on the south and Ital on the north. Now you are coming into your home country because you're cowards. I'm convinced that you are Elas, Ybor went on calmly, and though my orders were that nobody should know of my mission, I think I can tell you. I must. I have no choice. Then listen. I was sent to Inamre to... She cut him off with a fierce gesture. The truth! Do you want to hear this or not? I don't want to hear another fairy tale. You are going to hear this, whether you like it or not, and you'll hold off your gorilla until I've finished, or have the end of the race on your head. Her lip curled. Go on. Have you heard of U-235? It's an isotope of uranium. Who hasn't? All right, I'm stating fact, not theory. U-235 has been separated in quantity easily sufficient for preliminary atomic power research and the like. They got it out of uranium ores by new atomic isotope separation methods. They now have quantities measured in pounds. By they, I mean Sayilla research scientists. But they have not brought the whole amount together, or any major portion of it. Because they are not at all sure that once started, it would stop before all of it had been consumed, in something like 1 microsecond of time. Slegg came into the cellar. In one hand he carried a portable forge, in the other a bundle of metal rods. Elas motioned him to put them down in a corner. Go up and keep watch, she ordered. I'll call you. A tiny exultation flickered in Ybor. He had won a concession. Now the explosion of a pound of U-235, he said, wouldn't be too unbearably violent, though it releases as much energy as 100 million pounds of TNT. Set off on an island, it might lay waste the whole island, uprooting trees, killing all animal life, but even that 50,000 tons of TNT wouldn't seriously disturb the really unimaginable tonnage which even a small island represents. I assume, she broke in, that you're going to make a point? You're not just giving me a lecture on high explosives? Wait. The trouble is they're afraid that that explosion of energy would be so incomparably violent, its sheer, minute concentration of unbearable energy so great, that surrounding matter would be set off. If you could imagine concentrating 500 million of the most violent lightning strokes you ever saw, compressing all their fury into a space less than half the size of a pack of cigarettes, you'd get some idea of the concentrated essence of hyper-violence that explosion would represent. It's not simply the amount of energy, it's the frightful concentration of intensity in a minute volume. The surrounding matter, unable to maintain a self-supporting atomic explosion normally, might be hyper-stimulated to atomic explosion under U-235's forces, and in the immediate neighborhood release its energy too. That is, the explosion would not involve only 1 pound of U-235, but also 5 or 50 or 5,000 tons of other matter. The extent of the explosion is a matter of conjecture." "Get to the point," she said impatiently. "Wait, let me give you the main picture. Such an explosion would be serious. It would blow an island or a hunk of continent right off the planet. It would shake Cathor from pole to pole, cause earthquakes violent enough to do serious damage on the other side of the planet, and utterly destroy everything within at least 1,000 miles of the site of the explosion, and I mean everything. So they haven't experimented. They could end the war overnight with controlled U-235 bombs. They could end this cycle of civilization with 1 or 2 uncontrolled bombs. And they don't know which they'd have if they made 'em. So far, they haven't worked out any way to control the explosion of U-235. "If you're stalling for time," Elas said, "it won't do you any good personally. If we have callers, I'll shoot you where you sit." "Stalling?" Ebor cried. "I'm trying my damnedest to shorten it. I'm not finished yet. Please don't interrupt. I want to give you the rest of the picture. As you pointed out, the Sixa armies are being pushed back to their original starting point, Inamre. They started out to conquer the world, and they came close at one time. But now they are about to lose it. We, the Sayilla, would not dare to set off an experimental atomic bomb. This war is a phase to us. To the Sixa, it is the whole future. So the Sixa are desperate, and Dr. Sitruk has made a bomb with not 1 but 16 pounds of U-235 in it. He may have it finished any day. I must find him and destroy that bomb. If it's used, we are lost either way. Lost the war if the experiment is a success, the world if not. You and you alone stand between extinction of the race and continuance." She seemed to pounce. "You're lying! Destroy it, you say. How? Take it out in a vacant lot and explode it? In a desert? On a high mountain? You wouldn't dare even to drop it in the ocean for fear it might explode. Once you had it, you'd have 10 million tigers by the tail. You wouldn't dare turn it loose." "I can destroy it. Our scientists told me how." "Let that pass for the moment," she said. "You have several points to explain. First, it seems odd that you heard of this and we haven't. We're much closer to developments than you, across 3,000 miles of water." "Swarb," Ebor said, "is a good man, even if he can't eat sweets. He brought back a drawing of it. Listen, Elas, time is precious. If Dr. Sitruk finishes that bomb before I find him, it may be taken any time and dropped near our headquarters. And even if it doesn't set off the explosion I've described, though it's almost certain that it would wipe out our Southern Army and equipment, and we'd lose overnight." "2 more points need explaining," she went on calmly. "Why my grain field? There were others to choose from." "That was pure accident." "Perhaps. But isn't that string of accidents suspiciously long when you consider the death of Salrak?" "I don't know anything about that. I didn't know he was dead." She was silent. She strode back and forth across the cellar, brows furrowed, smoking nervously. Ebor sat quietly. It was all he could do. Even his fingers were in stalls. "I'm half inclined to believe you," she said finally. "But look at my position. We have a powerful organization here. We've risked our lives, and many of us have died, in building it up. I know how we are hated and feared by the authorities. If you are a Sixa agent, and I concluded that you were by the way you spoke the language, you would go to any length, even to carrying out such an elaborate plot as this might be, to discover our methods and membership. I can't risk all that labor and life on nothing but your word." "Look at my position," Ebor countered. "I might have escaped from you in the wood and here, after Slag left us, but I didn't dare take a chance. You see, it's a matter of time. There is a definite, though unknown, deadline. Dr. Sitruk may finish that bomb any time and screw the fuse in. The bomb may be taken at any time after that and exploded. If I had tried to escape and you had shot me, and I'm sure you would, it would take weeks to replace me. We may have only hours to work with." She was no longer calm and aloof. Her eyes had a tortured look, and her hands clenched as if she were squeezing words from her heart. "I can't afford to take the chance." "You can't afford not to," Ebor said. Footsteps suddenly pounded overhead. Elas went rigid, flung a narrowed glance of speculation and suspicion at Ebor, and went out of the cellar. He twisted a smile. She hadn't shot him, as she had threatened. He sat still, but each nerve was taut, quivering, and raw. What now? Who had arrived? What could it mean for him? Who belonged to that babel upstairs? whose feet were heavy. He was soon to know, for the footsteps moved to the cellar door, and Elas preceded the sergeant who had arrived earlier. "I've got orders to search every place in this vicinity," the sergeant said, "so shut up." His eyes widened when they fell on Ybor. "Well, well," he cried, "if it isn't the dummy. Say, you snapped out of it." Ybor caught his breath as an idea hit him. "I was drugged," Ybor said, leaping at the chance for escape. "It's worn off now." Elas frowned, searching, he could see, for the meaning in his words. He went on, giving her her cue. "This girl's servant, that big oaf upstairs. He ran out," the sergeant said. "We'll catch him." "I see. He attacked me last night in the grain field out there, brought me here and drugged me." "What were you doing in the grain field?" "I was on my way to see Dr. Sitruk. I have information of the most vital nature for him." The sergeant turned to Elas. "What do you say, girlie?" She shrugged. "A stranger in the middle of the night. What would you have done?" "Then why didn't you say something about it when I was here a while ago?" "If he turned out to be a spy, I wanted the credit for capturing him." "You civilians," the sergeant said in disgust. "Well, maybe this is the guy we're looking for. Why did you kill that gun crew?" he snarled at Ybor. Ybor blinked. "How did you know?" "I killed them because they were enemies." The sergeant made a gesture toward his gun. His face grew stormy. "Why, you dirty spy—" "Wait a minute," Ybor said. "What gun crew? You mean the Sayilla outpost, of course, in Isu?" "I mean our gun crew, you rat, in the woods out there." Ybor blinked again. "I don't know anything about a gun crew out there. Listen, you've got to take me to Dr. Sitruk at once. Here's the background. I have been in Sayilla territory, and I learned something that Dr. Sitruk must know. The outcome of the war depends on it. Take me to him at once, or you'll suffer for it." The sergeant cogitated. "There's something funny here," he said. "Why have you got him all tied up?" "For questioning," Elas answered. Ybor could see that she had decided to play it his way, but she wasn't convinced. The truth was, as he pointed out, she could not afford to do otherwise. The sergeant went into an analytical state which seemed to be almost cataleptic. Presently he shook his massive head. "I can't quite put my finger on it," he said in a puzzled tone. "Every time I get close I hit a blank. What am I saying?" He became crisp, menacing. "What's your name, you?" he spat at Ybor. Ybor couldn't shrug. He raised his eyebrows. "My papers will say that I am Yenrak Ikor, a newspaper man. Don't let them fool you. I'll give my real name to Dr. Sitruk. He knows it well. You're wasting time, man," he burst out. "Take me to him at once. You're worse than this stupid female." The sergeant turned to Elas. "Did he tell you why he wanted to see Dr. Sitruk?" She shrugged again, still with speculative eyes on Ybor. "He just said he had to." "Well then," the sergeant demanded of Ybor, "why do you want to see him?" Ybor decided to gamble. This goof might keep him here all day with aimless questioning. He told the story of the bomb, much as he had told it to Elas. He watched the sergeant's face, and saw that his remarks were completely unintelligible. Good. The soldier, like so many people, knew nothing of U-235. Ybor went into the imaginative and gibberish phase of his talk. "And so, if it's uncontrolled," he said, "it might destroy the planet, blow it instantly into dust. But what I learned was a method of control, and the Sayilla have a bomb almost completed. They'll use it to destroy Inamre. If we can use ours first, we'll destroy them. You see, it's a neutron shield that I discovered while I was a spy in the Sayilla camps. It will stop the neutrons, released by the explosion, from rocketing about space and splitting mountains. Did you know that one free neutron can crack this planet in half? This shield will confine them to a limited area, and the war is ours. So hurry! Our time may be measured in minutes." The sergeant took it all in. He didn't dare not believe, for the picture of destruction which Ybor painted was on such a vast scale that 16 generations of men like the sergeant would be required to comprehend it. The sergeant made up his mind. "Hey!" he yelled toward the cellar door, and 3 soldiers came in. "Get him out of that. We'll take him to the captain. Take the girl along, too. Maybe the captain will want to ask her some questions." "But I haven't done anything," Elas protested. "Then you got nothing to be afraid of, beautiful. If they let you go, I'll take personal charge of you." The sergeant had a wonderful leer. You might as well be fatalistic, Ebor thought, as he waited in Dr. Sitruk's anteroom. Certain death could easily await him here, but even so it was worth a gamble. If he were to be a pawn in a greater game, the greatest game, in fact, so be it. So far he had succeeded, and it came to him as he eyed his two guards that final success would result in his own death. He couldn't hope to destroy that bomb and get out of this fortress alive. Those guarded exits spelled finis, if he could get even far enough from this laboratory to reach one of them. He hadn't really expected to get out alive, he reflected. It was a suicide mission from the start. That knowledge, he knew now, had given plausibility to his otherwise thin story. The captain, even as the sergeant, had not dared to disbelieve his tale. He had imparted verisimilitude to his story of destruction because of his deep and flaming determination to prevent it. Not that he had talked wildly about neutron shields to the captain. The captain was intelligent compared to his sergeant, and so Ebor had talked matter-of-factly about heat control and had made it convincing enough to be brought here by guards who grew more timid with each turn of the lorry's wheels. Apparently, the story of the bomb was known here at the government experimental laboratories, for all the guards had a haunted look, as if they knew that they would never hear the explosion if something went wrong. All the better, then. If he could take advantage of that fact somehow, as he had taken advantage of events to date, he might. He shrugged away speculation. The guards had sprung to attention as the inner door opened, and a man eyed Ebor. This was a slender man with snapping dark eyes, an odd-shaped face, and a commanding air. He wore a smock, and from its sleeves extended competent-looking hands. "So you are the end result," he said dryly to Ebor. "Come in." Ebor followed him into the laboratory. Dr. Sitruk waved him to a straight, uncomfortable chair, using the gun which was suddenly in his hand as an indicator. Ebor sat and looked steadily at the other. "What do you mean, end result?" he asked. "Isn't it rather obvious?" the doctor asked pleasantly. "Those planes which passed over last night were empty. They went too fast otherwise. I have been speculating all day on their purpose. Now I see. They dropped you." "I heard something about planes," Ebor said, "but I didn't see him." Dr. Sitruk raised polite eyebrows. "I'm afraid I do not believe you. My interpretation of events is this. Those Sayilla planes had one objective, to land an agent here who was commissioned to destroy the uranium bomb. I have known for some time that the Sayilla Command have known of its existence, and I have wondered what steps they would take to destroy it." Ebor could see no point in remaining on the defensive. "They are making their own bomb," he said, "but they have a control. I'm here to tell you about it, so that you can use it on our bomb. We have time." Dr. Sitruk said, "I have heard the reports on you this morning. You made some wild and meaningless statements. My personal opinion is that you are a layman, with only scant knowledge of the subject on which you have been so glib. I propose to find out, before I kill you. Oh, yes," he said, smiling, "you will die in any case. In my present position, knowledge is power. If I find that you actually have knowledge, which I do not, I propose that I alone will retain it. You see my point?" "You're like a god here. That's clear enough from the attitude of the guards." "Exactly. I have control of the greatest explosive force in world history, and my whims are obeyed as iron commands. If I choose, I may give orders to the High Command. They have no choice but to obey. Now your name doesn't matter, it's assumed, no doubt. Tell me what you know." "Why should I? If I'm going to die anyway, my attitude is to hell with you. I do know something that you don't, and you haven't time to get it from anybody but me. By the time one of your spies could work his way up high enough to learn what I did, the Sixa would be defeated. But I see no reason to give you the information. I'll sell it to you, for my life." Ebor looked around the small, shining laboratory while he spoke, and he saw it. It wasn't particularly large. Its size did not account for the stab of terror that struck his heart. It was the fact that the bomb was finished. It was suspended in a shock-proof cradle. Even a bombing raid would not shake it loose. It would be exploded when and where the doctor chose. "You may well turn white as a sheet," Dr. Sitruk chuckled. "There it is, the most destructive weapon the world has ever known." Ebor swallowed convulsively. Yes, there it was. Literally the means to an end, the end of the world. He thought wryly that those religionists who still contended that this war would be ended miraculously by divine intervention would never live to call the bomb a miracle. What a shot in the doctrine the explosion would give them if only they could come through it unscathed. "I turned white," he answered Dr. Sitruk, "because I see it as a blind, uncontrolled force. I see it as the end of a cycle when all life dies. It will be millennia before another civilization can reach our present stage. It is true that the element of chance is involved. If the bomb sets off surrounding matter for any considerable radius, it is quite possible that all animate life will be destroyed in the twinkling of an eye. However, if it does not set off surrounding matter, we shall have won the world. I alone, and now you, know this. The High Command sees only victory in that weapon. But enough of chit-chat. You would bargain your life for information on how to control the explosion. If you convince me that you have such knowledge, I'll set you free. What is it?" "That throws us into a deadlock," Ebor objected. "I won't tell you until I'm free, and you won't free me until I tell." Dr. Sitruk pursed thin lips. "True," he said. "Well, then, how's this? I shall give the guards outside a note ordering that you be allowed to leave unmolested after you come through the laboratory door." "And what's to prevent your killing me in here once I have told you?" "I give you my word." "It isn't enough." "What other choice have you?" Ebor thought this over and conceded the point. Somewhere along the line, either he or Dr. Sitruk would have to trust the other. Since this was the doctor's domain, and since he held Ebor prisoner, it was easy to see who would take the other on trust. Well, it would give him a breathing spell. Time was what he wanted now. "Write the note," he said. Dr. Sitruk went to his desk and began to write. He shot glances at Ebor which excluded the possibility of successful attack. Even the quickest spring would be fatal, for the doctor was far enough away to have time to raise his gun and fire. Ebor had a hunch that Dr. Sitruk was an excellent shot. He waited. Dr. Sitruk summoned a guard, gave him the note, and directed that Ebor be allowed to read it. Ebor did, nodded. The guard went out. "Now," Dr. Sitruk began, but broke off to answer his telephone. He listened, nodded, shot a slitted glance at Ebor, and hung up. "Would it interest you to know," he asked, "that the girl who captured you was taken away from guards by members of the underground?" "Not particularly," Ebor said, "except that—" "Yes," he cried, "it does interest me. It proves my authenticity. You know how widespread the underground is, how powerful. It's clear what happened. They knew I was coming, knew my route, and caught me. They were going to torture me in their cellar. I told that sergeant the truth. Now they will try to steal the bomb. If they had it, they could dictate terms." It sounded a trifle illogical, maybe, but Ebor put all of the earnestness he could into his voice. Dr. Sitruk looked thoughtful. "Let them try. Now let's have it." The tangled web of lies he had woven had caught him now. He knew of no method to control the bomb. Dr. Sitruk was not aware of this fact, and would not shoot until he was. Ebor must stall, and watch for an opportunity to do what he must do. He had gained a point. If he got through that door, he would be free. He must then get through the door, with the bomb, and Dr. Sitruk's gun was in his hand. "Let's trace the reaction," Ebor began. "The control!" Dr. Sitruk snapped. Ebor's face hardened. "Don't get tough. My life depends on this. I've got to convince you that I know what I'm talking about, and I can do that by describing the method from the first. If you interrupt, then to hell with you." Dr. Sitruk's odd face flamed with anger. This subsided after a moment, and he nodded. "Go on." "Oxygen and nitrogen do not burn. If they did, the first fire would have blown this planet's atmosphere off in one stupendous explosion. Oxygen and nitrogen will burn if heated to about 3,000 degrees centigrade, and they'll give off energy in the process. But they don't give off sufficient energy to maintain that temperature, so they rapidly cool and the fire goes out. If you maintain that temperature artificially, well, you're no doubt familiar with that process of obtaining nitric oxide." "No doubt," Dr. Sitruk said acidly. "All right. Now U-235 can raise the temperature of local matter to where it will, burn and give off energy. So let's say we set off a little pinch of U-235. Surrounding matter also explodes, as it is raised to an almost inconceivable temperature. It cools rapidly. Within perhaps 100 millionth of a second, it is down below the point of ignition. Then maybe a full millionth of a second passes before it's down to 1 million degrees hot, and a minute or so may elapse before it is visible in the normal sense. Now that visible radiation will represent no more than 100,000th of the total radiation at 1 million degrees. But even so, it would be several hundred times more brilliant than the sun, right? Dr. Sitruk nodded. Ebor thought there was a touch of deference in his nod. That's pretty much the temperature cycle of a U-235 plus surrounding matter explosion, Dr. Sitruk. I'm oversimplifying, I guess, but we don't need to go into detail. Now that radiation pressure is the stuff that's potent. The sheer momentum, physical pressure of light from this stuff at 1 million degrees would amount to tons and tons and tons of pressure. It would blow down buildings like a titanic wind if it weren't for the fact that absorption of such appalling energy would volatilize the buildings before they could move out of the way, right? Dr. Sitruk nodded again. He almost smiled. All right, Ebor went on. He now entered the phase of this contest where he was guessing, and he'd get no second guess. What we need is a damper, something to hold the temperature of surrounding matter down. In that way we can limit the effect of the explosion to desired areas and prevent it from destroying cities on the opposite side of Cathor. The method of applying the damper depends on the exact mechanical structure of the bomb itself. Ebor got to his feet easily and walked across the laboratory to the cradle which held the bomb. He didn't even glance at Dr. Sitruk. He didn't dare. Would he be allowed to reach the bomb? Would an unheard, unfelt bullet reach his brain before he took another step? When he was halfway across the room, he felt as if he had already walked 1,000 miles. Each step seemed to be slow motion, leagues in length, and still the bomb was miles away. He held his steady pace, fighting with every atom of will his desire to sprint to his goal, snatch it, and flee. He stopped before the bomb, looked down at it. He nodded ponderously. "I see," he said, remembering Swarb's drawings and the careful explanations he had received. 2 cast-iron hemispheres, clamped over the orange segments of cadmium alloy. And the fuse, I see it is in, a tiny can of cadmium alloy containing a speck of radium in a beryllium holder, and a small explosive powerful enough to shatter the cadmium walls. Then, correct me if I'm wrong, will you? The powdered uranium oxide runs together in the central cavity. The radium shoots neutrons into this mass, and the U-35 takes over from there, right? Dr. Sitruk had come up behind Ebor, stood at his shoulder. "Just how do you know so much about that bomb?" he asked with overtones of suspicion. Ebor threw a careless smile over his shoulder. "It's obvious, isn't it? Cadmium stops neutrons, and it's cheap and effective. So you separate the radium and U-235 by thin cadmium walls, brittle so the light explosion will shatter them, yet strong enough to be handled with reasonable care." The doctor chuckled. "Why, you are telling the truth." Dr. Sitruk relaxed, and Ebor moved. He whipped his short, prehensile tail around the barrel of Dr. Sitruk's gun, yanked the weapon down, at the same time his fist cracked the scientist's chin. His free hand wrenched the gun out of Dr. Sitruk's hand. He didn't give the doctor a chance to fall from the blow of his fist. He chopped down with the gun butt, and Dr. Sitruk was instantly unconscious. Ebor stared down at the sprawled figure with narrowed eyes. Dared he risk a shot? No, for the guards would not let him go, despite the doctor's note, without investigation. Well, he chopped the gun butt down again. Dr. Sitruk would be no menace for some time, anyway. And all Ebor needed was a little time. First, he had to get out of here. That meant taking the fuse out of the bomb. He went over to the cradle, examined the fuse. He tried to unscrew it. It was too tight. He looked around for a wrench. He saw none. He stood half panic-stricken. Could he afford a search for the wrench which would remove the fuse? If anyone came in, he was done for. No, he'd have to get out while he could. And if anybody took a shot at him and hit the bomb, it was goodbye Cathor and all that's in it. But he didn't dare wait here, and he must stop sweating ice water, stop this trembling. He picked up the cradle and walked carefully to the door. Outside, in the anteroom, the guards who had brought him there turned white. Blood drained out of their faces like air from a punctured balloon. They stood motionless, except for a slight trembling of their knees, and watched Ebor go out into the corridor. Unmolested, Dr. Simak had said. He was not only unmolested, he was avoided. Word seemed to spread through the building like poison gas on a stiff breeze. Doors popped open, figures hurried out, and ran away from Ebor and his cargo. Guards, scientists, men in uniform, girls with pretty legs, bare-kneed boys, all ran. To where? Ebor asked with his heart in his mouth. There was no safe place in all the world. Run how they might, as far as they could, and it would catch them if he fell or if the bomb were accidentally exploded. He wanted a plane, but how to get one if everybody ran? He could walk to the airport if he knew where it was. Still, once he was away from these laboratories, any policeman, ignorant of the bomb, could stop him, confiscate the weapon, and perhaps explode it. He had to retain possession. The problem was partly solved for him. As he emerged from the building to see people scattering in all directions, a huge form came out from behind a pillar and took him by the arm. "Slegg!" Ebor almost cried with terror, which became relief. "Come," Slegg said. "Ilas wants you." "Get me to a plane," Ebor said. He thought he'd said it quietly, but Slegg's yellow eyes flickered curiously at him. The big man nodded, crooked a finger, and led the way. He didn't seem curious about the bomb. Ebor followed to where a small car was parked at the curb. They climbed in, and Slegg pulled out into traffic. So Ilas wanted him, eh? Why? He gave up speculation to watch the road ahead, cradling the bomb in his arms against rough spots. He heard a plane and searched for it anxiously. All he needed at this stage was a bombing raid and a direct hit on this car. They had promised him that no raids would be attempted until they were certain of his success or failure, but brass hats were a funny lot. You never knew what they'd do next, like countermanding orders given only a few minutes before. Still, no alarm sirens went off, so the plane must be Sixa. Ebor sighed with relief. They drove on, and Ebor speculated on the huge, silent figure beside him. How had Slegg known that he would come out of that building? How had he known he was there? Did the underground have a pipeline even into Dr. Simak's office? These speculations were useless, too, and he shrugged them away as Slegg drove out of the city through fields of grain. The Sixa, apparently, were going to feed their armies mush, for he saw no other produce. Slegg cut off the main road into a bumpy lane, and Ebor clasped the bomb firmly. "Take it easy," he warned. Slegg slowed obediently, and Ebor wondered again at the man's attitude. Ebor did not seem to be a prisoner, yet he was not in command here completely. It was a sort of combination of the two, and it was uncomfortable. They came to a bare, level stretch of land where a plane stood, props turning idly. Slegg headed toward it. He brought the car to a halt, motioned Ebor out. He then indicated that Ebor should enter the big plane. "Give me your toolkit," Ebor said, and the big man got it. The plane bore Sixa insignia, but Ebor was committed now. If he used the bomb as a threat, he could make anybody do what he liked. Still, he felt a niggling worry. Just before he stepped on the wing ramp, a shot came from the plane. Ebor ducked instinctively, but it was Slegg who fell, with a neat hole between his eyes. Ebor tensed himself, stood still. The fuselage door slid back, and a face looked out. "Solrak!" Ebor cried. "I thought you were dead." "You were meant to think it, Ebor. Come on in. Wait till I get these tools." Ebor handed the cradle up to the dark man, who grinned down at him. "Hold baby," Ebor said. "Don't drop him. If he cries, you'll never hear him." He picked up the toolkit, climbed into the plane. Solrak waved a command to the pilot, and the plane took off. Ebor went to work gingerly on the fuse while Solrak talked. "Slegg was a cutie," he said. "We thought he was an ignorant ape. He was playing a big game, and was about ready to wind it up. But when you named me for identification, he knew that he'd have to turn in his report, because we could have sent you directly to Dr. Simak and helped you. Slegg wasn't ready yet, so he reported me dead. Then he had the soldiers come and search the house, knowing you'd be found and arrested. He got into trouble when that skirt-chasing sergeant decided to take Ilas along. He had to report that to others of the underground, because he had to have one more big meeting held before he could get his final dope. You see, he'd never turned in a report," Solrak went on. "He was watched and afraid to take a chance. When Ilas and I got together, we compared notes, searched his belongings, and found the evidence. Then we arranged this rendezvous, if you got away. She told Slegg where you were, and to bring you here." I didn't think you'd get away, but she insisted. You were too ingenious to get caught. Well, you did it, and that's all to the good. Not that it would have mattered much. If you'd failed, we'd have got hold of the bomb somehow, or exploded it in Dr. Sitruk's laboratory." Ybor didn't bother to tell him that it didn't matter where the bomb was exploded. He was too busy trying to prevent its exploding here. At last he had the fuse out. He motioned Solrak to open the bomb bay. When the folding doors dropped open, he let the fuse fall between them. "Got its teeth pulled," he said, "and we'll soon empty the thing." He released the clamps and pulled the hemispheres apart. He took a chisel from the toolkit and punched a hole in each of the cadmium cans in succession, letting the powder drift out. It would fall, spread, and never be noticed by those who would now go on living. They would live because the war would end before Dr. Sitruk could construct another bomb. Ybor lifted eyes that were moist. "I guess that's it," he said. "Where are we going?" "We'll parachute out and let this plane crash when we sight our ship some 50 miles at sea. We'll report for orders now. This mission's accomplished." The Vale of Astellar. Thrilling Wonder Stories, Spring. By Leigh Brackett, 1915 to 1978. The vivid stories of Leigh Brackett first reached the science fiction magazines in 1940, and she soon became a regular contributor to the genre, particularly in the pages of Planet Stories and Thrilling Wonder Stories. Many of her best works were novella-length and therefore infrequently reprinted, but a collection of her finest short fiction is available as The Best of Leigh Brackett, edited by her late husband, Edmund Hamilton. The Vale of Astellar is a haunting story of love and the price of love, whose protagonist, according to Ed Hamilton, was probably modeled after Humphrey Bogart. So much depends upon timing. When the movie actor James Dean died, he got 2 obscure inches somewhere in the newspaper interior. After his death, a couple of pictures came out posthumously, and he became a national craze. Could he have come back to life and died again 2 years later, he would have gotten the complete Elvis Presley treatment. Similarly, when Leigh Brackett was writing science fiction in the 40s, she was published only in the minor magazines such as Planet and Thrilling Wonder. Her reputation grew, however, and by the time she was a star of acknowledged first magnitude, she was writing for Hollywood. Could her stories of the 40s have been written in the 60s instead, the best magazines in the field would have clawed at each other for the privilege of publishing them. I.A. Forward. A little over a year ago, solar arbitrary time, a message rocket dropped into the receiving chute at the Interworld Space Authority headquarters on Mars. In it was a manuscript, telling a story so strange and terrible that it was difficult to believe that any sane human being could have been guilty of such crimes. However, through a year of careful investigation, the story has been authenticated beyond doubt, and now the ISA has authorized its release to the public, just exactly as it was taken from the battered rocket. The Vale, the light that came from nowhere to swallow ships, has disappeared. Spacemen all over the solar system, tramp traders and captains of luxury liners alike, have welcomed this knowledge as only men can who have lived in constant peril. The Vale is gone, and with it some of the crushing terror of the alien beyond. We know its full name now, the Vale of Astellar. We know the place of its origin, a world outlawed from space and time. We know the reason for its being. Through this story, written in the agony of one man's soul, we know these things, and we know the manner of the Vale's destruction. 1. Corpse at the Canal. There had been a brawl at Madame Cannes on the Jakara-Low Canal. Some little Martian glory-holer had gotten too high on Thill, and pretty soon the spiked knuckle dusters they use around there began to flash, and the little Martian had pulled his last feed valve. They threw what was left of him out onto the stones of the embankment almost at my feet. I suppose that was why I stopped, because I had to or trip over him, and then I stared. The thin red sunlight came down out of a clear green sky. Red sand whispered in the desert beyond the city walls, and red-brown water ran slow and sullen in the canal. The Martian lay twisted over on his back, with his torn throat spilling the reddest red of all across the dirty stones. He was dead. He had green eyes, wide open, and he was dead. I stood by him, I don't know how long. There wasn't any time. No sunlight shimmered now, no sense of people passing, no sound, nothing. Nothing but his dead face looking up at me, green-eyed, with his lips pulled back off his white teeth. I didn't know him. Alive, he was just another Martian snipe. Dead, he was just meat. Dead, the Martian trash. No time, just a dead man's face, smiling. And then something touched me. Thought. A sudden bursting flame of it hit my mind, drawing it back like a magnet drawing heavy steel. Somebody's thought, directed at me. A raw, sick horror, a fear, and a compassion so deep it shook my heart. One clear, sharp thrust of word images came to me now. "He looks like Lucifer crying for heaven," the message said. "His eyes, oh, dark angel, his eyes." I shut those eyes. Sweat broke cold on me. I swayed, and then I made the world come back into focus again. Sunlight, sand, noise and stench and people crowding, the thunder of rockets from the spaceport 2 Mars miles away, all in focus. I looked up and saw the girl. She was standing just beyond the dead man, almost touching him. There was a young fellow with her. I saw him vaguely, but he didn't matter then. Nothing mattered but the girl. She was wearing a blue dress, and she was staring at me with a smoke-gray gaze out of a face as white as stripped bone. The sunlight and the noise and people went away again, leaving me alone with her. I felt the locket burn me under my spaceman's black, and my heart seemed to stop beating. "Missy," I said. "Missy." "Like Lucifer, but Lucifer turned saint," her mind was saying. I laughed of a sudden, short and harsh. The world came back in place and stayed there, and so did I. "Missy. Missy, bosh. Missy's been dead a long, long time." It was the red hair that fooled me. The same dark red hair, straight and heavy as a horse's tail, coiled on her white neck, and her smoke-gray eyes. Something, too, about her freckles and the way her mouth pulled up on one side as though it couldn't stop smiling. Otherwise, she didn't look much like Missy. She was taller and bonier. Life had kicked her around some, and she showed it. Missy never had worn that tired, grim look. I don't know whether she had developed a tough, unbreakable character like the girl before me, either. I couldn't read minds then. This girl, looking at me, had a lot in her mind that she wouldn't want known. I didn't like the idea of her catching me in a rare off moment. "What do you babies think you're doing here?" I said. The young man answered me. He was a lot like her, plain, simple, a lot tougher inside than he looked. A kid who had learned how to take punishment and go on fighting. He was sick now and angry and a little scared. "We thought in broad daylight it would be safe," he answered. "Day or night, it's all the same to this hole. I'd get out." Without moving, the girl was still looking at me, not even realizing that she was doing it. "White hair," she was thinking. "But he isn't old. Not much older than Brad, in spite of the lines. Suffering, not age." "You're off the Queen of Jupiter, aren't you?" I asked them. I knew they were. The Queen was the only passenger tub in Jakara then. I was interested only because she looked like Missy. But Missy had been dead a long time. The young man she thought of as Brad spoke. "Yes," he said. "We're going out to Jupiter, to the colonies." He pulled at the girl gently. "Come on, Virgie. We'd better go back to the ship." I was sweating and cold, colder than the corpse at my feet. I laughed, but not loud. "Yes," I said. "Get back to the ship where it's safe." The girl hadn't stirred, hadn't taken her eyes off me. Still afraid, not so compassionate now, but still with her mind on me. "His eyes burn," she was thinking. "What color are they?" "No color, really. Just dark and cold and burning. They've looked into horror and heaven." I let her look into them. She flushed after a while, and I smiled. She was angry, but she couldn't look away, and I held her, smiling, until the young man pulled her again, not so gently. "Come on, Virgie!" She broke free from me then, turning with an angular, coltish grace. My stomach felt like somebody stabbed it suddenly. The way she held her head. She looked back at me, sullenly, not wanting to. "You remind me of someone," she said. "Are you from the Queen of Jupiter, too?" Her voice was like Missy's. Deeper, maybe, throatier, but enough like it. "Yeah. Spaceman, first class." "Then maybe that's where I noticed you." She turned the wedding ring on her finger, not thinking about it, and frowned. "What's your name?" Goat, I said. J. Goat. J. Goat, she repeated. What an odd name. But it's not unusual. I wonder why it interests me so much. Come on, Virgie, Brad said crossly. I didn't give her any help. I looked at her until she flushed crimson and turned away. I read her thoughts. They were worth reading. She and Brad went off toward the spaceport, walking close together, back to the Queen of Jupiter, and I stumbled over the dead Martian at my feet. The pinched grayness had crawled in over his face. His green eyes were glazed and already sunken, and his blood was turning dark on the stones. Just another corpse. I laughed. I put my black boot under the twist of his back and pushed him off into the sullen red-brown water, and I laughed because my own blood was still hot and beating in me so hard it hurt. He was dead, so I let him go. I smiled at the splash and the fading ripples. She was wrong, I thought. It isn't J. It's just plain J. Goat. J for Judas. There were about 10 Mars hours to kill before the Queen blasted off. I had a good run at the Getak tables and Madame Cannes. She found me some special desert cactus brandy and a Venusian girl with a hide like polished emerald and golden eyes. She danced for me, and she knew how. It wasn't a bad 10 hours for a Jakara dive. Missy, the dead Martian, and the girl named Virgie went down in my subconscious where they belonged, and didn't leave even a ripple. Things like that are like the pain of an old wound when you twist it. They get you for a minute, but they don't last. They aren't important anymore. Things can change. You planet-bound people build your 4 little walls of thought and roof them in with convention, and you think there's nothing else. But space is big, and there are other worlds and other ways. You can learn them. Even you. Try it and see. I finished the fiery green brandy. I filled the hollow between the Venusian dancer's emerald breasts with Martian silver and kissed her, and went away with a faint taste of fish on my lips, back toward the spaceport. I walked. It was night, with the thin, cold wind rustling the sand and the low moon spilling silver and wild black shadows across the dunes. I could see my aura glowing, pale gold against the silver. I felt swell. The only thing I thought about concerning the Queen of Jupiter was that pretty soon my job would be finished and I'd be paid. I stretched with the pleasure you wouldn't know anything about, and it was a wonderful thing to be alive. It was lonely out there on the moon-swept desert a mile from the spaceport, when Gallery stepped out from behind a ruined tower that might have been a lighthouse once, when the desert was a sea. Gallery was King Snipe of the Glory Hole. He was black Irish and moderately drunk, and his extrasensory perception was quivering in him like a sensitive diaphragm. I knew he could see my aura. Very faintly, and not with his eyes, but enough. I knew he had seen it the first time he met me, when I signed aboard the Queen of Jupiter on Venus. You meet them like that occasionally, Celts especially, and Romanes, both Earth and Martian, and a couple of tribes of Venusians. Extrasensory perception is born into them. Mostly it's crude, but it can get in your way. It was in my way now. Gallery had 4 inches on me and about 30 pounds, and the whiskey he'd drunk was just enough to make him fast, mean, and dangerous. His fists were large. "You ain't human," he said softly. He was smiling. He might have been making love to me with his smile and his beautiful soft voice. The sweat on his face made it look like polished wood in the moonlight. "No, Gallery," I said. "Not any more. Not for a long time." He swayed slightly over his flexed knees. I could see his eyes. The blueness was washed out of them by the moonlight. There was only fear left, hard and shining. His voice was still soft, still singing. "What are you, then? And what will you be wanting with the ship?" "Nothing with the ship, Gallery. Only with the people on her. As to what I am, what difference does it make?" "None," said Gallery. "None. Because I'm going to kill you, now." I laughed, not making any sound. He nodded his black head slowly. "Show me your teeth, if you will. You'll be showing them to the desert sky soon, out of a picked skull." He opened his hands. The racing moonlight showed me a silver crucifix in each of his palms. "No, Gallery," I said softly. "Maybe you could call me a vampire, but I'm not that kind." He closed his hands again over the crosses and started forward, one slow step at a time. I could hear his boots in the blowing sand. I didn't move. "You can't kill me, Gallery." He didn't stop. He didn't speak. The sweat was trickling down his skin. He was afraid, but he didn't stop. "You'll die here, Gallery, without a priest." He didn't stop. "Go on to the town, Gallery. Hide there till the Queen's gone. You'll be safe. Do you love the others enough to die for them?" He stopped then. He frowned like a puzzled kid. It was a new thought. I got the answer before he said it. "What does love have to do with it? They're people." He came on again, and I opened my eyes wide. "Gallery," I said. He was close. Close enough so I could smell the raw whiskey on his breath. I looked up into his face. I caught his eyes and held them, and he stopped slowly, dragging his feet as though all of a sudden there were weights on them. I held his eyes. I could hear his thoughts. They were the same. They're always the same. He raised his fists up, too slowly, as though he might be lifting a man's weight on each of them. His lips drew back. I could see the wet shine of his teeth and hear the labored breath go between them, hoarse and rough. I smiled at him and held his eyes with mine. He went down to his knees, inch by inch, fighting me, but down. A big man with sweat on his face and blue eyes that couldn't look away. His hands opened. The silver crosses fell out and lay there glittering on the sand. His head went back. The cords roped out in his neck and jerked, and then suddenly he fell over on his side and lay still. "My heart," he whispered. "You've stopped it." That's the only way. What they feel about us is instinct, and even psychosurgery won't touch that. Besides, there's never time. He couldn't breathe now. He couldn't speak, but I heard his thoughts. I picked the crucifixes out of the sand and folded his fingers over them. He managed to turn his head a little and look at me. He tried to speak, but again it was his thought I answered. "Into the Vale, Gallery," I whispered. "That's where I'm leading the Queen." I saw his eyes widen and fix. The last thought he had was, well, never mind that. I dragged him back into the ruined tower where no one would be likely to find him for a long time, and started on again for the spaceport. And then I stopped. He'd dropped the crosses again. They were lying in the path with the moonlight on them, and I picked them up, thinking I'd throw them out into the blowing sand where they wouldn't be seen. I didn't. I stood holding them. They didn't burn my flesh. I laughed. Yeah, I laughed, but I couldn't look at them. I went back in the tower and stretched Gallery on his back with his hands crossed on his chest and closed his eyes. I laid a crucifix on each of his eyelids and went out, this time for good. Sharina said once that you could never understand a human mind completely, no matter how well you knew it. That's where the suffering comes in. You feel fine, everything's beautiful, and then all of a sudden a trap door comes open somewhere in your brain and you remember. Not often, and you learn to kick them shut fast. But even so, Flack is the only one of us that still has dark hair, and he never had a soul to begin with. Well, I kicked the door shut on Gallery and his crosses, and half an hour later the Queen of Jupiter blasted off for the Jovian colonies, and a landing she was never going to make. 2. Voyage into Doom. Nothing happened until we hit the outer fringe of the asteroid belt. I'd kept watch on the minds of my crewmates, and I knew Gallery hadn't mentioned me to anyone else. You don't go around telling people that the guy in the next bunk gives off a yellow glow and isn't human, unless you want to wind up in a straitjacket. Especially when such things are something you sense but can't see, like electricity. When we came into the danger zone inside the belt, they set the precautionary watches at the emergency locks on the passenger decks, and I was assigned to one of them. I went up to take my station. Just at the top of the companionway, I felt the first faint reaction of my skin, and my aura began to pulse and brighten. I went on to the number 2 lock and sat down. I hadn't been on the passenger deck before. The Queen of Jupiter was an old tub from the triangle trade, refitted for deep space hauling. She held together, and that's all. She was carrying a heavy cargo of food, seed, clothing, and farm supplies, and about 500 families trying for a fresh start in the Jovian colonies. I remembered the first time I saw Jupiter, the first time any man from Earth ever saw Jupiter. That was long ago. Now the deck was jammed. Men, women, kids, mattresses, bags, bundles, and what have you. Martians, Venusians, Terrans, all piled in together, making a howling racket and smelling very high in the combined heat of the sun and the press of bodies. My skin was tingling and beginning to crawl. My aura was brighter. I saw the girl. The girl named Virgie with her thick red hair and her colt's way of moving. She and her husband were minding a wiry, green-eyed Martian baby while its mother tried to sleep, and they were both thinking the same thing. Maybe someday, when things are better, we'll have one of our own. I remember thinking that Missy would have looked like that, holding our kid, if we'd ever had one. My aura pulsed and glowed. I watched the little worlds flash by, still far ahead of the ship, all sizes, from pebbles to habitable planetoids, glittering in the raw sunlight and black as space on their shadow sides. People crowded up around the ports, and I got to looking at one old man standing almost beside me. He had space stamped all over him, in the way he carried his lean frame and the lines in his leathery face, and the hungry hound look of his eyes watching the belt. An old rocket hustler who had done plenty in his day and remembered it all. And then Virgie came up. Of all the women on deck, it had to be Virgie. Brad was with her, and she was still holding the baby. She had her back to me, looking out. "It's wonderful," she said softly. "Oh, Brad, just look at it." "Wonderful and deadly," the old spaceman said to himself. He looked around and smiled at Virgie. "Your first trip out?" "Yes, for both of us. I suppose we're very starry-eyed about it, but it's strange." She made a little helpless gesture. "I know. There aren't any words for it." He turned back to the port. His voice and his face were blank, but I could read his mind. "I used to kick the supply ships through to the first settlement 50 years ago," he said. "There were 10 of us doing that. I'm the only one left." "The belt was dangerous then, before they got the Rosson deflectors," Brad said. "The belt," said the old man softly, "only got 3 of them." Virgie lifted her red head. "Then what—" The old man didn't hear her. His thoughts were way off. "6 of the best men in space, and then 11 years ago my son," he said to no one. A woman standing beside him turned her head. I saw the wide, raw shine of terror in her eyes, and the sudden stiffness of her lips. "The veil?" she whispered. "That's what you mean, isn't it? The veil?" The old man tried to shut her up, but Virgie broke in. "What about the veil?" she asked. "I've heard of it vaguely. What is it?" The Martian baby was absorbed in a silver chain she wore around her neck. I remember thinking it looked familiar. Probably she'd had it on the first time I saw her. My aura glowed, a hot, bright gold. The woman's voice, answering, had an eerie quality of distance in it, like an echo. She was staring out of the port now. "Nobody knows," she said. "It can't be found or traced or tested at all. My brother is a spaceman. He saw it once from a great distance, reaching from nowhere to swallow a ship. A veil of light. It faded and the ship was gone. My brother saw it out here, close to the belt." "There's no more reason to expect it here than anywhere," the old spaceman said roughly. "It's taken ships as far in as Earth's orbit. There's no reason to be afraid." My aura burned around me like a cloud of golden light, and my skin was alive with the subtle current. The green-eyed Martian baby yanked the silver chain suddenly and crowed, holding its hands high. The thing on the end of the chain, that had been hidden under Virgie's dress, spun slowly round and drew my eyes and held them. I must have made some sound, because Virgie looked around and saw me. I don't know what she thought. I didn't know anything for a long time, except that I was cold, as though some of the dead, black space outside had come in through the port somehow and touched me. The shiny thing spun on the end of the silver chain, and the green-eyed baby watched it, and I watched it. After that there was darkness, with me standing in the middle of it quite still, and cold, cold, cold. Virgie's voice came through the darkness, calm, casual, as though none of it mattered at all. "I've remembered who it is you made me think of, Mr. Goat," she said. "I'm afraid I was rather rude that day on Mars, but the resemblance puzzled me. Look." A white object came into my shell of ice and blackness. It was a strong white hand, reddened across the knuckles with work, holding something in the palm, something that burned with the clear, terrible light of its own. Her voice went on, so very quietly. "This locket, Mr. Goat, it's ancient. Over 300 years old. It belonged to an ancestor of mine, and the family has kept it ever since. It's rather a lovely story. She married a young spaceman. In those days, of course, spaceflight was still new and dangerous, and this young man loved it as much as he did his wife. His name was Stephen Vance. That's his picture, That's why I thought I had seen you somewhere before, and why I asked your name. I think the resemblance is quite striking, don't you?" "Yes," I said. "Yes, it is." "The girl is his wife, and of course the original owner of the locket. He called her Missy. It's engraved on the back of the locket. Anyway, he had a chance to make the first flight from Mars to Jupiter, and Missy knew how much it meant to him. She knew that something of him would die if he didn't go, and so she let him. He didn't know how soon the baby they'd both wanted so much would arrive, for she didn't tell him that, because she knew he wouldn't go if she did. So Stephen had 2 lockets made, this one and another just like it. He told her they'd make a link between them, he and Missy, that nothing could break. Sometime, somehow, he'd come back to her, no matter what happened. Then he went to Jupiter. He died there. His ship was never found. But Missy went on wearing the locket and praying, and when she died she gave it to her daughter. It grew into a sort of family tradition. That's why I have it now." Her voice trailed off drowsily, with a faint note of surprise. Her hand and the locket went away, and there was a great stillness all around me, a great peace. I brought my arms up across my face. I stiffened, and I tried to say something, words I used to say a long, long time ago. They wouldn't come. They won't when you go into the beyond place. I took my hands away, and I could see again. I didn't touch the locket around my neck. I could feel it against my breast, like the cold of space searing me. Virgie lay at my feet. She still held the baby in the bend of one arm. Its round brown face was turned to hers, smiling a little. Brad lay beside them, with one arm flung across them both. The locket lay on the gentle curve of Virgie's breast, face up, still open, rising and falling slowly to the lift of her breathing. They don't suffer, remember that. They don't suffer. They don't even know. They sleep, and their dreams are happy. Remember, please, not one of them has suffered, or been afraid. I stood alone in that silent ship. There were no stars beyond the port now, no little worlds riding the belt. There was only a veil of light wrapped close around the ship, a soft web of green and purple and gold and blue, spun on a shimmering gray woof that was no color at all, and held there with threads of scarlet. There was the familiar dimming of the electrics inside the ship. The people slept on the broad deck. I could hear their breathing, soft and slow and peaceful. My aura burned like a golden cloud around me, and inside it my body beat and pulsed with life. I looked down at the locket, at Missy's face. If you'd told me... Oh, Missy, if you'd only told me, I could have saved you. Virgie's red hair, dark and straight and heavy in her white neck. Virgie's smoke-gray eyes, half open and dreaming. Missy's hair. Missy's eyes. Mine. Part of my flesh, part of my bone, part of my blood, part of the life that still beat and pulsed inside me. 300 years. Oh, if I could only pray, I thought. I knelt down beside her. I put out my hand. The golden light came out of the flesh and veiled her face. I took my hand away and got up slowly, more slowly than Gallery fell when he died. The shimmer of the veil was all through the ship now, in the air, in every atom of its wood and metal. I moved in it, a shining golden thing, alive and young, in a silent, sleeping world. 300 years, and Missy was dead, and now the locket had brought her back. Did Judas feel like this when the rope tore the life out of him? But Judas died. I walked in silence, wrapped in my golden cloud, and my heartbeat shook me like the blows of a man's fist. A strong heart, a young, strong heart. The ship swerved slowly, drawn out of its arc of free fall toward Jupiter. The auxiliaries had not been cut in yet for the belt. The veil just closed around the hull and drew it easily. It's just an application of willpower. Teleportation, the strength of mind and thought amplified by the X-crystals and directed like a radio beam. The release of energy between the force of thought and the force of gravity causes the light, the visible thing that spacemen call the veil. The hypnotic sleep impulse is sent the same way, through the X-crystals on Astellar. Sharina says it's a simple thing, a child's trick in its own space-time matrix. All it requires is a focal point to guide it, a special vibration it can follow like a torch in the void, such as the aura around flesh, human or not, that has bathed in the cloud. A Judas goat, to lead the sheep to slaughter. I walked in my golden light. The pleasure of subtle energies pricked and flared across my skin. I was going home, and Missy was still alive. 300 years, and she was still alive. Her blood and mine, alive together in a girl named Virgie. And I was taking her to Astellar, the world its own dimension didn't want. I guess it was the stopping of the current across my skin that roused me half an eternity later. My aura had paled to its normal faintness. I heard the faint grating ring of metal on stone, and I knew the Queen of Jupiter had made her last landing. I was home. I was sitting on the edge of my own bunk. I didn't know how I got there. I was holding my head on my clenched fists, and when I opened them, my own locket fell out. There was blood on my palms. I got up and walked through the silence, through the hard, impersonal glare of the electrics, to the nearest airlock and went out. The Queen of Jupiter lay in a rounded cradle of rock, worn smooth. Back at the top of the chute, the space doors were closed, and the last echo of the air pumps was dying away against the low roof of the cavern. The rock is a pale, translucent green, carved and polished into beauty that stabs you breathless, no matter how many times you see it. Astellar is a little world, only about half the size of Vesta. Outside it's nothing but black slag, without even a trace of mineral to attract a tramp miner. When they want to, they can bend the light around it so that the finest spacescope can't find it, and the same thought force that makes the veil can move Astellar where they wish it to go. Since traffic through the belt has grown fairly heavy, they haven't moved it much. They haven't had to. I went across the cavern in the pale green light. There's a wide ramp that goes up from the floor like the sweep of an angel's wing. Flack was waiting for me near the foot of it, outlined in the faint gold of his aura. "Hi, Steve," he said, and looked at the Queen of Jupiter with his queer gray eyes. His hair was as black as mine used to be, his skin space-burned, dark and leathery. His eyes looked out of the darkness like pale spots of moonlight, faintly luminous and without a soul. I knew Flack before he became one of us, and I thought then that he was less human than the Astellarians. "A good haul this time, Steve?" he asked. "Yeah." I tried to get past him. He caught my arm. "Hey, what's eating you?" he said. "Nothing." I shook him off. He smiled and stepped in front of me. A big man, as big as Gallery and a lot tougher, with a mind that could meet mine on an equal footing. "Don't give me that, Stevie. Something's— Hey!" He pushed my chin up suddenly, and his pale eyes glowed and narrowed. "What's this?" he said. "Tears?" He stared at me a minute, slack-jawed, and then he began to laugh. I hit him. 3. Wages of Evil. Flack went sprawling backward onto the loosened stone. I went by him up the curve of the ramp. I went fast, but it was already too late. The airlocks of the Queen of Jupiter opened behind me. I stopped. I stopped the way Gallery did in the blowing Martian sand, slowly, dragging weights on my feet. I didn't want to. I didn't want to turn around, but there was nothing I could do about it. My body turned by itself. Flack was on his feet again, leaning up against the carved green wall, looking at me. Blood ran out over his lip and down his chin. He got out a handkerchief and held it over his mouth, and his eyes never left me, pale and still and glowing. The golden aura made a halo round his dark head like the painting of a saint. Beyond him the locks of the ship were open, and the people were coming out. In their niche on the 4th level of Astellar, the X-crystals were pulsing from pale gray to a black as endless and alien as the coal sack. Behind them was a mind, kindly and gentle, thinking, and the human cargo of the Queen heard its thoughts. They came out of the locks, walking steadily but without haste. They formed into a loose column and came across the green translucent floor of the cavern and up the ramp. Walking easily, their breathing deep and quiet, their eyes half open and full of dreams. Up the long sweeping ribbon of pale green stone, past Flack, past me, and into the hall beyond. They didn't see anything but their dreams. They smiled a little. They were happy and not afraid. Virgie still carried the baby, drowsing in her arms, and Brad was still beside her. The locket had turned with her movements, hiding the pictures, showing me only its silver back. I watched them go. The hall beyond the ramp was gem-cut from milky crystal, and inlaid with metals that came from another dimension, radioactive metals that filled the crystal walls and the air between them with softened, misty fire. They went slowly into the veil of mist and fire and were gone. Flack spoke softly. "Steve." I turned back toward the sound of his voice. There was a strange blur over everything, but I could see the yellow glow of his aura, the dark strength of him outlined against the pale green rock. He hadn't moved. He hadn't taken his cold, light eyes away from me. I had left my mind naked, unguarded, and I knew before he spoke that Flack had read it. He spoke through his bruised lips. "You're thinking you won't go into the cloud again because of that girl," he whispered. "You're thinking there must be some way to save her. But there isn't, and you wouldn't save her if you could. And you'll go into the cloud again, Stevie. 12 hours from now, when it's time, you'll walk into the cloud with the rest of us. And do you know why?" His voice grew soft as the touch of a dove, with the sound of laughter under it. "Because you're afraid to die, Stevie, just like the rest of us. Even me, Flack, the guy that never had a soul. I never believed in any god but myself, and I love life. But sometimes I look at a corpse lying in the street of some human sinkhole and curse it with all my heart, because it didn't have to be afraid. You'll go into the cloud, because the cloud is all that keeps you alive. And you won't care about the red-haired girl, Stevie. You wouldn't care if it was Missy herself giving her life to you, because you're afraid. We're not human any longer, Steve. We've gone beyond. We've sinned. Sins there aren't even any names for in this dimension. And no matter what we believe in or deny, we're afraid. Afraid to die, Stevie, all of us. Afraid to die." His words frightened me. I couldn't forget them. I was remembering them even when I saw Sharina. "I've found a new dimension, Stevie," Sharina said lazily. "A little one between the 8th and 9th. It's so little we missed it before. We'll explore it after the cloud." She led me in our favorite room. It was cut from a crystal so black and deep that it was like being in outer space, and if you looked long enough you could see strange nebulae, far off, and galaxies that never were except in dreams. "How long before it's time?" I asked her. "An hour, perhaps less. Poor Stevie. It'll be over soon, and you'll forget." Her mind touched mine gently, with an intimate sweetness and comfort far beyond the touch of hands. She'd been doing that for hours, soothing the fever and the pain out of my thoughts. I lay without moving, sprawled on a couch so soft it was like a cloud. I could see the glow and shimmer of Sharina against the darkness without turning my head. I don't know how to describe Sharina. Physically, she was close enough to humanity. The differences in structure were more subtle than mere shape. They were right and exotic and beautiful in a way there aren't any words for. She and her race had no need of clothing. Their lazy, sinuous bodies had a fleecy covering that wasn't fur or feathers or tendrils, but something of all three. They had no true color. They changed according to light, in an endless spectrum of loveliness that went far beyond the range you humans know. Now, in the dark, Sharina's aura glowed like warm pearl. I could see her face, faintly, the queer, peaked triangular bones covered with skin softer than a hummingbird's breast, the dead black, bottomless eyes, the crest of delicate antennae tipped with tiny balls of light like diamonds burning under gauze. Her thoughts clung around me gently. "There's no need to worry, Stevie," she was thinking. "The girl will go last. It's all arranged. You will enter the cloud first of all, and there won't be the smallest vibration of her to touch you." "But she'll touch somebody, Sharina," I groaned, "and it makes it all different somehow, even with the others. Time doesn't seem to mean much. She's like my own kid." Sharina answered aloud, patiently. "But she isn't. Your daughter was born 300 years ago. 300 years, that is, for your body. For you there isn't any reckoning. Time is different in every dimension. We've spent 1,000 years in some of them, and more than that." Yes, I could remember those alien years. Dimensional walls are no barrier to thought. You lie under the X crystals and watch them pulse from mist-gray to depthless black. Your mind is sucked out of you and projected along a tight beam of carefully planned vibration, and presently you're in another space, another time. You can take over any body that pleases you for as long as you want. You can go between planets, between suns, between galaxies just by thinking about it. You can see things, do things, taste experiences that all the languages of our space-time continuum put together have no words for. Sharina and I had done a lot of wandering, a lot of seeing, and a lot of tasting, and the interlocking universes are infinite. I can't help worrying, Sharina, I told her. I don't want to feel like this, but I can't help it. Right now I'm human, just plain Steve Vance of Beverly Hills, California, on the planet Earth. I can't bear my memories. My throat closed up. I was sick and covered with cold sweat, and closer to going crazy than ever before in all my Satan knows how many years. Sharina's voice came through the darkness. It was like a bird call, a flute, a ripple of water over stones, and like nothing that any of you ever heard or ever will hear. "Stevie," she said, "listen to me. You're not human anymore. You haven't been human since the first time you walked in the cloud. You have no more contact with those people than they have with the beasts they raise for slaughter." "But I can't help remembering." "All right, remember then. Remember how from birth you were different from other men, how you had to go on and out, to see things no man had ever seen before, to fight space itself with your heart and your ship and your 2 hands. I could recall it. The first man to dare the belt, the first man to see Jupiter blazing in his swarm of moons. That's why when we caught you in the Vale and brought you to Astellar, we saved you from the cloud. You had something rare, a strength, a sweep of vision and desire. You could give us something we wanted, an easier contact with human ships. And in return we gave you life and freedom." She paused and added softly, "And myself, Stevie." "Sharina!" A lot of things met and mingled in our thoughts. Emotions born of alien bodies we had shared. Memories of battle and beauty, of terror and love, under suns that never burned afterward, even in one's dreams. I can't explain it. There aren't any words. "Sharina, help me!" Sharina's mind cradled mine like a mother's arms. "You weren't to blame in the beginning, Stevie. We did it to you under hypnosis, so that your brain could assimilate the change gradually, without shock. I led you myself into our world, like someone leading a child, and when you were finally freed, much time had passed. You had gone beyond humanity, far beyond. I could have stopped. I could have refused to go into the cloud again, when I knew what it was. I could have refused to be a Judas goat, leading the sheep to slaughter. Then why didn't you?" "Because I had what I wanted," I said slowly. "What I'd always wanted and never had a name for. Power and freedom such as no man ever had. I liked having it. When I thought about you and the things we could do together, and the things I could do alone, I'd have led the whole solar system into the Vale and be hanged to it." I drew a harsh, tight breath and wiped the sweat from my palms. "And besides, I didn't feel human any longer. I wouldn't hurt them any more than I'd have mistreated a dog when I was still a man. But I didn't belong to them any more." "Then why is it different now?" "I don't know. It just is. When I think of Virgie going under the crystals and me walking in the cloud, it's too much." "You've seen their bodies afterward," Sharina said gently. "Not one atom is touched or changed, and they smile. There's no easier or kinder death in creation." "I know," I said. "I know, but Virgie is my own." She'd walk under the X-crystal smiling, with her red hair dark and shining and her smoke-gray eyes half open and full of dreams. She'd still have the baby in her arms, and Brad would walk beside her. And the X-crystals would pulse and burn with black, strange fires, and she would lie down, still smiling, and that would be all. All forever, for Virgie and Brad and the green-eyed Martian baby. But the life that had been in their bodies, the force that no man has a name for, that makes the breath and blood and heat of living flesh, the ultimate vibration of the human soul, that life force would rise up from the crystals, up into the chamber of the cloud. And Sharina and Sharina's people, and the 4 other men like me that weren't human any longer, would walk in it so that we could live. It hadn't really hit me before. It doesn't. You think of it at first, but it doesn't mean anything. There's no semantic referent for soul or ego or life force. You don't see anything. You don't have any contact with the dead. You don't even think much of death. All you know is you walk into a radiant cloud, and you feel like a god, and you don't think of the human side of it because you aren't human any longer.
No wonder they threw you out of your own dimension, I cried out. Sharina sighed. They called us vampires, parasites, sybaritic monsters who lived only for sensation and pleasure. And they cast us into darkness. Well, perhaps they were right. I don't know. But we never hurt or frightened anyone, and when I think of the things they did to their own people in blood and fear and hate, I'm terrified. She rose and came and stood over me, glowing like warm pearl against the space-deep crystal. The tiny tips of diamond fire burned on her antennae, and her eyes were like black stars. I put out my hands to her. She took them, and her touch broke down my control. I was crying suddenly, not making any sound. "Right or wrong, Stevie, you're one of us now," she said gently. "I'm sorry this happened. I would have spared you if you'd let me put your mind to sleep until it was over. But you've got to understand that. You left them, the humans, behind you, and you can never, never go back." After a long time I spoke. "I know. I understand." I felt her sigh and shiver, and then she drew back, still holding my hands. "It's time now, Stevie." I got up slowly, and then I stopped. Sharina caught her breath suddenly. "Steve, my hands! You're hurting me!" I let them go. "Flack," I said, not talking to anybody. He knew my weakness. "At root and base, no matter how much I talk, I'm going into the cloud again because I'm afraid. That's why I'll always go into the cloud when it's time. Because I've sinned so deeply I'm afraid to die." "What is sin?" Sharina whispered. "God knows. God only knows." I brought her bird-soft body into my arms and kissed her, brushing my lips across the shining down of her cheek to her little crimson mouth. There was the faint bitter taste of my tears in the kiss, and then I laughed softly. I pulled the chain and locket from around my neck and dropped them on the floor, and we went out together to the cloud. 4. Curtain of Darkness. We walked through the halls of Astellar like people in the heart of a many-colored jewel, halls of amber and amethyst and cinnabar, of dragon green and gray the color of morning mist, and colors there are no names for in this dimension. The others joined us, coming from the crystal cells where they spent their time. Sharina's people, velvet-eyed and gentle, with their crowns of fire-tipped antennae. They were like a living rainbow in the jewel light of the halls. Flack and myself and the 3 others, only 5 men in all the time Astellar had been in our dimension with the kind of minds Sharina's people wanted, wore our spacemen's black, walking in our golden auras. I saw Flack looking at me, but I didn't meet his eyes. We came finally to the place of the cloud in the center of Astellar. The plain, ebon-colored doors stood open. Beyond them there was a mist like curdled sunshine, motes of pure, bright, gilded radiance, coiling and dancing in a cloud of living light. Sharina took my hand. I knew she wanted to keep me from thinking about the place below, where still through hypnotic command the men and women and children from the Queen of Jupiter were walking under the X-crystals to their last long sleep. I held her tightly, and we stepped through into the cloud. The light closed us in. We walked on something that was not rock, nor anything tangible, but a vibration of force from the X-crystals that held us on a tingling, buoyant web, and the golden, living light clung to us, caressing, spilling over the skin in tiny rippling waves of fire. I was hungry for it. My body stretched, lifting up. I walked on the vibrant web of power under my feet, my head up, the breath stopped in my throat, every separate atom of my flesh rejuvenated, throbbing and blazing and pulsing with life. Life! And then it hit me. I didn't want it to. I thought I had it down for good, where it couldn't bother me any more. I thought I'd made my peace with whatever soul I'd had or lost. I didn't want to think. But I did. It struck me suddenly, like a meteor crashing a ship in space, like the first naked blaze of the sun when you clear the dark-side peaks of Mercury, like death, the ultimate final thing you can't dodge or get around. I knew what that life was and where it came from and how it had changed me. It was Virgie with her blasted red hair and her smoke-gray eyes, and Missy's life in her, and mine. Why did she have to be sent? Why did I have to meet her beside that dead Martian on the Jakara Low Canal? But I had met her. And suddenly I knew. I knew. I don't remember what I did. I must have wrenched loose from Sharina's hand. I felt her startled thought touch my brain, and then it broke away, and I was running through the golden cloud toward the exit beyond, running without control, running at top speed. I think I tried to scream. I don't know. I was clean crazy. But I can remember even then that I sensed somebody running beside me, pacing me through the brilliant blindness of the cloud. I plunged out into the hall beyond. It was blue, like still deep water, and empty. I ran. I didn't want to run. Some sane corner of my mind cried out to Sharina for help, but she couldn't get through the shrieking chaos of the rest of it. I ran, and somebody ran behind me. I didn't turn around. I didn't care. I hardly knew it, but somebody ran behind me on long, fleet legs, down the blue hall and into another one that was all flame color shot with gray, and down that to a curving ramp cut from dark amber that dropped to the level below, the level where the X-crystals were. I rushed down the amber path, bounding like a stag with the hounds close behind, through a crystal silence that threw the sound of my breathing back at me, harsh and tearing. There was a circular place at the bottom of the ramp where 4 hallways met, a place jewel-carved in somber, depthless purple. I came into it, and from 3 of the hall mouths men stepped out to meet me, men with young faces and snow-white hair, and naked bodies burning gold against the purple. I stopped in the center of the floor. I heard bare feet racing on the ramp behind me, and I knew without looking who it was. Flack. He circled and fixed me with his cold, strange eyes, like moonlight in his dark face. Somewhere he had found a blaster. He held it on me. Not on my head or heart, but at my middle. "I thought you might blow your top, Stevie," he said. "So we kind of stood by in case you'd try something." I stood still. I didn't have any feelings. I was beyond that. I was crazy, clean, stark crazy, thinking of time and the crystals pulsing just beyond my reach. "Get out of my way," I warned him. Flack smiled. There was no humor in it. The 3 men moved in a little behind him. They looked at Flack and they looked at me, and they didn't like any of it, but they were afraid. Afraid to die like all of us. Even Flack, who never had a soul. Flack acted like someone being patient with a naughty child. "Will you come back with us, Stevie, or do I blow your insides out here and now?" he asked me. I looked at his cold, queer eyes. "You'd like that." "Yeah." He ran the red tip of his tongue over his swollen lips. "Yeah, but I'm letting you choose." "All right," I said. "All right, I'll choose." I was crazy. I jumped him. I hit him first with my mind. Flack was strong, but I was 50 years older in the cloud than he was, and Sharina had taught me things. I gathered all the force I had and let him have it, and he had to marshal his own thought force to fight it off, so that for a second he couldn't manage the blaster with his conscious mind. Instinctive reflex sent a crimson stream of deadly power smoking past me when I dived in low. It seared my skin, but that was all. We fell, threshing on the purple stone. Flack was strong. He was bigger than I, and heavier, and viciously mean. He beat most of the sense out of me, but I had caught his gun wrist and wouldn't let go. The 3 others took their golden auras back a little toward the hall mouths, afraid the blaster might let off and hit them. They thought Flack could handle me, and they were afraid, so they drew back and used their minds on me, trying to hammer me down. I don't know yet why they couldn't. I guess it was because of a lot of things. Sharina's teaching, my greater age, and the fact that I wasn't thinking consciously of anything. I was just a thing that had started someplace and was going through. Sometimes I wish they had broken me. Sometimes I wish Flack had burned me down on the purple stone. I shook off their thought blows. I took the pounding of Flack's big fist and the savaging of his feet and knees, and put all my strength into bending his arm. I yanked it away from me, and up and around where I wanted it. I got it there. He made his last play. He broke his heart on it, and it didn't do him any good. I saw his eyes stretched wide in his dark face. I can still see them. I got my finger past his and pressed the firing stud. I got up and walked across the floor, carrying the blaster. The 3 others spread out, warily ringing me. Naked men glowing gold against the purple stone, their eyes hard, animal bright with fear. I blasted one through the head, just as his muscles tensed for the leap. The others came in fast. They knocked me down, and time was passing, and the people walking slowly under the crystals with dreams in their eyes. I kicked one man under the jaw and broke his neck, and the other tried to take the gun away. I had just come from the cloud, and he hadn't. I was strong with the life that pulsed up from the X-crystals. I forced his arms back and pressed the stud again, trying not to see his eyes. And these were my friends, men I drank and laughed with, and went with sometimes to worlds beyond this universe. I went on down a hall the color of a Martian dawn. I was empty. I didn't feel or think. There was a pain a long way off, and blood in my mouth, but such things didn't matter. I came to the place where the crystals were and stopped. A lot of them had walked under the crystals. Almost half of the 500 families from the Queen of Jupiter. They lay still on the black floor, and there was plenty of room. They didn't crowd the others coming after them, a slow, quiet stream of human beings with dreams in their eyes. The crystals hung in a wide circle, tilting slightly inward. They pulsed with a blackness that was beyond mere dark, a negative thing as blazing and tangible as sunlight. The angle of tilt and the tuning of the facets against one another made the difference in the result, whether projecting the veil or motive power or hypnosis, or serving as a gateway to another time and space, or sucking the power of life from human bodies. I could see the pale shimmer of force in the center, a sort of vortex between the limitless, burning, black facets that rose from the quiet bodies to the chamber of the cloud above. I could see the faces of the dead. They were still smiling. The controls were on the other side. I ran. I was dead inside, as dead as the corpses on the floor, but I ran. I remember thinking it was funny to run when you were dead. I kept on the outside of the crystals and ran with all my strength to the controls. I saw Virgie. She was way back in the procession, and she was just as I knew she'd be, with Brad beside her and the green-eyed baby still in her arms asleep. Virgie, with her gleaming red hair and Missy's eyes. I grabbed the controls and wrenched them over, and the shimmering vortex disappeared. I spun the great hexagonal wheel and notched it for full power hypnosis, and ran out onto the floor among the dead. I told the living what to do. I didn't waken them. They turned and went back the way they came, back toward the Queen of Jupiter, running hard and still smiling, still not afraid. I went back to the wheel and turned it again, to a notch marked in their danger color, and then I followed the last of the humans into the hall. At the doorway, I turned and raised my blaster. I saw Sharina standing under the radiant blackness of the crystals halfway around the curving wall. I felt her mind touch mine, and then drew back, slowly, the way you take your hand away from someone you loved that has just died. I looked at her eyes. I had to. Why did I do what I did? What did I care about red hair and smoke-gray eyes and the 300-year diluted blood of a girl named Missy? I wasn't human any longer. What did I care? We were apart, Sharina and I. We had gone away from each other, and we couldn't touch even to say goodbye. I caught a faint echo of her thought. Oh, Stevie, there were still so many things to do. Her great luminous black eyes shining with tears, her jewel-tipped antennae dulled and drooping. And yet I knew what she was going to do. I couldn't see the crystal suddenly. I couldn't see anything. I knew there was never going to be anything I wanted to see again. I raised the blaster and fired it full power into one of the hanging crystals, and then I ran. I felt the bolt of Sharina's lethal thought strike my brain and weaken and shatter on something in her own mind, at its source. I ran, a dead thing going on leaden feet in a halo of golden light. Behind me, the X-crystals, upset by the blaster and their fullest sympathy of power, began to split and crack and tear the world of Astellar to bits. I don't know much about what happened. I ran and ran on the heels of the humans who still lived, but I was beyond thinking or feeling. I have vague memories of hallways lined with cells of jewel-toned crystal, halls of amber and amethyst and cinnabar, of dragon green and gray the color of morning mist, and colors there are no names for in this dimension.
hallways that cracked and split behind me, falling in upon themselves, shards of broken rainbows. And above that, the scream of power from the X-crystals, wrenching and tearing at Astellar. Then something I heard with my mind, and not my ears. Sharina's people, dying in the wreckage. My mind was stunned, but not stunned enough. I could still hear. I can still hear. The Queen of Jupiter was safe. The outward-moving vibration hadn't reached her yet. We got aboard her, and I opened the space doors and blasted her off myself, because the skipper and the first and second officers were asleep for good on Astellar. I didn't watch the death of Astellar. Only after a long time I looked back, and it was gone, and there was only a cloud of bright dust shimmering in the raw sunlight. I set the iron mic for Space Authority headquarters on Mars and turned on the automatic AC warning beam. Then I left the Queen of Jupiter in the number 4 lifeboat, B deck. That's where I am now, writing this, somewhere between Mars and the Belt. I didn't see Virgie before I went. I didn't see any of them, but especially Virgie. They'll be awake now. I hope their lives are worth what they cost. Astellar is gone. The veil is gone. You don't have to be afraid anymore. I'm going to put this manuscript in a message rocket and send it on, so you know you don't have to fear. I don't know why I care. I don't know why I'm writing this at all, unless... Bosh, I know. Why lie? At this stage of the game, why lie? I'm alive now. I'm a young man. But the cloud that kept me that way is gone, and presently I shall grow old, too old, very quickly, and die. And I'm afraid to die. Somewhere in the solar system there must be somebody willing to pray for me. They used to teach me when I was a kid that prayer helped. I want somebody to pray for my soul because I can't do it for myself. If I were glad of what I've done, if I had changed, perhaps then I could pray. But I've gone beyond humanity and I can't turn back. Maybe prayer doesn't matter. Maybe there's nothing beyond death but oblivion. I hope so. If I could only stop being, stop thinking, stop remembering. I hope to all the gods of all the universes that death is the end. But I don't know, and I'm afraid. Afraid. Judas. 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 I betrayed 2 worlds, and there couldn't be a hell deeper than the one I live in now, and still I'm afraid. Why? Why should I care what happens to me? I destroyed Astellar. I destroyed Sharina, whom I loved better than anything in creation. I destroyed my friends, my comrades, and I have destroyed myself. And you're not worth it. Not all the human cattle that breed in the solar system were worth Astellar, and Sharina, and the things we did beyond space and time together. Why did I give Missy that locket? Why did I have to meet Virgie with her red hair? Why did I remember? Why did I care? Why did I do what I did? Why was I ever born? Sanity. Astounding, April. By Fritz Leiber, born 1910. Although he appeared much more frequently in the fantasy markets, especially unknown and weird tales, during the first half of the 1940s, Fritz Leiber also published an occasional science fiction story. However, his surge to the forefront of the SF world would have to await the 1950s. Sanity is particularly interesting because of its moral viewpoint. While it is true that many science fiction writers were anti-militarist and bemoaned the destructiveness of war, relatively few of them allowed any strong pacifist viewpoints to emerge in their stories. After all, there were publishing and magazines that still emphasized action and adventure to a considerable extent, with the partial exception of Astounding. In addition, the Nazi threat was so great, and the war against fascism so just, that almost all writers tended to support the Allied war effort. However, Fritz Leiber was so appalled by the destruction that he struck out against the horrors of all wars in this strong story, and in others as well. I must pick up Marty's phrase, "The Nazi threat was so great and the war against fascism so just." That's true. Marty didn't live through it and just knows what he reads, he being a young squirt. I, however, lived through it, and remembered the despair and terror of the years in which it seemed that vicious tyrannies were advancing each year. And yet in the long run, the worst thing Hitler did was to make war seem a necessary thing. There is enormous honor we must pay, then, to those who saw, even in the midst of the special exception, the general truth that war is evil, and who did so before the coming of the nuclear bomb made the fact apparent to all but the meanest intelligences. I.A. "Come in, Phi, and make yourself comfortable." The mellow voice and the sudden dilating doorway caught the General Secretary of the World playing with a blob of greenish gasoid, squeezing it in his fist and watching it ooze between his fingers in spatulate tendrils that did not dissipate. Slowly, crookedly, he turned his head. World Manager Carsberry became aware of a gaze that was at once oafish, sly, vacuous. Abruptly, the expression was replaced by a nervous smile. The thin man straightened himself, as much as his habitually drooping shoulders would permit, hastily entered, and sat down on the extreme edge of a pneumatically form-fitting chair. He embarrassedly fumbled the blob of gasoid, looking around for a convenient disposal vent or a crevice in the upholstery. Finding none, he stuffed it hurriedly into his pocket. Then he repressed his fidgetings by clasping his hands resolutely together and sat with downcast eyes. "How are you feeling, old man?" Carsberry asked in a voice that was warm with the benign friendliness. The General Secretary did not look up. "Anything bothering you, Phi?" Carsberry continued solicitously. "Do you feel a bit unhappy or dissatisfied about your, transfer now that the moment has arrived?" Still, the General Secretary did not respond. Carsberry leaned forward across the dully silver semicircular desk, and in his most winning tones urged, "Come on, old fellow, tell me all about it." The General Secretary did not lift his head, but he rolled up his strange, distant eyes until they were fixed directly on Carsberry. He shivered a little, his body seemed to contract, and his bloodless hands tightened their interlocking grip. "I know," he said in a low, effortful voice. "You think I'm insane." Carsberry sat back, forcing his brows to assume a baffled frown under the mane of silvery hair. "Oh, you needn't pretend to be puzzled," Phi continued swiftly now that he had broken the ice. "You know what that word means as well as I do. Better, even though we both had to do historical research to find out." "Insane," he repeated dreamily, his gaze wavering. "Significant departure from the norm. Inability to conform to basic conventions underlying all human conduct." "Nonsense," said Carsberry, rallying and putting on his warmest and most compelling smile. "I haven't the slightest idea of what you're talking about. That you're a little tired, a little strained, a little distraught, that's quite understandable, considering the burden you've been carrying, and a little rest will be just the thing to fix you up. A nice long vacation away from all this. But as for your being, why, ridiculous." "No," said Phi, his gaze pinning Carsberry. "You think I'm insane. You think all my colleagues in the World Management Service are insane. That's why you're having us replaced with those men you've been training for 10 years in your Institute of Political Leadership, ever since, with my help and connivance, you became World Manager." Carsberry retreated before the finality of the statement. For the first time, his smile became a bit uncertain. He started to say something, then hesitated and looked at Phi as if half hoping he would go on. But that individual was once again staring rigidly at the floor. Carsberry leaned back, thinking. When he spoke, it was in a more natural voice, much less consciously soothing and fatherly. "Well, all right, Phi. But look here, tell me something, honestly. Won't you and the others be a lot happier when you've been relieved of all your responsibilities?" Phi nodded somberly. "Yes," he said. "We will, but—" His face became strained. "You see—" "But?" Carsberry prompted. Phi swallowed hard. He seemed unable to go on. He had gradually slumped toward one side of the chair, and the pressure had caused the green gasoid to ooze from his pocket. His long fingers crept over and kneaded it fretfully. Carsberry stood up and came around the desk. His sympathetic frown, from which perplexity had ebbed, was not quite genuine. "I don't see why I shouldn't tell you all about it now, Phi," he said simply. "In a queer sort of way, I owe it all to you. And there isn't any point now in keeping it a secret. There isn't any danger." "Yes," Phi agreed with a quick, bitter smile. "You haven't been in any danger of a coup d'etat for some years now. If ever we should have revolted, there'd have been—"
His gaze shifted to a point in the opposite wall where a faint vertical crease indicated the presence of a doorway. "You're secret police." Carsberry started. He hadn't thought Phi had known. Disturbingly, there loomed in his mind a phrase, "the cunning of the insane." But only for a moment. Friendly complacency flooded back. He went behind Phi's chair and rested his hands on the sloping shoulders. "You know, I've always had a special feeling toward you, Phi," he said, "and not only because your whims made it a lot easier for me to become world manager. I've always felt that you were different from the others, that there were times when—" He hesitated. Phi squirmed a little under the friendly hands. "When I had my moments of sanity?" he finished flatly. "Like now," said Carsberry softly, after a nod the other could not see. "I've always felt that sometimes, in a kind of twisted, unrealistic way, you understood, and that has meant a lot to me. I've been alone, Phi, dreadfully alone for 10 whole years. No companionship anywhere, not even among the men I've been training in the Institute of Political Leadership, for I've had to play a part with them, too, keep them in ignorance of certain facts, for fear they would try to seize power over my head before they were sufficiently prepared. No companionship anywhere, except for my hopes, and for occasional moments with you. Now that it's over and a new regime is beginning for us both, I can tell you that, and I'm glad." There was a silence. Then Phi did not look around, but one lean hand crept up and touched Carsberry's. Carsberry cleared his throat. Strange, he thought, that there could be even a momentary rapport like this between the sane and the insane. But it was so. He disengaged his hands, strode rapidly back to his desk, turned. "I'm a throwback, Phi," he began in a new, unused, eager voice. "A throwback to a time when human mentality was far sounder. Whether my case was due chiefly to heredity, or to certain unusual accidents of environment, or to both, is unimportant. The point is that a person had been born who was in a position to criticize the present state of mankind in the light of the past, to diagnose its condition, and to begin its cure. For a long time I refused to face the facts, but finally my researches, especially those in the literature of the 20th century, left me no alternative. The mentality of mankind had become aberrant. Only certain technological advances which had resulted in making the business of living infinitely easier and simpler, and the fact that war had been ended with the creation of the present world state, were staving off the inevitable breakdown of civilization, but only staving it off, delaying it. The great masses of mankind had become what would once have been called hopelessly neurotic. Their leaders had become, you said it first, Phi, insane. Incidentally, this latter phenomenon, the drift of psychological aberrance toward leadership, has been noted in all ages." He paused. Was he mistaken, or was Phi following his words with indications of a greater mental clarity than he had ever noted before, even in the relatively nonviolent World Secretary? Perhaps, he had often dreamed wistfully of the possibility, there was still a chance of saving Phi. Perhaps, if he just explained to him clearly and calmly. "In my historical studies," he continued, "I soon came to the conclusion that the crucial period was that of the final amnesty, concurrent with the founding of the present world state. We are taught that at that time there were released from confinement millions of political prisoners, and millions of others. Just who were those others? To this question our present histories gave only vague and platitudinous answers. The semantic difficulties I encountered were exceedingly obstinate, but I kept hammering away. Why, I asked myself, have such words as insanity, lunacy, madness, psychosis disappeared from our vocabulary, and the concepts behind them from our thought? Why has the subject abnormal psychology disappeared from the curricula of our schools? Of greater significance, why is our modern psychology strikingly similar to the field of abnormal psychology as taught in the 20th century, and to that field alone? Why are there no longer, as there were in the 20th century, any institutions for the confinement and care of the psychologically aberrant?" Phi's head jerked up. He smiled twistedly. "Because," he whispered slyly, "everyone's insane now." The cunning of the insane. Again that phrase loomed warningly in Carsberry's mind, but only for a moment. He nodded.
At first I refused to make that deduction, but gradually I reasoned out the why and wherefore of what had happened. It wasn't only that a highly technological civilization had subjected mankind to a wider and more swiftly tempoed range of stimulations, conflicting suggestions, mental strains, emotional wrenchings. In the literature of 20th century psychiatry, there are observations on a kind of psychosis that results from success. An unbalanced individual keeps going so long as he is fighting something, struggling toward a goal. He reaches his goal and goes to pieces. His repressed confusions come to the surface. He realizes that he doesn't know what he wants at all. His energies hitherto engaged in combating something outside himself are turned against himself. He is destroyed. Well, when war was finally outlawed, when the whole world became one unified state, when social inequality was abolished, you see what I'm driving at? Phi nodded slowly. That, he said in a curious, distant voice, is a very interesting deduction. Having reluctantly accepted my main premise, Carsbury went on, everything became clear. The cyclic 6 months fluctuations in world credit. I realized at once that Morgenstern of finance must be a manic depressive with a 6 months phase, or else a dual personality with one aspect a spendthrift, the other a miser. It turned out to be the former. Why was the Department of Cultural Advancement stagnating? Because Manager Hobart was markedly catatonic. Why the boom in extraterrestrial research? Because McElvey was euphoric. Phi looked at him wonderingly. But naturally, he said, spreading his lean hands, from one of which the gasoid dropped like a curl of green smoke. Carsbury glanced at him sharply. He replied, Yes, I know that you and several of the others have a certain warped awareness of the difference between your personalities, though none whatsoever of the basic aberration involved in them all. But to get on, as soon as I realized the situation, my course was marked out. As a sane man capable of entertaining fixed realistic purposes, and surrounded by individuals of whose inconsistencies and delusions it was easy to make use, I was in a position to attain, with time and tact, any goal at which I might aim. I was already in the managerial service. In 3 years I became world manager. Once there, my range of influence was vastly enhanced. Like the man in Archimedes' epigram, I had a place to stand from which I could move the world. I was able, in various guises and on various pretexts, to promulgate regulations the actual purpose of which was to soothe the great neurotic masses, by curtailing upsetting stimulations and introducing a more regimented and orderly program of living. I was able, by humoring my fellow executives and making the fullest use of my greater capacity for work, to keep world affairs staggering along fairly safely, at least stave off the worst. At the same time, I was able to begin my 10 years plan, the training in comparative isolation, first in small numbers, then in larger, as those instructed could in turn become instructors, of a group of prospective leaders carefully selected on the basis of their relative freedom from neurotic tendencies. But that, Phi began rather excitedly, starting up. But what? Carsbury inquired quickly. Nothing, muttered Phi dejectedly, sinking back. That about covers it, Carsbury concluded, his voice suddenly grown a little duller. Except for one secondary matter. I couldn't afford to let myself go ahead without any protection. Too much depended on me. There was always the risk of being wiped out by some ill-coordinated but nonetheless effective spasm of violence, momentarily uncontrollable by tact on the part of my fellow executives. So, only because I could see no alternative, I took a dangerous step. I created, his glance strayed toward the faint crease in the side wall, my secret police. There is a type of insanity known as paranoia, an exaggerated suspiciousness involving delusions of persecution. By means of the late 20th century Rand technique of hypnotism, I inculcated a number of these unfortunate individuals with the fixed idea that their lives depended on me, and that I was threatened from all sides and must be protected at all costs. A distasteful expedient, even though it served its purpose. I shall be glad, very glad, to see it discontinued. You can understand, can't you, why I had to take that step? He looked questioningly at Phi, and became aware with a shock that that individual was grinning at him vacuously and holding up the gasoid between 2 fingers. I cut a hole in my couch, and a lot of this stuff came out,
Phi explained in a thick, naive voice. "Ropes of it got all over my office. I kept tripping." His fingers patted at it deftly, sculpturing it into the form of a hideous transparent green head, which he proceeded to squeeze out of existence. "Queer stuff," he rambled on. "Rarefied liquid. Gas of fixed volume. And all over my office floor, tangled up with the furniture." Carsbury leaned back and shut his eyes. His shoulders slumped. He felt suddenly a little weary, a little eager for his day of triumph to be done. He knew he shouldn't be despondent because he had failed with Phi. After all, the main victory was won. Phi was the merest of side issues. He had always known that, except for flashes, Phi was hopeless as the rest. "Still, you don't need to worry about your office floor, Phi," he said with a listless kindliness. "Never any more. Your successor will have to see about cleaning it up. Already, you know, to all intents and purposes, you have been replaced." "That's just it." Carsbury started at Phi's explosive loudness. The World Secretary jumped up and strode toward him, pointing an excited hand. "That's what I came to see you about. That's what I've been trying to tell you. I can't be replaced like that. None of the others can either. It won't work. You can't do it." With the swiftness born of long practice, Carsbury slipped behind his desk. He forced his features into that expression of calm, smiling benevolence of which he had grown unutterably weary. Now, Phi," he said brightly, soothingly. "If I can't do it, of course I can't do it. But don't you think you ought to tell me why? Don't you think it would be very nice to sit down and talk it all over and you tell me why?" Phi halted and hung his head, abashed. "Yes, I guess it would," he said slowly, abruptly falling back into the low, effortful tones. "I guess I'll have to. I guess there just isn't any other way. I had hoped, though, not to have to tell you everything." The last sentence was half question. He looked up wheedlingly at Carsbury. The latter shook his head, continuing to smile. Phi went back and sat down. "Well," he finally began, gloomily kneading the gasoid, "it all began when you first wanted to be world manager. You weren't the usual type, but I thought it would be kind of fun. Yes, and kind of helpful." He looked up at Carsbury. "You've really done the world a lot of good in quite a lot of ways. Always remember that," he assured him. "Of course," he added, again focusing the tortured gasoid, "they weren't exactly the ways you thought." "No?" Carsbury prompted automatically. Humor him. The worn-out refrain droned in his mind. Phi sadly shook his head. "Take those regulations you promulgated to soothe people." "Yes?" "They kind of got changed on the way. For instance, your prohibition regarding reading tapes of all exciting literature. Oh, we tried a little of the soothing stuff you suggested at first. Everyone got a great kick out of it. They laughed and laughed. But afterwards, well, as I said, it kind of got changed. In this case, to a prohibition of all unexciting literature." Carsbury's smile broadened. For a moment, the edge of his mind had toyed with the fear, but Phi's last remark had banished it. "Every day I coast past several reading stands," Carsbury said gently. "The fiction tapes offered for sale are always in the most chastely and simply colored containers. None of those wild and lurid pictures that one used to see everywhere." "But did you ever buy one and listen to it? Or project the visual text?" Phi questioned apologetically. "For 10 years I've been a very busy man," Carsbury answered. "Of course I've read the official reports regarding such matters, and at times glanced through sample resumes of taped fiction." "Oh, sure, that sort of official stuff," agreed Phi, glancing up at the wall of tape files beyond the desk. "What we did, you see, was to keep the monochrome containers, but go back to the old kind of contents. The contrast kind of tickled people. Remember, as I said before, a lot of your regulations have done good. Cut out a lot of unnecessary noise and inefficient foolishness, for one thing." "That sort of official stuff." The phrase lingered unpleasantly in Carsbury's ears. There was a trace of irrepressible suspicion in his quick over-the-shoulder glance at the tiered tape files. "Oh, yes," Phi went on, "and that prohibition against yielding to unusual or indecent impulses, with the long listing of specific categories. It went into effect all right, but with the little rider attached. Unless you really want to. That seemed absolutely necessary, you know." His fingers worked furiously with the gasoid. As for the prohibition of various stimulating beverages, well, in this locality they're still served under other names, and an interesting custom has grown up of behaving very soberly while imbibing them. Now, when we come to that matter of the 8-hour working day— Almost involuntarily, Carsberry had got up and walked over to the outer wall. With a flip of his hand through an invisible U-shaped beam, he switched on the window. It was as if the outer wall had disappeared. Through its near-perfect transparency, he peered down with fierce curiosity past the sleekly gleaming facades to the terraces and parkways below. The modest throng seemed quiet and orderly enough, but then there was a scurry of confusion. A band of people, at this angle all tiny heads with arms and legs, came out from a shop far below and began to pelt another group with what looked like foodstuffs. While on a side parkway, 2 small ovoid vehicles, seamless drops of silver because their vision panels were invisible from the outside, butted each other playfully. Someone started to run. Carsberry hurriedly switched off the window and turned around. Those were just off-chance occurrences, he told himself angrily, of no real statistical significance whatever. For 10 years, mankind had steadily been trending towards sanity despite occasional relapses. He'd seen it with his own eyes, seen the day-by-day program, at least enough to know. He'd been a fool to let Phi's ramblings affect him. Only tired nerves had made that possible. He glanced at his timepiece. "Excuse me," he said curtly, striding past Phi's chair. "I'd like to continue this conversation, but I have to get along to the first meeting of the new central managerial staff." "Oh, but you can't." Instantly Phi was up and pulling at his arm. "You just can't do it, you know. It's impossible." The pleading voice rose toward a scream. Impatiently, Carsberry tried to shake loose. The seam in the side wall widened, became a doorway. Instantly, both of them stopped struggling. In the doorway stood a cadaverous giant of a man with a stubby dark weapon in his hand. Straggly black beard shaded into gaunt cheeks. His face was a cruel blend of suspicion and fanatical devotion, the first directed along with the weapon at Phi, the second, and the somnambulistic eyes, at Carsberry. "He was threatening you?" the bearded man asked in a harsh voice, moving the weapon suggestively. For a moment an angry, vindictive light glinted in Carsberry's eyes. Then it flicked out. What could he have been thinking, he asked himself. This poor lunatic world secretary was no one to hate. "Not at all, Hartman," he remarked calmly. "We were discussing something, and we became excited and allowed our voices to rise. Everything is quite all right." "Very well," said the bearded man doubtfully after a pause. Reluctantly, he returned his weapon to its holster, but he kept his hand on it and remained standing in the doorway. "And now," said Carsberry, disengaging himself, "I must go." He had stepped onto the corridor sidewalk and had coasted halfway to the elevator before he realized that Phi had followed him and was plucking timidly at his sleeve. "You can't go off like this," Phi pleaded urgently with an apprehensive backward glance. Carsberry noted that Hartman had also followed, an ominous pylon 2 paces to the rear. "You must give me a chance to explain, to tell you why, just like you asked me." Humor him. Carsberry's mind was deadly tired of the drone, but mere weariness prompted him to dance to it a little longer. "You can talk to me in the elevator," he conceded, stepping off the sidewalk. His finger flipped through a U-beam, and a serpentine movement of light across the wall traced the elevator's obedient rise. "You see, it wasn't just that matter of prohibitory regulations," Phi launched out hurriedly. "There were lots of other things that never did work out like your official reports indicated. Departmental budgets, for instance. The report showed, I know, that appropriations for extraterrestrial research were being regularly slashed. Actually, in your 10 years of office, they increased tenfold. Of course, there was no way for you to know that. You couldn't be all over the world at once and see each separate launching of suprastratospheric rockets." The moving light became stationary. A seam dilated. Carsberry stepped into the elevator. He debated sending Hartman back. Poor babbling Phi was no menace. Still, the cunning of the insane. He decided against it, reached out and flipped the control beam at the sector which would bring them to the 100th and top floor. The door snipped softly shut. The cage became a surging darkness in which floor numerals winked softly. 21, 22, 23. And then there was the military service. You had it sharply curtailed. "Of course I did," Sheer weariness stung Carsberry into talk. There's only one country in the world. Obviously, the only military requirement is an adequate police force, to say nothing of the risks involved in putting weapons into the hands of the present world population. I know, Phi's answer came guiltily from the darkness. Still, what's happened is that, unknown to you, the military service has been increased in size, and recently 4 rocket squadrons have been added. 57, 58. Humor him. Why? Well, you see, we've found out that Earth is being reconnoitered. Maybe from Mars, maybe hostile. Have to be prepared. We didn't tell you, well, because we were afraid it might excite you. The voice trailed off. Carsberry shut his eyes. How long, he asked himself, how long? He realized with dull surprise that in the last hour people like Phi, endured for 10 years, had become unutterably weary to him. For the moment, even the thought of the conference over which he would soon be presiding, the conference that was to usher in a sane world, failed to stir him. Reaction to success? To the end of a 10 years' tension? Do you know how many floors there are in this building? Carsberry was not immediately conscious of the new note in Phi's voice, but he reacted to it. 100, he replied promptly. Then, asked Phi, just where are we? Carsberry opened his eyes to the darkness. 127, blinked the floor numeral. 128. 129. Something cold dragged at Carsberry's stomach, pulled at his brain. He felt as if his mind were being slowly and irresistibly twisted. He thought of hidden dimensions, of unsuspected holes in space. Something remembered from elementary physics danced through his thoughts. If it were possible for an elevator to keep moving upward with uniform acceleration, no one inside an elevator could determine whether the effects they were experiencing were due to acceleration or to gravity, whether the elevator was standing motionless on some planet or shooting up at ever-increasing velocity through free space. 141, 142. Or as if you were rising through consciousness into an unsuspected realm of mentality lying above, suggested Phi in his new voice, with its hint of gentle laughter. 146. 147. It was slowing now. 149. 150. It had stopped. This was some trick. The thought was like cold water in Carsberry's face. Some cunning, childish trick of Phi's. An easy thing to hocus the numerals. Carsberry groped about in the darkness, encountered the slick surface of a holster, Hartman's gaunt frame. Get ready for a surprise, Phi warned from close at his elbow. As Carsberry turned and grabbed, bright sunlight drenched him, followed by a gripping, heart-stopping spasm of vertigo. He, Hartman, and Phi, along with a few insubstantial bits of furnishings and controls, were standing in the air 50 stories above the 100-story summit of World Managerial Center. For a moment he grabbed frantically at nothing. Then he realized they were not falling, and his eyes began to trace the hint of walls and ceiling and floor, and immediately below them the ghost of a shaft. Phi nodded. That's all there is to it, he assured Carsberry casually. Just another of those charmingly odd modern notions against which you have legislated so persistently, like our incomplete staircases and roads to nowhere. The Buildings and Grounds Committee decided to extend the range of the elevator for sightseeing purposes. The shaft was made air-transparent to avoid spoiling the form of the original building and to improve the view. This was achieved so satisfactorily that an electronic warning system had to be installed for the safety of passing air jets and other craft. Treating the surfaces of the cage like windows was an obvious detail. He paused and looked quizzically at Carsberry. All very simple, he observed. But don't you find a kind of symbolism in it? For 10 years now you've been spending most of your life in that building below. Every day you've used this elevator, but not once have you dreamed of these 50 extra stories. Don't you think that something of the same sort may be true of your observations of other aspects of contemporary social life? Carsberry gaped at him stupidly. Phi turned to watch the growing speck of an approaching aircraft. You might look at it, too, he remarked to Carsberry, for it's going to transport you to a far happier, more restful life. Carsberry parted his lips, wet them. But, he said unsteadily, but... Phi smiled. That's right, I didn't finish my explanation. Well, you might have gone on being world manager all your life, in the isolation of your office and your miles of taped official reports and your occasional confabs with me and the others. Except for your Institute of Political Leadership and your 10-year plan, that upset things. Of course, we were as much interested in it as we were in you. It had definite possibilities. We hoped it would work out. We would have been glad to retire from office if it had, but most fortunately it didn't, and that sort of ended the whole experiment. He caught the downward direction of Carsbury's gaze. "No," he said, "I'm afraid your pupils aren't waiting for you in the conference chamber on the 100th story. I'm afraid they're still in the Institute." His voice became gently sympathetic. "And I'm afraid that it's become, well, a somewhat different sort of institute." Carsbury stood very still, swaying a little. Gradually, his thoughts and his willpower were emerging from the waking nightmare that had paralyzed him. The cunning of the insane. He had neglected that trenchant warning. In the very moment of victory. No, he had forgotten Hartman. This was the very emergency for which that counterstroke had been prepared. He glanced sideways at the chief member of his secret police. The black giant, unconcerned by their strange position, was glaring fixedly at Phi, as if at some evil magician from whom any malign impossibility could be expected. Now Hartman became aware of Carsbury's gaze. He divined his thought. He drew his dark weapon from its holster, pointed it unwaveringly at Phi. His black-bearded lips curled. From them came a hissing sound. Then, in a loud voice, he cried, "You're dead, Phi! I disintegrated you!" Phi reached over and took the weapon from his hand. "That's another respect in which you completely miscalculated the modern temperament," he remarked to Carsbury, a shade argumentatively. "All of us have certain subjects on which we're a trifle unrealistic. That's only human nature. Hartman's was his suspiciousness, a weakness for ideas involving plots and persecutions. You gave him the worst sort of job, one that catered to and encouraged his weaknesses. In a very short time he became hopelessly unrealistic. Why, for years he's never realized that he's been carrying a dummy pistol." He passed it to Carsbury for inspection. "But," he added, "give him the proper job and he'd function well enough. Say something in creation or exploration. Fitting the man to the job is an art with infinite possibilities. That's why we had Morgenstern in finance, to keep credit fluctuating in a safe, predictable rhythm. That's why a euphoric is made manager of extraterrestrial research, to keep it booming. Why a catatonic is given cultural advancement, to keep it from tripping on its face in its haste to get ahead." He turned away. Dully, Carsbury observed that the aircraft was hovering close to the cage and sidling slowly in. "But in that case, why—" he began stupidly. "Why were you made world manager?" Phi finished easily. "Isn't that fairly obvious? Haven't I told you several times that you did a lot of good indirectly? You interested us, don't you see? In fact, you were practically unique. As you know, it's our cardinal principle to let every individual express himself as he wants to. In your case, that involved letting you become world manager. Taken all in all, it worked out very well. Everyone had a good time, a number of constructive regulations were promulgated, we learned a lot. Oh, we didn't get everything we hoped for, but one never does. Unfortunately, in the end, we were forced to discontinue the experiment." The aircraft had made contact. "You understand, of course, why that was necessary," Phi continued hurriedly, as he urged Carsbury toward the opening port. "I'm sure you must. It all comes down to a question of sanity. What is sanity, now in the 20th century, any time? Adherence to a norm. Conformity to certain basic conventions underlying all human conduct. In our age, departure from the norm has become the norm. Inability to conform has become the standard of conformity. That's quite clear, isn't it? And it enables you to understand, doesn't it, your own case and that of your protégés? Over a long period of years, you persisted in adhering to a norm, in conforming to certain basic conventions. You were completely unable to adapt yourself to the society around you. You could only pretend, and your protégés wouldn't have been able to do even that. Despite your many engaging personal characteristics, there was obviously only one course of action open to us." In the port, Carsbury turned. He had found his voice at last. It was hoarse, ragged. "You mean that all these years you've just been humoring me?" The port was closing. Phi did not answer the question. As the aircraft edged out, he waved farewell with the blob of green gasoid. "It'll be very pleasant where you're going," he shouted encouragingly. "Comfortable quarters, adequate facilities for exercise, and a complete library of 20th century literature to while away your time." He watched Carsbury's rigid face, white, staring from the vision port, until the aircraft had diminished to a speck. Then he turned away, looked at his hands, noticed the gasoid, tossed it out the open door of the cage, studied its flight for a few moments, then flicked the downbeam. "I'm glad to see the last of that fellow," he muttered, more to himself than to Hartman, as they plummeted toward the roof. "He was beginning to have a very disturbing influence on me. In fact, I was beginning to fear for my—" His expression suddenly became vacuous. "Sanity." Invariant. Astounding, April. By John R. Pierce, born 1910. Now a professor of engineering at Caltech, Dr. John R. Pierce was for many years the director of the Bell Telephone Laboratories. Although he first appeared in the SF magazines in 1930, he published very little science fiction, some under the name of J.J. Coupling, which he also used for nonfiction articles in Astounding. He is the father of J.J. Pierce, a former editor of Galaxy. Invariant is a charming and profound little tale, the author's most important contribution to the literature of science fiction. The way these books are put together is that Marty and I begin by discussing possible stories. Marty then gets about twice as many as we can include and sends me the Xeroxes. I read them all and mark them OK, ? Or X. The first group are in, the third group are out, and the middle group are worth further discussion. Sometimes, I can't help it, other things slip in. For Invariant, my comment was, "Wow!" Incidentally, John R. Pierce is one of those science fiction writers who is a real scientist. He was deeply involved with the launching of the first communications satellites, surely a dream job for any science fiction writer, and he invented the word transistor. IA. You know the general facts concerning Homer Green, so I don't need to describe him or his surroundings. I knew as much and more, yet it was an odd sensation, which you don't get through reading, actually to dress in that primitive fashion, to go among strange surroundings and to see him. The house is no more odd than the pictures. Hemmed in by other 20th century buildings, it must be indistinguishable from the original structure and its surroundings. To enter it, to tread on rugs, to see chairs covered in cloth with a nap, to see instruments for smoking, to see and hear a primitive radio, even though operating really from a variety of authentic transcriptions, and above all to see an open fire. All this gave me a sense of unreality, prepared though I was. Green sat by the fire in a chair, as we almost invariably find him, with a dog at his feet. He is perhaps the most valuable man in the world, I thought, but I could not shake off the sense of unreality concerning the substantial surroundings. He, too, seemed unreal, and I pitied him. The sense of unreality continued through the form of self-introduction. How many have there been? I could, of course, examine the records. "I'm Carew from the Institute," I said. "We haven't met before, but they told me you'd be glad to see me." Green rose and extended his hand. I took it obediently, making the unfamiliar gesture. "Glad to see you," he said. "I've been dozing here. It's a little of a shock, the treatment, and I thought I'd rest a few days. I hope it's really permanent." "Won't you sit down?" he added. We seated ourselves before the fire. The dog, which had risen, lay down, pressed against his master's feet. "I suppose you want to test my reactions?" Green asked. "Later," I replied. "There's no hurry, and it's so very comfortable here." Green was easily distracted. He relaxed, staring at the fire. This was an opportunity, and I spoke in a somewhat purposeful voice. "It seems more a time for politics here," I said. "What the Swede intends, and what the French—" "Drench our thoughts in mirth," Green replied. I had thought from the records the quotation would have some effect. "But one doesn't leave politics to drench his thoughts in mirth," he continued. "One studies them." I won't go into the conversation. You've seen it in Appendix A of my thesis, An Aspect of 20th Century Politics and Speech. It was brief, as you know. I had been very lucky to get to see Green. I was more lucky to hit on the right thread directly. Somehow it had never occurred to me before that 20th century politicians had meant, or had thought that they meant, what they said. That indeed they had in their own minds attached a sense of meaning or relevancy to what seemed to us meaningless or irrelevant phrases. It's hard to explain so foreign an idea. Perhaps an example would help. For instance, would you believe that a man accused of making a certain statement would seriously reply, "I'm not in the habit of making such statements"? Would you believe that this might even mean that he had not made the statement? Or would you further believe that even if he had made the statement, this would seem to him to classify it as some sort of special instance, and his reply is not truly evasive? I think these conjectures plausible, that is, when I struggle to immerse myself in the 20th century. But I would never have dreamed them before talking with Green. How truly invaluable the man is. I have said that the conversation recorded in Appendix A is very short. There was no need to continue along political lines after I had grasped the basic idea. 20th century records are much more complete than Green's memory, and that itself has been thoroughly catalogued. It is not the dry bones of information, but the personal contact, the infinite variation and combinations, the stimulation of the warm human touch that are helpful and suggestive. So I was with Green, and most of a morning was still before me. You know that he is given meal times free, and only one appointment between meals, so that there will be no overlapping. I was grateful to the man and sympathetic, and I was somewhat upset in his presence. I wanted to talk to him of the thing nearest his heart. There was no reason I shouldn't. I've recorded the rest of the conversation, but not published it. It's not new. Perhaps it is trivial, but it means a great deal to me. Maybe it's only my very personal memory of it, but I thought you might like to know. What led to your discovery? I asked him. Salamanders, he replied without hesitation. Salamanders. The account I got of his perfect regeneration experiments was, of course, the published story. How many thousands of times has it been told? Yet I swear I detected variations from the records. How nearly infinite the possible combinations are. But the chief points came in the usual order. How the regeneration of limbs in salamanders led to the idea of perfect regeneration of human parts. How, say, a cut heals, leaving not a scar, but a perfect replica of the damaged tissue. How in normal metabolism tissue can be replaced not imperfectly, as in an aging organism, but perfectly, indefinitely. You've seen it in animals, in compulsory biology. The chick whose metabolism replaces its tissues, but always in an exact invariant form, never changing. It's disturbing to think of it in a man. Green looked so young as I, since the 20th century. When Green had concluded his description, including that of his own inoculation in the evening, he ventured to prophesy. I feel confident, he said, that it will work indefinitely. It does work, Dr. Green, I assured him, indefinitely. We mustn't be premature, he said. After all, a short time... Do you recall the date, Dr. Green? I asked. September 11th, he said. 1943, if you want that, too. Dr. Green, today is August 4th, 2170, I told him earnestly. Look here, Green said. If it were, I wouldn't be here dressed this way, and you wouldn't be there dressed that way. The impasse could have continued indefinitely. I took my communicator from my pocket and showed it to him. He watched with growing wonder and delight as I demonstrated, finally, with projection, binaural, and stereo. Not simple, but exactly the sort of electronic development which a man of Green's era associated with the future. Green seemed to have lost all thought of the conversation which had led to my production of the communicator. Dr. Green, I said, the year is 2170. This is the 22nd century. He looked at me baffled, but this time not with disbelief. A strange sort of terror was spread over his features. An accident? He asked. My memory? There has been no accident, I said. Your memory is intact as far as it goes. Listen to me. Concentrate. Then I told him, simply and briefly, so that his thought processes would not lag. As I spoke to him, he stared at me apprehensively, his mind apparently racing. This is what I said. Your experiment succeeded beyond anything you had reason to hope. Your tissues took on the ability to reform themselves in exactly the same pattern year after year. Their form became invariant. Photographs and careful measurements show this from year to year, yes, from century to century. You are just as you were over 200 years ago. Your life has not been devoid of accident. Minor, even major wounds have left no trace in healing. Your tissues are invariant. Your brain is invariant, too. That is, as far as the cell patterns are concerned. A brain may be likened to an electrical network. Memory is the network, the coils and condensers, and their interconnections. Conscious thought is the pattern of voltages across them and currents flowing through them. The pattern is complicated but transitory, transient. Memory is changing the network of the brain, affecting all subsequent thoughts or patterns in the network. The network of your brain never changes. It is invariant. Or thought is like the complicated operation of the relays and switches of a telephone exchange of your century, but memory is the interconnections of elements. The interconnections on other people's brains change in the process of thought, breaking down, building up, giving them new memories. The pattern of connections in your brain never changes. It is invariant. Other people can adapt themselves to new surroundings, learning where objects of necessity are, the pattern of rooms, adapting themselves unconsciously without friction. You cannot. Your brain is invariant. Your habits are keyed to a house, your house as it was the day before you treated yourself. It has been preserved, replaced through 200 years, so that you could live without friction. In it you live day after day, the day after the treatment which made your brain invariant. Do not think you give no return for this care. You are perhaps the most valuable man in the world. Morning, afternoon, evening, you have 3 appointments a day, when the lucky few who are adjudged to merit or need your help are allowed to seek it. I am a student of history. I came to see the 20th century through the eyes of an intelligent man of that century. You are a very intelligent, a brilliant man. Your mind has been analyzed in a detail greater than that of any other. Few brains are better. I came to learn from this powerful, observant brain what politics meant to a man of your period. I learned from a fresh new source, your brain, which is not overlaid, not changed by the intervening years, but is just as it was in 1943. But I am not very important. Important workers, psychologists, come to see you. They ask you questions, then repeat them a little differently, and observe your reactions. One experiment is not vitiated by your memory of an earlier experiment. When your train of thought is interrupted, it leaves no memory behind. Your brain remains invariant. And these men who otherwise could draw only general conclusions from simple experiments on multitudes of differently constituted and differently prepared individuals, can observe undisputable differences of response due to the slightest changes in stimulus. Some of these men have driven you to a frenzy. You do not go mad. Your brain cannot change. It is invariant. You are so valuable it seems that the world could scarcely progress without your invariant brain. And yet we have not asked another to do as you did. With animals, yes. Your dog is an example. What you did was willingly, and you did not know the consequences. You did the world this greatest service unknowingly. But we know. Green's head had sunk to his chest. His face was troubled, and he seemed to seek solace in the warmth of the fire. The dog at his feet stirred, and he looked down, a sudden smile on his face. I knew that his train of thought had been interrupted. The transients had died from his brain. Our whole meeting was gone from his processes of thought. I rose and stole away before he looked up. Perhaps I wasted the remaining hour of the morning. City. Astounding, May. By Clifford D. Simak. Born 1904. Clifford D. Simak first appeared in the science fiction magazines with The World of the Red Sun in Wonder Stories in 1931, so he was a veteran SF writer with 13 years' experience when City was published. Although well known in the field, he was not considered on a level with Heinlein, the Kuttners, Van Vogt, and others. This evaluation began to change with the 3 stories in this book and more that followed, and Cliff Simak emerged in the 1950s as one of the great talents in all of science fiction. City was the first of a series that, with additional linking material, appeared in book form as City in 1952, and walked off with the second International Fantasy Award in 1953, defeating such tough competition as Kurt Vonnegut's Player Piano. Written at a time when the impact of urbanization on modern life was not being discussed in either general or scholarly publications, Simak's emphasis on the pastoral life and rural values proved immensely popular. These themes are still central to his work, which is appearing regularly even though the author is in his mid-70s. This is the first time a story of Cliff's appears in this series, so I haven't had a chance to mention before what he meant to me. The World of the Red Sun was a story that pinned my 11-year-old self to the wall when it first appeared. It was one of the stories I told to my fellow junior high school students when they gathered round me for the only kind of science fiction they could afford. It wasn't till years afterward, after Cliff had become a good friend of mine, that I discovered he had written it. And as Marty said, it was his first published story. He was one of the few pre-Campbell writers who could grow and become a great Campbell writer. I.A. Gramp Stevens sat in a lawn chair, watching the mower at work, feeling the warm, soft sunshine seep into his bones. The mower reached the edge of the lawn, clucked to itself like a contented hen, made a neat turn, and trundled down another swath. The bag holding the clippings bulged. Suddenly, the mower stopped and clicked excitedly. A panel in its side snapped open, and a crane-like arm reached out. Grasping steel fingers fished around in the grass, came up triumphantly with the stone clutched tightly, dropped the stone into a small container, disappeared back into the panel again. The lawnmower gurgled, purred on, following its swath. Gramp grumbled at it with suspicion. "Someday," he told himself, "that dad-burned thing is going to miss a lick and have a nervous breakdown." He lay back in the chair and stared up at the sun-washed sky. A helicopter skimmed far overhead. From somewhere inside the house, a radio came to life and a torturing clash of music poured out. Gramp, hearing it, shivered and hunkered lower in the chair. Young Charlie was settling down for a twitch session. Dad burn the kid. The lawnmower chuckled past, and Gramp squinted at it maliciously. "Automatic," he told the sky. "Every blasted thing is automatic now. Getting so you just take a machine off in a corner and whisper in its ear and it scurries off to do the job." His daughter's voice came to him out the window, pitched to carry above the music. "Father!" Gramp stirred uneasily. "Yes, Betty?" "Now, Father, you see you move when that lawnmower gets to you. Don't try to out-stubborn it. After all, it's only a machine. Last time you just sat there and made it cut around you. I never saw the beat of you." He didn't answer, letting his head nod a bit, hoping she would think he was asleep and let him be. "Father!" she shrilled. "Did you hear me?" He saw it was no good. "Sure, I heard you," he told her. "I was just fixing to move." He rose slowly to his feet, leaning heavily on his cane. Might make her feel sorry for the way she treated him when she saw how old and feeble he was getting. He'd have to be careful, though. If she knew he didn't need the cane at all, she'd be finding jobs for him to do. And on the other hand, if he laid it on too thick, she'd be having that fool doctor in to pester him again. Grumbling, he moved the chair out into that portion of the lawn that had been cut. The mower, rolling past, chortled at him fiendishly. "Someday," Gramp told it, "I'm going to take a swipe at you and bust a gear or two." The mower hooted at him and went serenely down the lawn. From somewhere down the grassy street came a jangling of metal, a stuttered coughing. Gramp, ready to sit down, straightened up and listened. The sound came more clearly, the rumbling backfire of a bulky engine, the clatter of loose metallic parts. "An automobile!" yelped Gramp. "An automobile, by cracky!" He started to gallop for the gate, suddenly remembered that he was feeble, and subsided to a rapid hobble. "Must be that crazy Ole Johnson," he told himself. "He's the only one left that's got a car. Just too dad-burned stubborn to give it up." It was Ole. Gramp reached the gate in time to see the rusty, dilapidated old machine come bumping around the corner, rocking and chugging along the unused street. Steam hissed from the overheated radiator, and a cloud of blue smoke issued from the exhaust, which had lost its muffler 5 years or more ago. Ole sat stolidly behind the wheel, squinting, trying to duck the roughest places, although that was hard to do, for weeds and grass had overrun the streets, and it was hard to see what might be underneath them. Gramp waved his cane. "Hi, Ole,"
he shouted. Ole pulled up, setting the emergency brake. The car gasped, shuddered, coughed, died with a horrible sigh. "What you burning?" asked Gramp. "Little bit of everything," said Ole. "Kerosene, some old tractor oil I found out in a barrel, some rubbing alcohol." Gramp regarded the fugitive machine with forthright admiration. "Them was the days," he said. "Had one myself. Used to be able to do 100 miles an hour." "Still okay," said Ole. "If you could only find the stuff to run them or get the parts to fix them. Up to 3-4 years ago I used to be able to get enough gasoline, but ain't seen none for a long time now. Quit making it, I guess. No use having gasoline, they tell me, when you have atomic power." "Sure," said Gramp. "Guess maybe that's right, but you can't smell atomic power. Sweetest thing I know, the smell of burning gasoline. These here helicopters and other gadgets they got took all the romance out of traveling somehow." He squinted at the barrels and baskets piled in the back seat. "Got some vegetables?" he asked. "Yep," said Ole. "Some sweet corn and early potatoes and a few baskets of tomatoes. Thought maybe I could sell them." Gramp shook his head. "You won't, Ole. They won't buy them. Folks has got the notion that this new hydroponic stuff is the only garden sass that's fit to eat. Sanitary, they say, and better flavored. Wouldn't give a hoot in a tin cup for all they grow in them tanks they got," Ole declared belligerently. "Don't taste right to me somehow. Like I tell Martha, food's got to be raised in the soil to have any character." He reached down to turn over the ignition switch. "Don't know as it's worth trying to get the stuff to town," he said. "The way they keep the roads, or the way they don't keep them, rather. 20 years ago the state highway out there was a strip of good concrete, and they kept it patched and plowed it every winter. Did anything, spent any amount of money to keep it open. And now they just forgot about it. The concrete's all broken up, and some of it is washed out. Brambles are growing in it. I had to get out and cut away a tree that fell across at one place this morning." "Ain't it the truth?" agreed Gramp. The car exploded into life, coughing and choking. A cloud of dense blue smoke rolled out from under it. With a jerk, it stirred to life and lumbered down the street. Gramp clumped back to his chair and found it dripping wet. The automatic mower, having finished its cutting job, had rolled out the hose, was sprinkling the lawn. Muttering venom, Gramp stalked around the corner of the house and sat down on the bench beside the back porch. He didn't like to sit there, but it was the only place he was safe from the hunk of machinery out in front. For one thing, the view from the bench was slightly depressing, fronting as it did on street after street of vacant, deserted houses and weed-grown, unkempt yards. It had one advantage, however. From the bench he could pretend he was slightly deaf and not hear the twitch music the radio was blaring out. A voice called from the front yard. "Bill? Bill, where be you?" Gramp twisted around. "Here I am, Mark, back of the house, hiding from that dad-burned mower." Mark Bailey limped around the corner of the house, cigarette threatening to set fire to his bushy whiskers. "Bit early for the game, ain't you?" asked Gramp. "Can't play no game today," said Mark. He hobbled over and sat down beside Gramp on the bench. "We're leaving," he said. Gramp whirled on him. "You're leaving?" "Yeah, moving out into the country. Lucinda finally talked Herb into it. Never gave him a minute's peace, I guess. Said everyone was moving away to one of them nice country estates, and she didn't see no reason why we couldn't." Gramp gulped. "Where to?" "Don't rightly know," said Mark. "Ain't been there myself. Up north someplace. Up on one of the lakes. Got 10 acres of land. Lucinda wanted 100, but Herb put down his foot and said 10 was enough. After all, one city lot was enough for all these years." "Bet he was pestering Johnny, too," said Gramp. "But he's holding out against her. Says he simply can't do it. Says it wouldn't look right, him the secretary of the Chamber of Commerce and all, if he went moving away from the city." "Folks are crazy," Mark declared. "Plumb crazy." "That's a fact," Gramp agreed. "Country crazy, that's what they are. Look across there." He waved his hand at the streets of vacant houses. "Can remember the time when those places were as pretty a bunch of homes as you ever laid your eyes on. Good neighbors they were. Women ran across from one back door to another to trade recipes, and the men folks would go out to cut the grass, and pretty soon the mowers would all be sitting idle, and the men would be ganged up chewing the fat. Friendly people, Mark. But look at it now." Mark stirred uneasily. Got to be getting back, Bill. Just sneaked over to let you know we were lighting out. Lucinda's got me packing. She'd be sore if she knew I'd run out. Gramp rose stiffly and held out his hand. I'll be seeing you again? You be over for one last game? Mark shook his head. Afraid not, Bill. They shook hands awkwardly, abashed. Sure will miss them games, said Mark. Me too, said Gramp. I won't have nobody once you're gone. So long, Bill, said Mark. So long, said Gramp. He stood and watched his friend hobble around the house, felt the cold claw of loneliness reach out and touch him with icy fingers. A terrible loneliness. The loneliness of age and the outdated. Fiercely, Gramp admitted it. He was outdated. He belonged to another age. He had outstripped his time, lived beyond his years. Eyes misty, he fumbled for the cane that lay against the bench, slowly made his way toward the sagging gate that opened onto the deserted street back of the house. The years had moved too fast, years that had brought the family plane and helicopter, leaving the auto to rust in some forgotten place, the unused roads to fall into disrepair. Years that had virtually wiped out the tilling of the soil with the rise of hydroponics. Years that had brought cheap land with the disappearance of the farm as an economic unit, had sent city people scurrying out into the country where each man, for less than the price of a city lot, might own broad acres. Years that had revolutionized the construction of homes to a point where families simply walked away from their old homes to the new ones that could be bought, custom-made, for less than half the price of a pre-war structure and could be changed at small cost to accommodate need of additional space or just a passing whim. Gramp sniffed. Houses that could be changed each year, just like one would shift around the furniture. What kind of living was that? He plodded slowly down the dusty path that was all that remained of what a few years before had been a busy residential street. A street of ghosts, Gramp told himself. Of furtive little ghosts that whispered in the night. Ghosts of playing children. Ghosts of upset tricycles and canted coaster wagons. Ghosts of gossiping housewives. Ghosts of shouted greetings. Ghosts of flaming fireplaces and chimneys smoking of a winter night. Little puffs of dust rose around his feet and whitened the cuffs of his trousers. There was the old Adams place across the way. Adams had been mighty proud of it, he remembered. Gray fieldstone front and picture windows. Now the stone was green with creeping moss, and the broken windows gaped with ghastly leer. Weeds choked the lawn and blotted out the stoop. An elm tree was pushing its branches against the gable. Gramp could remember the day Adams had planted that elm tree. For a moment he stood there in the grass-grown street, feet in the dust, both hands clutching the curve of his cane, eyes closed. Through the fog of years he heard the cry of playing children, the barking of Conrad's yapping pooch from down the street. And there was Adams, stripped to the waist, plying the shovel, scooping out the hole with the elm tree, roots wrapped in burlap, lying on the lawn. May 1946, 44 years ago, just after he and Adams had come home from the war together. Footsteps padded in the dust, and Gramp, startled, opened his eyes. Before him stood a young man, a man of 30, perhaps, maybe a bit less. "Good morning," said Gramp. "I hope," said the young man, "that I didn't startle you." "You saw me standing here?" asked Gramp, "like a dang fool with my eyes shut?" The young man nodded. "I was remembering," said Gramp. "You live around here?" "Just down the street. The last one in this part of the city." "Perhaps you can help me, then." "Try me," said Gramp. The young man stammered. "Well, you see, it's like this. I'm on a sort of, well, you might call it a sentimental pilgrimage." "I understand," said Gramp. "So am I." "My name is Adams," said the young man. "My grandfather used to live around here somewhere. I wonder—" "Right over there," said Gramp. Together they stood and stared at the house. "It was a nice place once," Gramp told him. "Your granddaddy planted that tree right after he came home from the war. I was with him all through the war, and we came home together. That was a day for you." "It's a pity," said young Adams. "A pity." But Gramp didn't seem to hear him. "Your granddaddy?" he asked. "I seem to have lost track of him." "He's dead," said young Adams. "Quite a number of years ago." "He was messed up with atomic power," said Gramp. "That's right," said Adams proudly. Got into it just as soon as it was released to industry, right after the Moscow Agreement." "Right after they decided," said Gramp, "they couldn't fight a war." "That's right," said Adams. "It's pretty hard to fight a war," said Gramp, "when there's nothing you can aim at." "You mean the cities," said Adams. "Sure," said Gramp. "And there's a funny thing about it. Wave all the atom bombs you wanted to and you couldn't scare them out. But give them cheap land and family planes and they scattered just like so many dad-burned rabbits." John J. Webster was striding up the broad stone steps of the city hall when the walking scarecrow carrying a rifle under his arm caught up with him and stopped him. "Howdy, Mr. Webster," said the scarecrow. Webster stared, then recognition crinkled his face. "It's Levi," he said. "How are things going, Levi?" Levi Lewis grinned with snagged teeth. "Fair to middling. Gardens are coming along, and the young rabbits are getting to be good eating." "You aren't getting mixed up in any of the hell-raising that's being laid to the houses?" asked Webster. "No, sir," declared Levi. "Ain't none of us squatters mixed up in any wrongdoing. We're law-abiding, God-fearing people, we are. Only reason we're there is we can't make a living no place else. And us living in them places, other people up and left ain't harming no one. Police are just blaming us for the thievery and other things that's going on, knowing we can't protect ourselves. They're making us the goats." "I'm glad to hear that," said Webster. "The chief wants to burn the houses." "If he tries that," said Levi, "he'll run against something he ain't counting on. They run us off our farms with this tank farming of theirs, but they ain't going to run us any farther." He spat across the steps. "Wouldn't happen you might have some jingling money on you?" he asked. "I'm fresh out of cartridges, and with them rabbits coming up—" Webster thrust his fingers into a vest pocket, pulled out a $50. Levi grinned. "That's obliging of you, Mr. Webster. I'll bring a mess of squirrels come fall." The squatter touched his hat with 2 fingers and retreated down the steps, sun glinting on the rifle barrel. Webster turned up the steps again. The city council session already was in full swing when he walked into the chamber. Police Chief Jim Maxwell was standing by the table and Mayor Paul Carter was talking. "Don't you think you may be acting a bit hastily, Jim, in urging such a course of action with the houses?" "No, I don't," declared the chief. "Except for a couple of dozen or so, none of those houses are occupied by their rightful owners, or rather their original owners. Every one of them belongs to the city now through tax forfeiture. And they are nothing but an eyesore and a menace. They have no value, not even salvage value. Wood? We don't use wood anymore. Plastics are better. Stone? We use steel instead of stone. Not a single one of those houses has any material of marketable value. And in the meantime, they are becoming the haunts of petty criminals and undesirable elements. Grown up with vegetation as the residential sections are, they make a perfect hideout for all types of criminals. A man commits a crime and heads straight for the houses. Once there, he's safe, for I could send 1,000 men in there and he could elude them all. They aren't worth the expense of tearing down, and yet they are, if not a menace, at least a nuisance. We should get rid of them, and fire is the cheapest, quickest way. We'd use all precautions." "What about the legal angle?" asked the mayor. "I checked into that. A man has a right to destroy his own property in any way he may see fit, so long as it endangers no one else's. The same law, I suppose, would apply to a municipality." Alderman Thomas Griffin sprang to his feet. "You'd alienate a lot of people," he declared. "You'd be burning down a lot of old homesteads. People still have some sentimental attachments." "If they cared for them," snapped the chief, "why didn't they pay the taxes and take care of them? Why did they go running off to the country, just leaving the houses standing? Ask Webster here. He can tell you what success he had trying to interest the people in their ancestral homes." "You're talking about that old Home Week farce," said Griffin. "It failed. Of course it failed. Webster spread it on so thick that they gagged on it. That's what a Chamber of Commerce mentality always does." Alderman Forrest King spoke up angrily. "There's nothing wrong with the Chamber of Commerce, Griffin. Simply because you failed in business is no reason—" Griffin ignored him. "The day of high pressure is over, gentlemen. The day of high pressure is gone forever. Ballyhoo is something that is dead and buried. The day when you could have tall corn days or dollar days or dream up some fake celebration and deck the place up with bunting and pull in big crowds that were ready to spend money is past these many years. Only you fellows don't seem to know it. The success of such stunts as that was its appeal to mob psychology and civic loyalty. You can't have civic loyalty with the city dying on its feet. You can't appeal to mob psychology when there is no mob, when every man, or nearly every man, has the solitude of 40 acres. Gentlemen, pleaded the mayor, gentlemen, this is distinctly out of order. King sputtered into life, walloped the table. No, let's have it out. Webster is over there. Perhaps he can tell us what he thinks. Webster stirred uncomfortably. I scarcely believe, he said, I have anything to say. Forget it, snapped Griffin and sat down. But King still stood, face crimson, his mouth trembling with anger. Webster, he shouted. Webster shook his head. You came here with one of your big ideas, shouted King. You were going to lay it before the council. Step up, man, and speak your piece. Webster rose slowly, grim-lipped. Perhaps you're too thick-skulled, he told King, to know why I resent the way you have behaved. King gasped, then exploded. Thick-skulled? You would say that to me. We've worked together, and I've helped you. You've never called me that before. I've never called you that before, said Webster levelly. Naturally not. I wanted to keep my job. Well, you haven't got a job, roared King. From this minute on, you haven't got a job. Shut up, said Webster. King stared at him, bewildered, as if someone had slapped him across the face. And sit down, said Webster, and his voice bit through the room like a sharp-edged knife. King's knees caved beneath him, and he sat down abruptly. The silence was brittle. I have something to say, said Webster. Something that should have been said long ago. Something all of you should hear. That I should be the one who would tell it to you is the one thing that astounds me. And yet perhaps as one who has worked in the interests of this city for almost 15 years, I am the logical one to speak the truth. Alderman Griffin said the city is dying on its feet, and his statement is correct. There is but one fault I would find with it, and that is its understatement. The city, this city, any city, already is dead. The city is an anachronism. It has outlived its usefulness. Hydroponics and the helicopter spelled its downfall. In the first instance, the city was a tribal place, an area where the tribe banded together for mutual protection. In later years, a wall was thrown around it for additional protection. Then the wall finally disappeared, but the city lived on because of the conveniences which it offered trade and commerce. It continued into modern times because people were compelled to live close to their jobs, and the jobs were in the city. But today that is no longer true. With the family plane, 100 miles today is a shorter distance than 5 miles back in 1930. Men can fly several hundred miles to work and fly home when the day is done. There is no longer any need for them to live cooped up in a city. The automobile started the trend, and the family plane finished it. Even in the first part of the century, the trend was noticeable, a movement away from the city with its taxes and its stuffiness, a move toward the suburb and close-in acreages. Lack of adequate transportation, lack of finances held many to the city, but now with tank farming destroying the value of land, a man can buy a huge acreage in the country for less than he could a city lot 40 years ago. With planes powered by atomics, there is no longer any transportation problem. He paused, and the silence held. The mayor wore a shocked look. King's lips moved, but no words came. Griffin was smiling. So what have we? Asked Webster. I'll tell you what we have. Street after street, block after block of deserted houses, houses that the people just up and walked away from. Why should they have stayed? What could the city offer them? None of the things that it offered the generations before them, for progress had wiped out the need of the city's benefits. They lost something, some monetary consideration, of course, when they left the houses, but the fact that they could buy a house twice as good for half as much, the fact that they could live as they wished to live, that they could develop what amounts to family estates after the best traditions set them by the wealthy of a generation ago, all these things outweighed the leaving of their homes. And what have we left? A few blocks of business houses, a few acres of industrial plants, a city government geared to take care of 1 million people without the 1 million people, a budget that has run the taxes so high that eventually even business houses will move to escape those taxes. Tax forfeitures that have left us loaded with worthless property. That's what we have left. If you think any chamber of commerce, any ballyhoo, any harebrained scheme will give you the answers, you're crazy. There is only one answer, and that is simple. The city as a human institution is dead. It may struggle on a few more years, but that is all. Mr. Webster, said the mayor. But Webster paid him no attention. But for what happened today, he said, I would have stayed on and played dollhouse with you. I would have gone on pretending that the city was a going concern, would have gone on kidding myself and you. But there is, gentlemen, such a thing as human dignity. The icy silence broke down in the rustling of papers, the muffled cough of some embarrassed listener. But Webster was not through. The city failed, he said, and it is well it failed. Instead of sitting here and mourning above its broken body, you should rise to your feet and shout your thanks it failed. For if this city had not outlived its usefulness, as did every other city, if the cities of the world had not been deserted, they would have been destroyed. There would have been a war, gentlemen, an atomic war. Have you forgotten the 1950s and the 60s? Have you forgotten waking up at night and listening for the bomb to come, knowing that you would not hear it when it came, knowing that you would never hear again if it did come? But the cities were deserted and industry was dispersed, and there were no targets, and there was no war. Some of you, gentlemen, he said, many of you, gentlemen, are alive today because the people left your city. Now, for God's sake, let it stay dead. Be happy that it's dead. It's the best thing that ever happened in all human history. John J. Webster turned on his heel and left the room. Outside, on the broad stone steps, he stopped and stared up at the cloudless sky, saw the pigeons wheeling above the turrets and spires of the city hall. He shook himself mentally like a dog coming out of a pool. He had been a fool, of course. Now he'd have to hunt for a job, and it might take time to find one. He was getting a bit old to be hunting for a job. But despite his thoughts, a little tune rose unbidden to his lips. He walked away briskly, lips pursed, whistling soundlessly. No more hypocrisy. No more lying awake nights wondering what to do, knowing that the city was dead, knowing that what he did was a useless task, feeling like a heel for taking a salary that he knew he wasn't earning. Sensing the strange, nagging frustration of a worker who knows his work is non-productive. He strode toward the parking lot, heading for his helicopter. Now, maybe, he told himself, they could move out into the country the way Betty wanted to. Maybe he could spend his evenings tramping land that belonged to him, a place with a stream. Definitely it had to have a stream he could stock with trout. He made a mental note to go up into the attic and check his fly equipment. Martha Johnson was waiting at the barnyard gate when the old car chugged down the lane. Ole got out stiffly, face rimmed with weariness. "Sell anything?" asked Martha. Ole shook his head. "It ain't no use. They won't buy farm-raised stuff. Just laughed at me. Showed me ears of corn twice as big as the ones I had, just as sweet and with more even rows. Showed me melons that had almost no rind at all. Better tasting, too, they said." He kicked at a clod, and it exploded into dust. "There ain't no getting around it," he declared. "Tank farming has ruined us." "Maybe we better fix to sell the farm," suggested Martha. Ole said nothing. "You could get a job on a tank farm," she said. "Harry did. Likes it real well." Ole shook his head. "Or maybe a gardener," said Martha. "You would make a right smart gardener. Ritzy folks that's moved out to big estates like to have gardeners to take care of flowers and things. More classy than doing it with machines." Ole shook his head again. "Couldn't stand to mess around with flowers," he declared. "Not after raising corn for more than 20 years. "Maybe," said Martha, "we could have one of them little planes, and running water in the house, and a bathtub instead of taking a bath in the old washtub by the kitchen fire." "Couldn't run a plane," objected Ole. "Sure you could," said Martha. "Simple to run they are. Why, them Anderson kids ain't no more than knee-high to a cricket, and they fly one all over. One of them got fooling around and fell out once, but—" "I got to think about it," said Ole desperately. "I got to think." He swung away, vaulted a fence, headed for the fields. Martha stood beside the car and watched him go. One lone tear rolled down her dusty cheek. "Mr. Taylor is waiting for you," said the girl. John J. Webster stammered. "But I haven't been here before. He didn't know I was coming." "Mr. Taylor," insisted the girl, "is waiting for you." She nodded her head toward the door. It read, "Bureau of Human Adjustment." "But I came here to get a job," protested Webster. "I didn't come to be adjusted or anything. This is the World Committee's placement service, isn't it? "That is right," the girl declared. "Won't you see Mr. Taylor?" "Since you insist," said Webster. The girl clicked over a switch, spoke into the intercommunicator. "Mr. Webster is here, sir." "Send him in," said a voice. Hat in hand, Webster walked through the door. The man behind the desk had white hair, but a young man's face. He motioned toward a chair. "You've been trying to find a job," he said. "Yes," said Webster, "but—" "Please, sit down," said Taylor. "If you're thinking about that sign on the door, forget it. We'll not try to adjust you." "I couldn't find a job," said Webster. "I've hunted for weeks and no one would have me, so finally I came here." "You didn't want to come here?" "No, frankly I didn't. A placement service. It has an implication I do not like." Taylor smiled. "The terminology may be unfortunate. You're thinking of the employment services of the old days, the places where men went when they were desperate for work, the government-operated places that tried to find work for men so they wouldn't become public charges." "I'm desperate enough," confessed Webster, "but I still have a pride that made it hard to come. But finally there was nothing else to do. You see, I turned traitor." "You mean," said Taylor, "that you told the truth, even when it cost you your job. The business world, not only here, but all over the world, is not ready for that truth. The businessman still clings to the city myth, to the myth of salesmanship. In time to come, he will realize he doesn't need the city, that service and honest values will bring him more substantial business than salesmanship ever did." "I've wondered, Webster, just what made you do what you did." "I was sick of it," said Webster. "Sick of watching men blundering along with their eyes tight shut. Sick of seeing an old tradition being kept alive when it should have been laid away. Sick of King's simpering civic enthusiasm when all cause for enthusiasm had vanished." Taylor nodded. "Webster, do you think you could adjust human beings?" Webster merely stared. "I mean it," said Taylor. "The World Committee has been doing it for years, quietly, unobtrusively. Even many of the people who have been adjusted don't know they have been adjusted. Changes such as have come since the creation of the World Committee out of the old United Nations has meant much human maladjustment. The advent of workable atomic power took jobs away from hundreds of thousands. They had to be trained and guided into new jobs, some with the new atomics, some into other lines of work. The advent of tank farming swept the farmers off their land. They, perhaps, have supplied us with our greatest problem, for other than the special knowledge needed to grow crops and handle animals, they had no skills. Most of them had no wish for acquiring skills. Most of them were bitterly resentful at having been forced from the livelihood which they inherited from their forebears. And, being natural individualists, they offered the toughest psychological problems of any other class. Many of them, declared Webster, still are at loose ends. There's 100 or more of them squatting out in the houses, living from hand to mouth, shooting a few rabbits and a few squirrels, doing some fishing, raising vegetables and picking wild fruit, engaging in a little petty thievery now and then, and doing occasional begging on the uptown streets. "You know these people?" asked Taylor. "I know some of them," said Webster. "One of them brings me squirrels and rabbits on occasions. To make up for it, he bums ammunition money." "They'd resent being adjusted, wouldn't they?" "Violently," said Webster. "You know a farmer by the name of Ole Johnson, still sticking to his farm, still unreconstructed?" Webster nodded. "What if you tried to adjust him?" "He'd run me off the farm," said Webster. "Men like Ole and the squatters," said Taylor, "are our special problems now. Most of the rest of the world is fairly well adjusted, fairly well settled into the groove of the present. Some of them are doing a lot of moaning about the past, but that's just for effect. You couldn't drive them back to their old ways of life. Years ago, with the advent of industrial atomics, in fact, the World Committee faced a hard decision. Should changes that spelled progress in the world be brought about gradually to allow the people to adjust themselves naturally, or should they be developed as quickly as possible, with the committee aiding in the necessary human adjustment? It was decided, rightly or wrongly, that progress should come first, regardless of its effect upon the people. The decision in the main has proved a wise one. We knew, of course, that in many instances this readjustment could not be made too openly. In some cases, as in large groups of workers who had been displaced, it was possible, but in most individual cases, such as our friend Ole, it was not. These people must be helped to find themselves in this new world, but they must not know that they're being helped. To let them know would destroy confidence and dignity, and human dignity is the keystone of any civilization. I knew, of course, about the readjustments made within industry itself, said Webster, but I had not heard of the individual cases. We could not advertise it, Taylor said. It's practically undercover. But why are you telling me all this now? Because we'd like you to come in with us. Have a hand at adjusting Ole to start with. Maybe see what could be done about the squatters next. I don't know, said Webster. We'd been waiting for you to come in, said Taylor. We knew you'd finally have to come here. Any chance you might have had at any kind of job would have been queered by King. He passed the word along. You're blackballed by every chamber of commerce and every civic group in the world today. Probably I have no choice, said Webster. We don't want you to feel that way about it, Taylor said. Take a while to think it over, then come back. Even if you don't want the job, we'll find you another one, in spite of King. Outside the office, Webster found a scarecrow figure waiting for him. It was Levi Lewis, snaggle-toothed grin wiped off, rifle under his arm. Some of the boys said they seen you go in here, he explained, so I waited for you. What's the trouble? Webster asked, for Levi's face spoke eloquently of trouble. It's them police, said Levi. He spat disgustedly. The police, said Webster, and his heart sank as he said the words, for he knew what the trouble was. Yeah, said Levi. They're fixing to burn us out. So the council finally gave in, said Webster. I just came from police headquarters, declared Levi. I told them they better go easy. I told them there'd be guts strewed all over the place if they tried it. I got the boys posted all around the place with orders not to shoot till they're sure of hitting. You can't do that, Levi, said Webster sharply. I can't, retorted Levi. I've done it already. They drove us off the farms, forced us to sell because we couldn't make a living, and they aren't driving us no farther. We either stay here or we die here. And the only way they'll burn us out is when there's no one left to stop them. He shucked up his pants and spat again. And we ain't the only ones that feel that way, he declared. Gramp is out there with us. Gramp? Sure, Gramp, the old guy that lives with you. He's sort of taken over as our commanding general. Says he remembers tricks from the war them police have never heard of. He sent some of the boys over to one of them Legion halls to swipe a cannon. Says he knows where we can get some shells for it from the museum. Says we'll get it all set up, and then send word that if the police make a move, we'll shell the loop. Look, Levi, will you do something for me? Sure will, Mr. Webster. Will you go in and ask for a Mr. Taylor? Insist on seeing him. Tell him I'm already on the job. Sure will, but where are you going? I'm going up to the city hall. Sure you don't want me along? No, declared Webster. I'll do better alone. And Levi. Yes? Tell Gramp to hold up his artillery. Don't shoot unless he has to. But if he has, to lay it on the line. The mayor is busy, said Raymond Brown, his secretary. That's what you think, said Webster, starting for the door. You can't go in there, Webster, yelled Brown. He leaped from his chair, came charging around the desk, reaching for Webster. Webster swung broadside with his arm, caught Brown across the chest, swept him back against the desk. The desk skidded, and Brown waved his arms, lost his balance, thudded to the floor. Webster jerked open the mayor's door. The mayor's feet thumped off his desk. I told Brown, he said. Webster nodded. And Brown told me. What's the matter, Carter? Afraid King might find out I was here? Afraid of being corrupted by some good ideas? What do you want? Snapped Carter. I understand the police are going to burn the houses. That's right, declared the mayor righteously. They're a menace to the community. What community? Look here, Webster. You know there's no community. Just a few of you lousy politicians who stick around so you can claim residence, so you can be sure of being elected every year and drag down your salaries. It's getting to the point where all you have to do is vote for one another. The people who work in the stores and shops, even those who do the meanest jobs in the factories, don't live inside the city limits. The businessmen quit the city long ago. They do business here, but they aren't residents. But this is still a city, declared the mayor. I didn't come to argue that with you, said Webster. I came to try to make you see that you're doing wrong by burning those houses. Even if you don't realize it, the houses are homes to people who have no other homes. People who have come to this city to seek sanctuary, who have found refuge with us. In a measure, they are our responsibility." "They're not our responsibility," gritted the mayor. "Whatever happens to them is their own hard luck. We didn't ask them here. We don't want them here. They contribute nothing to the community. You're going to tell me they're misfits. Well, can I help that? You're going to say they can't find jobs, and I'll tell you they could find jobs if they tried to find them. There's work to be done. There's always work to be done. They've been filled up with this New World talk, and they figure it's up to someone to find the place that suits them and the job that suits them." "You sound like a rugged individualist," said Webster. "You say that like you think it's funny," yapped the mayor. "I do think it's funny," said Webster. "Funny and tragic that anyone should think that way today." "The world would be a lot better off with some rugged individualism," snapped the mayor. "Look at the men who have gone places." "Meaning yourself?" asked Webster. "You might take me, for example," Carter agreed. "I worked hard. I took advantage of opportunity. I had some foresight. I did—" "You mean you licked the correct boots and stepped in the proper faces," said Webster. "You're the shining example of the kind of people the world doesn't want today. You positively smell musty. Your ideas are so old. You're the last of the politicians, Carter, just as I was the last of the Chamber of Commerce secretaries. Only you don't know it yet. I did. I got out. Even when it cost me something, I got out, because I had to save my self-respect. Your kind of politics is dead." "They're dead because any tin horn with a loud mouth and a brassy front could gain power by appeal to mob psychology. And you haven't got mob psychology anymore. You can't have mob psychology when people don't give a damn what happens to a thing that's dead already, a political system that broke down under its own weight." "Get out of here!" screamed Carter. "Get out before I have the cops come and throw you out." "You forget," said Webster, "that I came in to talk about the houses." "It won't do you any good," snarled Carter. "You can stand and talk till doomsday for all the good it does. Those houses burn. That's final." "How would you like to see the loop a mass of rubble?" asked Webster. "Your comparison," said Carter, "is grotesque." "I wasn't talking about comparisons," said Webster. "You weren't?" The mayor stared at him. "What were you talking about, then?" "Only this," said Webster. "The second the first torch touches the houses, the first shell will land on the City Hall, and the second one will hit the First National. They'll go down the line, the biggest targets first." Carter gaped. Then a flush of anger crawled from his throat up into his face. "It won't work, Webster," he snapped. "You can't bluff me. Any cock-and-bull story like that." "It's no cock-and-bull story," declared Webster. "Those men have cannon out there. Pieces from in front of Legion halls, from the museums. And they have men who know how to work them. They wouldn't need them, really. It's practically point-blank range, like shooting the broadside of a barn." Carter reached for the radio, but Webster stopped him with an upraised hand. "Better think a minute, Carter, before you go flying off the handle. You're on a spot. Go ahead with your plan, and you have a battle on your hands. The houses may burn, but the loop is wrecked. The businessmen will have your scalp for that." Carter's hand retreated from the radio. From far away came the sharp crack of a rifle. "Better call them off," warned Webster. Carter's face twisted with indecision. Another rifle shot, another and another. "Pretty soon," said Webster, "it will have gone too far, so far that you can't stop it." A thudding blast rattled the windows of the room. Carter leaped from his chair. Webster felt suddenly cold and weak, but he fought to keep his face straight and his voice calm. Carter was staring out the window like a man of stone. "I'm afraid," said Webster, "that it's gone too far already." The radio on the desk chirped insistently, red light flashing. Carter reached out a trembling hand and snapped it on. "Carter," a voice was saying. "Carter! Carter!" Webster recognized that voice, the bull-throated tone of Police Chief Jim Maxwell. "What is it?" asked Carter. "They had a big gun," said Maxwell. "It exploded when they tried to fire it. Ammunition no good, I guess." "One gun?" asked Carter. "Only one gun?" "I don't see any others." "I heard rifle fire," said Carter. "Yeah, they did some shooting at us. Wounded a couple of the boys. But they've pulled back now, deeper into the brush. No shooting now." "Okay," said Carter. "Go ahead and start the fires." Webster started forward. Ask him... But Carter clicked the switch and the radio went dead. "What was it you want to ask?" "Nothing," said Webster. "Nothing that amounted to anything." He couldn't tell Carter that Gramp had been the one who knew about firing big guns. Couldn't tell him that when the gun exploded, Gramp had been there. He'd have to get out of here, get over to the gun as quickly as possible. "It was a good bluff, Webster," Carter was saying. "A good bluff, but it petered out." The mayor turned to the window that faced toward the houses. "No more firing," he said. "They gave up quick." "You'll be lucky," snapped Webster, "if 6 of your policemen come back alive. Those men with the rifles are out in the brush, and they can pick the eye out of a squirrel at 100 yards. Feet pounded in the corridor outside, 2 pairs of feet racing toward the door. The mayor whirled from his window, and Webster pivoted around. "Gramp!" he yelled. "Hi, Johnny," puffed Gramp, skidding to a stop. The man behind Gramp was a young man, and he was waving something in his hand, a sheaf of papers that rustled as he waved them. "What do you want?" asked the mayor. "Plenty," said Gramp. He stood for a moment, catching back his breath, and said between puffs, "Meet my friend, Henry Adams." "Adams?" asked the mayor. "Sure," said Gramp. "His granddaddy used to live here, out on 27th Street. "Oh," said the mayor, and it was as if someone had smacked him with a brick. "Oh, you mean F.J. Adams." "Bet your boots," said Gramp. "Him and me, we were in the war together. Used to keep me awake nights telling me about his boy back home." Carter nodded to Henry Adams. "As mayor of the city," he said, trying to regain some of his dignity, "I welcome you to—" "It's not a particularly fitting welcome," Adams said. "I understand you were burning my property." "Your property?" The mayor choked, and his eyes stared in disbelief at the sheaf of papers Adams waved at him. "Yeah, his property," shrilled Gramp. "He just bought it. We just come from the treasurer's office. Paid all the back taxes and penalties and all the other things you legal thieves thought up to slap against them houses." But, the mayor was grasping for words, gasping for breath. "Not all of it. Perhaps just the old Adams property." "Lock, stock, and barrel," said Gramp triumphantly. "And now," said Adams to the mayor, "if you would kindly tell your men to stop destroying my property." Carter bent over the desk and fumbled at the radio, his hands suddenly all thumbs. "Maxwell!" he shouted. "Maxwell! Maxwell!" "What do you want?" Maxwell yelled back. "Stop setting those fires," yelled Carter. "Start putting them out. Call the fire department. Do anything, but stop those fires." "Cripes," said Maxwell. "I wish you'd make up your mind." "You do what I tell you," screamed the mayor. "You put out those fires." "All right," said Maxwell. "All right, keep your shirt on, but the boys won't like it. They won't like getting shot at to do something you change your mind about." Carter straightened from the radio. "Let me assure you, Mr. Adams," he said, "that this is all a big mistake." "It is," Adams declared solemnly. "A very great mistake, Mayor. The biggest one you ever made." For a moment the two of them stood there, looking across the room at one another. "Tomorrow," said Adams, "I shall file a petition with the courts asking dissolution of the city charter. As owner of the greatest portion of the land included in the corporate limits, both from the standpoint of area and valuation, I understand I have a perfect legal right to do that." The mayor gulped, finally brought out some words. "Upon what grounds?" he asked. "Upon the grounds," said Adam, "that there is no further need of it. I do not believe I shall have too hard a time to prove my case." But that means—" "Yeah," said Gramp. "You know what it means. It means you are out right on your ear." "A park," said Gramp, waving his arm over the wilderness that once had been the residential section of the city. "A park so that people can remember how their old folks lived." The three of them stood on Tower Hill, with the rusty old water tower looming above them, its sturdy steel legs planted in a sea of waist-high grass. "Not a park exactly," explained Henry Adams. "A memorial, rather. A memorial to an era of communal life that will be forgotten in another 100 years. A preservation of a number of peculiar types of construction that arose to suit certain conditions in each man's particular tastes. No slavery to any architectural concepts, but an effort made to achieve better living. In another 100 years, men will walk through those houses down there with the same feeling of respect and awe they have when they go into a museum today. It will be to them something out of what amounts to a primeval age, a stepping stone on the way to the better, fuller life. Artists will spend their lives transferring those old houses to their canvases. Writers of historical novels will come here for the breath of authenticity. But you said you meant to restore all the houses, make the lawns and gardens exactly like they were before, said Webster. That will take a fortune, and after that another fortune to keep them in shape. I have too much money, said Adams. Entirely too much money. Remember, my grandfather and father got into atomics on the ground floor.
Best crap player I ever knew your granddaddy was, said Gramp. He used to take me for a cleaning every payday.
In the old days, said Adams, when a man had too much money, there were other things he could do with it. Organize charities, for example, or medical research or something like that. But there are no organized charities today, not enough business to keep them going. And since the World Committee has hit its stride, there is ample money for all the research, medical or otherwise, anyone might wish to do. I didn't plan this thing when I came back to see my grandfather's old house. Just wanted to see it, that was all. He'd told me so much about it, how he planted the tree in the front lawn, and the rose garden he had out back. And then I saw it, and it was a mocking ghost. It was something that had been left behind, something that had meant a lot to someone and had been left behind. Standing there in front of that house with Gramp that day, it came to me that I could do nothing better than preserve for posterity a cross-section of the life their ancestors lived. A thin blue thread of smoke rose above the trees far below. Webster pointed to it. What about them? The squatters stay, said Adams, if they want to. There will be plenty of work for them to do, and there'll always be a house or two that they can have to live in. There's just one thing that bothers me. I can't be here all the time myself. I'll need someone to manage the project. It'll be a lifelong job. He looked at Webster.
Go ahead, Johnny, said Gramp.
Webster shook his head. Bet he's got her heart set on that place out in the country. You wouldn't have to stay here, said Adams. You could fly in every day. From the foot of the hill came a hail.
It's Ole,
yelled Gramp. He waved his cane.
Hi, Ole, come on up.
They watched Ole striding up the hill, waiting for him silently.
Wanted to talk to you, Johnny, said Ole. Got an idea. Waked me out of a sound sleep last night.
Go ahead, said Webster. Ole glanced at Adams. He's all right, said Webster. He's Henry Adams. Maybe you remember his grandfather, old F.J.
I remember him, said Ole. Nuts about atomic power he was. How did he make out?
He made out rather well, said Adams.
Glad to hear that, Ole said.
Guess I was wrong.
Said he never would amount to nothing. Daydreamed all the time.
How about that idea? Webster asked.
You heard about dude ranches, ain't you? Ole asked.
Webster nodded.
Place, said Ole, where people used to go and pretend they were cowboys. Pleased them because they really didn't know all the hard work there was in ranching and figured it was romantic-like to ride horses and—
Look, said Webster, you aren't figuring on turning your farm into a dude ranch, are you?
Nope,
said Ole. Not a dude ranch.
Dude farm, maybe. Folks don't know too much about farms anymore since there ain't hardly no farms.
And they'll read about the frost being on the pumpkin and how pretty a— Webster stared at Ole.
They'd go for it, Ole, he declared.
They'd kill one another in the rush to spend their vacation on a real, honest-to-God, old-time farm. Out of a clump of bushes down the hillside burst a shining thing that chattered and gurgled and screeched, blades flashing, a crane-like arm waving.
What the?
Asked Adams.
It's that dad-burned lawnmower, yelped Gramp. I always knew the day would come when it would strip a gear and go completely off its nut.
Arena. Astounding, June. By Fredric Brown, 1906 to 1972. Readers of earlier volumes in this series will be familiar with the multi-talented Fredric Brown, whose sharp, witty, and frequently profound stories graced the pages of many science fiction and mystery magazines during his long career. His satirical humor was one of his strongest attributes, and he maintained an amazingly high standard of quality in his work, which ranged from the short story to the novel. Arena is perhaps his most famous story, and rightly so, an exciting and yet humanistic account of mortal combat between an Earthman and alien with the survival of their respective battle fleets at stake. Written in the midst of World War II, it manages to be respectful to the other side at a time of total war in the present of the writer, never an easy task. One of the games one can play with science fiction, or with literature in general, is to trace back the treatment of themes. This is not to say writer A deliberately copies a story written by writer B a generation before, or is even consciously influenced by him. However, a successful story makes a dent in literary history, one that influences literary thought thereafter. There was an extremely moving story by Barry Longyear called Enemy Mine, which will be a certain inclusion when we reach 1979 in this series, that pitted a human against an alien in a particularly subtle way, and I couldn't help but think of Arena. I.A. Carson opened his eyes and found himself looking upward into a flickering blue dimness. It was hot, and he was lying on sand, and a sharp rock embedded in the sand was hurting his back. He rolled over to his side, off the rock, and then pushed himself up to a sitting position. I'm crazy, he thought. Crazy or dead or something. The sand was blue, bright blue, and there wasn't any such thing as bright blue sand on Earth or any of the planets. Blue sand. Blue sand under a blue dome that wasn't the sky, nor yet a room, but a circumscribed area. Somehow he knew it was circumscribed and finite, even though he couldn't see to the top of it. He picked up some of the sand in his hand and let it run through his fingers. It trickled down onto his bare leg. Bare? Naked. He was stark naked, and already his body was dripping perspiration from the enervating heat, coated blue with sand wherever sand had touched it. But elsewhere his body was white. He thought, then this sand is really blue. If it seemed blue only because of the blue light, then I'd be blue also. But I'm white, so the sand is blue. Blue sand. There isn't any blue sand. There isn't any place like this place I'm in. Sweat was running down in his eyes. It was hot, hotter than hell. Only hell, the hell of the ancients, was supposed to be red and not blue. But if this place wasn't hell, what was it? Only Mercury among the planets had heat like this, and this wasn't Mercury. And Mercury was some 4 billion miles from... It came back to him then where he'd been. In the little one-man scouter outside the orbit of Pluto, scouting a scant 1,000,000 miles to one side of the Earth Armada, drawn up in battle array there to intercept the outsiders. That sudden strident, nerve-shattering ringing of the alarm bell when the rival scouter, the outsider ship, had come within range of his detectors. No one knew who the outsiders were, what they looked like, from what far galaxy they came, other than that it was in the general direction of the Pleiades. First, sporadic raids on Earth colonies and outposts. Isolated battles between Earth patrols and small groups of outsider spaceships. Battles sometimes won and sometimes lost, but never to date resulting in the capture of an alien vessel. Nor had any member of a raided colony ever survived to describe the outsiders who had left the ships, if indeed they had left them. Not a too serious menace at first, for the raids had not been too numerous or destructive, and individually the ships had proved slightly inferior in armament to the best of Earth's fighters, although somewhat superior in speed and maneuverability. A sufficient edge in speed, in fact, to give the outsiders their choice of running or fighting, unless surrounded. Nevertheless, Earth had prepared for serious trouble, for a showdown, building the mightiest armada of all time. It had been waiting now, that armada, for a long time, but now the showdown was coming. Scouts 20 billion miles out had detected the approach of a mighty fleet, a showdown fleet of the outsiders. Those scouts had never come back, but their radiotronic messages had. And now Earth's armada, all 10,000 ships and 500,000 fighting spacemen, was out there, outside Pluto's orbit, waiting to intercept and battle to the death. And an even battle it was going to be, judging by the advance reports of the men of the far picket line who had given their lives to report, before they had died, on the size and strength of the alien fleet. Anybody's battle, with the mastery of the solar system hanging in the balance on an even chance. A last and only chance, for Earth and all her colonies lay at the utter mercy of the outsiders if they ran that gauntlet.
Oh, yes. Bob Carson remembered now. Not that it explained blue sand and flickering blueness, but that strident alarming of the bell and his leap for the control panel, his frenzied fumbling as he strapped himself into the seat, the dot in the visiplate that grew larger, the dryness of his mouth, the awful knowledge that this was it, for him at least, although the main fleets were still out of range of one another. This his first taste of battle. Within 3 seconds or less he'd be victorious or a charred cinder, dead. 3 seconds. That's how long a space battle lasted. Time enough to count to 3 slowly, and then you'd won or you were dead. One hit completely took care of a lightly armed and armored little one-man craft like a scouter. Frantically, as unconsciously his dry lips shaped the word "one," he worked at the controls to keep that growing dot centered on the crossed spiderwebs of the visiplate, his hands doing that while his right foot hovered over the pedal that would fire the bolt, the single bolt of concentrated hell that had to hit or else. There wouldn't be time for any second shot. 2. He didn't know he'd said that either. The dot in the visiplate wasn't a dot now. Only a few thousand miles away, it showed up in the magnification of the plate, as though it were only a few hundred yards off. It was a sleek, fast little scouter, about the size of his. And an alien ship, all right. His foot touched the bolt release pedal. And then the outsider had swerved suddenly and was off the crosshairs. Carson punched keys frantically to follow. For a tenth of a second it was out of the visiplate entirely, and then as the nose of his scouter swung after it, he saw it again, diving straight toward the ground. The ground? It was an optical illusion of some sort. It had to be, that planet or whatever it was that now covered the visiplate. Whatever it was, it couldn't be there, couldn't possibly. There wasn't any planet nearer than Neptune 3 billion miles away, with Pluto around on the opposite side of the distant pinpoint sun. His detectors, they hadn't shown any object of planetary dimensions, even of asteroid dimensions. They still didn't. So it couldn't be there, that whatever it was he was diving into only a few hundred miles below him. And in his sudden anxiety to keep from crashing, he forgot even the outsider ship. He fired the front braking rockets, and even as the sudden change of speed slammed him forward against the seat straps, he fired full right for an emergency turn, pushed them down and held them down, knowing that he needed everything the ship had to keep from crashing, and that a turn that sudden would black him out for a moment. It did black him out, and that was all. Now he was sitting in hot blue sand, stark naked but otherwise unhurt. No sign of his spaceship, and, for that matter, no sign of space. That curve overhead wasn't a sky, whatever else it was. He scrambled to his feet. Gravity seemed a little more than Earth normal, not much more. Flat sand stretching away, a few scrawny bushes and clumps here and there. The bushes were blue, too, but in varying shades, some lighter than the blue of the sand, some darker. Out from under the nearest bush ran a little thing that was like a lizard, except that it had more than 4 legs. It was blue, too, bright blue. It saw him and ran back again under the bush. He looked up again, trying to decide what was overhead. It wasn't exactly a roof, but it was dome-shaped. It flickered and was hard to look at. But definitely it curved down to the ground, to the blue sand all around him. He wasn't far from being under the center of the dome. At a guess, it was 100 yards to the nearest wall, if it was a wall. It was as though a blue hemisphere of something, about 250 yards in circumference, was inverted over the flat expanse of the sand. And everything blue, except one object. Over near a far curving wall there was a red object. Roughly spherical, it seemed to be about 1 yard in diameter. Too far for him to see clearly through the flickering blueness, but unaccountably he shuddered. He wiped sweat from his forehead, or tried to, with the back of his hand. Was this a dream, a nightmare? This heat, this sand, that vague feeling of horror he felt when he looked toward that red thing. A dream? No, one didn't go to sleep and dream in the midst of a battle in space. Death? No, never. If there were immortality, it wouldn't be a senseless thing like this, a thing of blue heat and blue sand and a red horror. Then he heard the voice. Inside his head he heard it, not with his ears. It came from nowhere or everywhere. Through spaces and dimensions wandering, rang the words in his mind. And in this space and this time I find two peoples about to wage a war that would exterminate one, and so weaken the other that it would retrogress and never fulfill its destiny, but decay and return to mindless dust whence it came. And I say this must not happen. What are you? Carson didn't say it aloud, but the question formed itself in his brain. You would not understand completely. I am... There was a pause, as though the voice sought, in Carson's brain, for a word that wasn't there, a word he didn't know. I am the end of evolution of a race so old that time cannot be expressed in words that have meaning to your mind. A race fused into a single entity, eternal. An entity such as your primitive race might become. Again, the groping for a word. Time from now. So might the race you call in your mind the outsiders. So I intervene in the battle to come, the battle between fleets so evenly matched that destruction of both races will result. One must survive. One must progress and evolve. One, thought Carson. Mine, or... It is in my power to stop the war, to send the outsiders back to their galaxy. But they would return, or your race would, sooner or later, follow them there. Only by remaining in this space and time to intervene constantly could I prevent them from destroying one another, and I cannot remain. So I shall intervene now. I shall destroy one fleet completely without loss to the other. One civilization shall thus survive. Nightmare. This had to be nightmare, Carson thought. But he knew it wasn't. It was too mad, too impossible, to be anything but real. He didn't dare ask the question. Which? But his thoughts asked it for him. The stronger shall survive, said the voice. That I cannot, and would not change. I merely intervene to make it a complete victory, not, groping again, not Pyrrhic victory to a broken race. From the outskirts of the not-yet battle I plucked two individuals, you and an outsider. I see from your mind that in your early history of nationalisms, battles between champions to decide issues between races were not unknown. You and your opponent are here pitted against one another, naked and unarmed, under conditions equally unfamiliar to you both, equally unpleasant to you both. There is no time limit, for here there is no time. The survivor is the champion of his race. That race survives. But Carson's protest was too inarticulate for expression, but the voice answered it. It is fair. The conditions are such that the accident of physical strength will not completely decide the issue. There is a barrier. You will understand. Brain power and courage will be more important than strength. Most especially courage, which is the will to survive. But while this goes on, the fleets will... No, you are in another space, another time. For as long as you are here, time stands still in the universe you know. I see you wonder whether this place is real. It is, and it is not. As I, to your limited understanding, am and am not real. My existence is mental and not physical. You saw me as a planet. It could have been as a dust mote or a sun. But to you this place is now real. What you suffer here will be real. And if you die here, your death will be real. If you die, your failure will be the end of your race. That is enough for you to know. And then the voice was gone. Again he was alone, but not alone. For as Carson looked up, he saw that the red thing, the red sphere of horror which he now knew was the outsider, was rolling toward him. Rolling. It seemed to have no legs or arms that he could see, no features. It rolled across the blue sand with the fluid quickness of a drop of mercury. And before it, in some manner he could not understand, came a paralyzing wave of nauseating, retching, horrid hatred. Carson looked about him frantically. A stone lying in the sand a few feet away was the nearest thing to a weapon. It wasn't large, but it had sharp edges like a slab of flint. It looked a bit like blue flint. He picked it up and crouched to receive the attack. It was coming fast, faster than he could run. No time to think out how he was going to fight it, and how, anyway, could he plan to battle a creature whose strength, whose characteristics, whose method of fighting he did not know. Rolling so fast it looked more than ever like a perfect sphere. 10 yards away. 5. And then it stopped.
Rather, it was stopped. Abruptly, the near side of it flattened as though it had run up against an invisible wall. It actually bounced back. Then it rolled forward again, but more slowly, more cautiously. It stopped again at the same place. It tried again, a few yards to one side. There was a barrier there of some sort. It clicked then in Carson's mind, that thought projected into his mind by the entity who had brought them here. Accident of physical strength will not completely decide the issue. There is a barrier. A force field, of course. Not the Netzian field known to Earth science, for that glowed and emitted a crackling sound. This one was invisible, silent. It was a wall that ran from side to side of the inverted hemisphere. Carson didn't have to verify that himself. The roller was doing that, rolling sideways along the barrier, seeking a break in it that wasn't there. Carson took half a dozen steps forward, his left hand groping out before him, and then his hand touched the barrier. It felt smooth, yielding, like a sheet of rubber rather than like glass. Warm to his touch, but no warmer than the sand underfoot, and it was completely invisible, even at close range. He dropped the stone and put both hands against it, pushing. It seemed to yield just a trifle, but no farther than that trifle, even when he pushed with all his weight. It felt like a sheet of rubber backed up by steel, limited resiliency and then firm strength. He stood on tiptoe and reached as high as he could, and the barrier was still there. He saw the roller coming back, having reached one side of the arena. That feeling of nausea hit Carson again, and he stepped back from the barrier as it went by. It didn't stop. But did the barrier stop at ground level? Carson knelt down and burrowed in the sand. It was soft, light, easy to dig in. At 2 feet down, the barrier was still there. The roller was coming back again. Obviously, it couldn't find a way through at either side. There must be a way through, Carson thought. Some way we can get at each other, else this duel is meaningless. But no hurry now in finding that out. There was something to try first. The roller was back now, and it stopped just across the barrier, only 6 feet away. It seemed to be studying him, although for the life of him, Carson couldn't find external evidence of sense organs on the thing. Nothing that looked like eyes or ears or even a mouth. There was, though, he saw now, a series of grooves, perhaps a dozen of them altogether, and he saw 2 tentacles suddenly push out from 2 of the grooves and dip into the sand, as though testing its consistency. Tentacles about 1 inch in diameter and perhaps 1.5 feet long. But the tentacles were retractable into the grooves and were kept there except when not in use. They were retracted when the thing rolled and seemed to have nothing to do with its method of locomotion. That, as far as Carson could judge, seemed to be accomplished by some shifting, just how he couldn't even imagine, of its center of gravity. He shuddered as he looked at the thing. It was alien, utterly alien, horribly different from anything on Earth or any of the life forms found on the other solar planets. Instinctively, somehow, he knew its mind was as alien as its body. But he had to try. If it had no telepathic powers at all, the attempt was foredoomed to failure, yet he thought it had such powers. There had, at any rate, been a projection of something that was not physical at the time a few minutes ago when it had first started for him, an almost tangible wave of hatred. If it could project that, perhaps it could read his mind as well, sufficiently for his purpose. Deliberately, Carson picked up the rock that had been his only weapon, then tossed it down again in a gesture of relinquishment, and raised his empty hands, palms up, before him. He spoke aloud, knowing that although the words would be meaningless to the creature before him, speaking them would focus his own thoughts more completely upon the message. "Can we not have peace between us?" he said, his voice sounding strange in the utter stillness. "The entity who brought us here has told us what must happen if our races fight. Extinction of one and weakening and retrogression of the other. The battle between them, said the entity, depends upon what we do here. Why cannot we agree to an eternal peace, your race to its galaxy, we to ours?" Carson blanked out his mind to receive a reply. It came, and it staggered him back physically. He actually recoiled several steps in sheer horror at the depth and intensity of the hatred and lust to kill of the red images that had been projected at him. Not as articulate words, as had come to him the thoughts of the entity, but as wave upon wave of fierce emotion.
For a moment that seemed an eternity, he had to struggle against the mental impact of that hatred, fight to clear his mind of it, and drive out the alien thoughts to which he had given admittance by blanking his own thoughts. He wanted to retch. Slowly his mind cleared, as slowly the mind of a man wakening from nightmare clears away the fear fabric of which the dream was woven. He was breathing hard, and he felt weaker, but he could think. He stood studying the roller. It had been motionless during the mental duel it had so nearly won. Now it rolled a few feet to one side, to the nearest of the blue bushes. 3 tentacles whipped out of their grooves and began to investigate the bush. "Okay," Carson said. "So it's war, then." He managed a wry grin. "If I got your answer straight, peace doesn't appeal to you." And because he was, after all, a quite young man and couldn't resist the impulse to be dramatic, he added, "To the death." But his voice in that utter silence sounded very silly, even to himself. It came to him then that this was to the death. Not only his own death, or that of the red spherical thing which he now thought of as the roller, but death to the entire race of one or the other of them. The end of the human race, if he failed. It made him suddenly very humble and very afraid to think that. More than to think it, to know it. Somehow, with a knowledge that was above even faith, he knew that the entity who had arranged this duel had told the truth about its intentions and its powers. It wasn't kidding. The future of humanity depended upon him. It was an awful thing to realize, and he wrenched his mind away from it. He had to concentrate on the situation at hand. There had to be some way of getting through the barrier, or of killing through the barrier. Mentally? He hoped that wasn't all, for the roller obviously had stronger telepathic powers than the primitive, undeveloped ones of the human race. Or did it? He had been able to drive the thoughts of the roller out of his own mind. Could it drive out his? If its ability to project was stronger, might not its receptivity mechanism be more vulnerable? He stared at it and endeavored to concentrate and focus all his thoughts upon it. Die, he thought. You are going to die. You are dying. You are... He tried variations on it and mental pictures. Sweat stood out on his forehead, and he found himself trembling with the intensity of the effort. But the roller went ahead with its investigation of the bush, as utterly unaffected as though Carson had been reciting the multiplication table. So that was no good. He felt a bit weak and dizzy from the heat, and his strenuous effort at concentration. He sat down on the blue sand to rest, and gave his full attention to watching and studying the roller. By close study, perhaps, he could judge its strength and detect its weaknesses, learn things that would be valuable to know when and if they should come to grips. It was breaking off twigs. Carson watched carefully, trying to judge just how hard it worked to do that. Later, he thought, he could find a similar bush on his own side, break off twigs of equal thickness himself, and gain a comparison of physical strength between his own arms and hands and those tentacles. The twigs broke off hard. The roller was having to struggle with each one, he saw. Each tentacle, he saw, bifurcated at the tip into 2 fingers, each tipped by a nail or claw. The claws didn't seem to be particularly long or dangerous. No more so than his own fingernails if they were let to grow a bit. No, on the whole, it didn't look too tough to handle physically. Unless, of course, that bush was made of pretty tough stuff. Carson looked around him, and yes, right within reach was another bush of identically the same type. He reached over and snapped off a twig. It was brittle, easy to break. Of course, the roller might have been faking deliberately, but he didn't think so. On the other hand, where was it vulnerable? Just how would he go about killing it if he got the chance? He went back to studying it. The outer hide looked pretty tough. He'd need a sharp weapon of some sort. He picked up the piece of rock again. It was about 12 inches long, narrow, and fairly sharp on one end. If it chipped like flint, he could make a serviceable knife out of it. The roller was continuing its investigations of the bushes. It rolled again to the nearest one of another type. A little blue lizard, many-legged like the one Carson had seen on his side of the barrier, darted out from under the bush. A tentacle of the roller lashed out and caught it, picked it up. Another tentacle whipped over and began to pull legs off the lizard, as coldly and calmly as it had pulled twigs off the bush. The creature struggled frantically and emitted a shrill squealing sound that was the first sound Carson had heard here other than the sound of his own voice. Carson shuddered and wanted to turn his eyes away. But he made himself continue to watch. Anything he could learn about his opponent might prove valuable. Even this knowledge of its unnecessary cruelty. Particularly, he thought with a sudden vicious surge of emotion, this knowledge of its unnecessary cruelty. It would make it a pleasure to kill the thing, if and when the chance came. He steeled himself to watch the dismembering of the lizard for that very reason. But he felt glad when, with half its legs gone, the lizard quit squealing and struggling and lay limp and dead in the roller's grasp. It didn't continue with the rest of the legs. Contemptuously, it tossed the dead lizard away from it in Carson's direction. It arced through the air between them and landed at his feet. It had come through the barrier. The barrier wasn't there anymore. Carson was on his feet in a flash, the knife gripped tightly in his hand, and leaped forward. He'd settle this thing here and now, with the barrier gone. But it wasn't gone. He found that out the hard way, running head-on into it and nearly knocking himself silly. He bounced back and fell. And as he sat up, shaking his head to clear it, he saw something coming through the air toward him, and to duck it he threw himself flat again on the sand and to one side. He got his body out of the way, but there was a sudden sharp pain in the calf of his left leg. He rolled backward, ignoring the pain, and scrambled to his feet. It was a rock he saw now that had struck him, and the roller was picking up another one now, swinging it back, gripped between two tentacles, getting ready to throw again. It sailed through the air toward him, but he was easily able to step out of its way. The roller apparently could throw straight, but not hard nor far. The first rock had struck him only because he had been sitting down and had not seen it coming until it was almost upon him. Even as he stepped aside from that weak second throw, Carson drew back his right arm and let fly with the rock that was still in his hand. If missiles, he thought with sudden elation, can cross the barrier, then two can play at the game of throwing them, and the good right arm of an earthman. He couldn't miss a 3-foot sphere at only 4-yard range, and he didn't miss. The rock whizzed straight, and with a speed several times that of the missiles the roller had thrown. It hit dead center, but it hit flat, unfortunately, instead of point first. But it hit with a resounding thump, and obviously it hurt. The roller had been reaching for another rock, but it changed its mind and got out of there instead. By the time Carson could pick up and throw another rock, the roller was 40 yards back from the barrier and going strong. His second throw missed by feet, and his third throw was short. The roller was back out of range, at least out of range of a missile heavy enough to be damaging. Carson grinned. That round had been his, except... He quit grinning as he bent over to examine the calf of his leg. A jagged edge of the stone had made a pretty deep cut several inches long. It was bleeding freely, but he didn't think it had gone deep enough to hit an artery. If it stopped bleeding of its own accord, well and good. If not, he was in for trouble. Finding out one thing, though, took precedence over that cut: the nature of the barrier. He went forward to it again, this time groping with his hands before him. He found it. Then, holding one hand against it, he tossed a handful of sand at it with the other hand. The sand went right through. His hand didn't. Organic matter versus inorganic? No, because the dead lizard had gone through it, and a lizard, alive or dead, was certainly organic. Plant life? He broke off a twig and poked it at the barrier. The twig went through with no resistance, but when his fingers gripping the twig came to the barrier, they were stopped. He couldn't get through it, nor could the roller, but rocks and sand and a dead lizard. How about a live lizard? He went hunting under bushes until he found one and caught it. He tossed it gently against the barrier, and it bounced back and scurried away across the blue sand. That gave him the answer, insofar as he could determine it now. The screen was a barrier to living things. Dead or inorganic matter could cross it. That off his mind, Carson looked at his injured leg again. The bleeding was lessening, which meant he wouldn't need to worry about making a tourniquet. But he should find some water, if any was available, to clean the wound. Water. The thought of it made him realize that he was getting awfully thirsty. He'd have to find water, in case this contest turned out to be a protracted one. Limping slightly now, he started off to make a full circuit of his half of the arena. Guiding himself with one hand along the barrier, he walked to his right until he came to the curving side wall. It was visible, a dull blue-gray at close range, and the surface of it felt just like the central barrier. He experimented by tossing a handful of sand at it, and the sand reached the wall and disappeared as it went through. The hemispherical shell was a force field, too, but an opaque one instead of transparent like the barrier. He followed it around until he came back to the barrier and walked back along the barrier to the point from which he'd started. No sign of water. Worried now, he started a series of zigzags back and forth between the barrier and the wall, covering the intervening space thoroughly. No water. Blue sand, blue bushes, and intolerable heat. Nothing else. It must be his imagination, he told himself angrily, that he was suffering that much from thirst. How long had he been here? Of course, no time at all, according to his own space-time frame. The entity had told him time stood still out there while he was here, but his body processes went on here just the same, and according to his body's reckoning, how long had he been here? 3 or 4 hours, perhaps. Certainly not long enough to be suffering seriously from thirst. But he was suffering from it, his throat dry and parched. Probably the intense heat was the cause. It was hot. 130 Fahrenheit at a guess. A dry, still heat without the slightest movement of air. He was limping rather badly and utterly fagged out when he'd finished the futile exploration of his domain. He stared across at the motionless roller and hoped it was as miserable as he was, and quite possibly it wasn't enjoying this either. The entity had said the conditions here were equally unfamiliar and equally uncomfortable for both of them. Maybe the roller came from a planet where 200-degree heat was the norm. Maybe it was freezing while he was roasting. Maybe the air was as much too thick for it as it was too thin for him, for the exertion of his explorations had left him panting. The atmosphere here, he realized now, was not much thicker than that on Mars. No water. That meant a deadline, for him at any rate. Unless he could find a way to cross that barrier, or to kill his enemy from this side of it, thirst would kill him eventually. It gave him a feeling of desperate urgency. He must hurry. But he made himself sit down a moment to rest, to think. What was there to do? Nothing, and yet so many things. The several varieties of bushes, for example. They didn't look promising, but he'd have to examine them for possibilities. And his leg. He'd have to do something about that, even without water to clean it. Gather ammunition in the form of rocks. Find a rock that would make a good knife. His leg hurt rather badly now, and he decided that came first. One type of bush had leaves, or things rather similar to leaves. He pulled off a handful of them and decided, after examination, to take a chance on them. He used them to clean off the sand and dirt and caked blood, then made a pad of fresh leaves and tied it over the wound with tendrils from the same bush. The tendrils proved unexpectedly tough and strong. They were slender and soft and pliable, yet he couldn't break them at all. He had to saw them off the bush with the sharp edge of a piece of the blue flint. Some of the thickest ones were over a foot long, and he filed away in his memory, for future reference, the fact that a bunch of the thick ones tied together would make a pretty serviceable rope. Maybe he'd be able to think of a use for rope. Next he made himself a knife. The blue flint did chip. From a foot-long splinter of it, he fashioned himself a crude but lethal weapon. And of tendrils from the bush, he made himself a rope belt through which he could thrust the flint knife, to keep it with him all the time and yet have his hands free. He went back to studying the bushes. There were 3 other types. One was leafless, dry, brittle, rather like a dried tumbleweed. Another was of soft, crumbly wood, almost like punk. It looked and felt as though it would make excellent tinder for a fire. The third type was the most nearly wood-like. It had fragile leaves that wilted at a touch, but the stalks, although short, were straight and strong. It was horribly, unbearably hot. He limped up to the barrier, felt to make sure that it was still there. It was. He stood watching the roller for a while. It was keeping a safe distance back from the barrier, out of effective stone-throwing range. It was moving around back there, doing something. He couldn't tell what it was doing. Once it stopped moving, came a little closer, and seemed to concentrate its attention on him. Again, Carson had to fight off a wave of nausea. He threw a stone at it, and the roller retreated and went back to whatever it had been doing before. At least he could make it keep its distance. And, he thought bitterly, a devil of a lot of good that did him. Just the same, he spent the next hour or two gathering stones of suitable size for throwing, and making several neat piles of them near his side of the barrier. His throat burned now. It was difficult for him to think about anything except water. But he had to think about other things. About getting through that barrier, under or over it, getting at that red sphere and killing it before this place of heat and thirst killed him first. The barrier went to the wall upon either side, but how high and how far under the sand? For just a moment Carson's mind was too fuzzy to think out how he could find out either of those things. Idly sitting there in the hot sand, and he didn't remember sitting down, he watched a blue lizard crawl from the shelter of one bush to the shelter of another. From under the second bush it looked out at him. Carson grinned at it. Maybe he was getting a bit punch-drunk, because he remembered suddenly the old story of the desert colonists on Mars, taken from an older desert story of Earth. Pretty soon you get so lonesome you find yourself talking to the lizards, and then not so long after that you find the lizards talking back to you. He should have been concentrating, of course, on how to kill the roller, but instead he grinned at the lizard and said, "Hello there." The lizard took a few steps toward him. "Hello," it said. Carson was stunned for a moment, and then he put back his head and roared with laughter. It didn't hurt his throat to do so either. He hadn't been that thirsty. Why not? Why should the entity who thought up this nightmare of a place not have a sense of humor along with the other powers he has? Talking lizards equipped to talk back in my own language if I talk to them. It's a nice touch. He grinned at the lizard and said, "Come on over." But the lizard turned and ran away, scurrying from bush to bush until it was out of sight. He was thirsty again, and he had to do something. He couldn't win this contest by sitting here sweating and feeling miserable. He had to do something, but what? Get through the barrier. But he couldn't get through it or over it. But was he certain he couldn't get under? And come to think of it, didn't one sometimes find water by digging? 2 birds with 1 stone. Painfully now, Carson limped up to the barrier and started digging, scooping up sand a double handful at a time. It was slow, hard work, because the sand ran in at the edges, and the deeper he got, the bigger in diameter the hole had to be. How many hours it took him he didn't know, but he hit bedrock 4 feet down. Dry bedrock, no sign of water. And the force field of the barrier went down clear to the bedrock. No dice, no water, nothing. He crawled out of the hole and lay there panting, and then raised his head to look across and see what the roller was doing. It must be doing something back there. It was. It was making something out of wood from the bushes, tied together with tendrils, a queerly shaped framework about 4 feet high and roughly square. To see it better, Carson climbed up onto the mound of sand he had excavated from the hole and stood there staring. There were 2 long levers sticking out of the back of it, one with a cup-shaped affair on the end of it. Seemed to be some sort of a catapult, Carson thought. Sure enough, the roller was lifting a sizable rock into the cup-shaped outfit. One of his tentacles moved the other lever up and down for a while, and then he turned the machine slightly, as though aiming it, and the lever with the stone flew up and forward. The stone arced several yards over Carson's head, so far away that he didn't have to duck, but he judged the distance it had traveled and whistled softly. He couldn't throw a rock that weight more than half that distance, and even retreating to the rear of his domain wouldn't put him out of range of that machine if the roller shoved it forward almost to the barrier. Another rock whizzed over. Not quite so far away this time. That thing could be dangerous, he decided. Maybe he'd better do something about it. Moving from side to side along the barrier, so the catapult couldn't bracket him, he whaled a dozen rocks at it. But that wasn't going to be any good, he saw. They had to be light rocks, or he couldn't throw them that far. If they hit the framework, they bounced off harmlessly, and the roller had no difficulty at that distance in moving aside from those that came near it. Besides, his arm was tiring badly. He ached all over from sheer weariness. If he could only rest a while without having to duck rocks from that catapult at regular intervals of maybe 30 seconds each. He stumbled back to the rear of the arena. Then he saw even that wasn't any good. The rocks reached back there, too, only there were longer intervals between them, as though it took longer to wind up the mechanism, whatever it was, of the catapult. Wearily he dragged himself back to the barrier again. Several times he fell and could barely rise to his feet to go on. He was, he knew, near the limit of his endurance. Yet he didn't dare stop moving now, until and unless he could put that catapult out of action. If he fell asleep, he'd never wake up. One of the stones from it gave him the first glimmer of an idea. It struck upon one of the piles of stones he'd gathered together near the barrier to use as ammunition, and it struck sparks. Sparks. Fire. Primitive man had made fire by striking sparks, and with some of those dry, crumbly bushes as tinder. Luckily, a bush of that type was near him. He broke it off, took it over to the pile of stones, then patiently hit one stone against another until a spark touched the punk-like wood of the bush. It went up in flames so fast that it singed his eyebrows and was burned to an ash within seconds. But he had the idea now, and within minutes he had a little fire going in the lee of the mound of sand he'd made digging the hole an hour or two ago. Tinder bushes had started it, and other bushes which burned, but more slowly, kept it a steady flame. The tough wire-like tendrils didn't burn readily. That made the firebombs easy to make and throw. A bundle of faggots tied about a small stone to give it weight and a loop of the tendril to swing it by. He made half a dozen of them before he lighted and threw the first. It went wide, and the roller started a quick retreat, pulling the catapult after him. But Carson had the others ready and threw them in rapid succession. The fourth wedged in the catapult's framework and did the trick. The roller tried desperately to put out the spreading blaze by throwing sand, but its clawed tentacles would take only a spoonful at a time, and his efforts were ineffectual. The catapult burned. The roller moved safely away from the fire and seemed to concentrate its attention on Carson, and again he felt that wave of hatred and nausea, but more weakly. Either the roller itself was weakening, or Carson had learned how to protect himself against the mental attack. He thumbed his nose at it, and then sent it scuttling back to safety by throwing a stone. The roller went clear to the back of its half of the arena and started pulling up bushes again. Probably it was going to make another catapult. Carson verified, for the 100th time, that the barrier was still operating, and then found himself sitting in the sand beside it because he was suddenly too weak to stand up. His leg throbbed steadily now, and the pangs of thirst were severe, but those things paled beside the utter physical exhaustion that gripped his entire body. And the heat. Hell must be like this, he thought, the hell that the ancients had believed in. He fought to stay awake, and yet staying awake seemed futile, for there was nothing he could do. Nothing while the barrier remained impregnable and the roller stayed back out of range. But there must be something. He tried to remember things he had read in books of archaeology about the methods of fighting used back in the days before metal and plastic. The stone missile, that had come first, he thought. Well, that he already had. The only improvement on it would be a catapult, such as the roller had made. But he'd never be able to make one with the tiny bits of wood available from the bushes, no single piece longer than a foot or so. Certainly he could figure out a mechanism for one, but he didn't have the endurance left for a task that would take days. Days? But the roller had made one. Had they been here days already? Then he remembered that the roller had many tentacles to work with, and undoubtedly could do such work faster than he. And besides, a catapult wouldn't decide the issue. He had to do better than that. Bow and arrow? No, he'd tried archery once and knew his own ineptness with a bow, even with a modern sportsman's Durasteel weapon made for accuracy. With such a crude, pieced-together outfit as he could make here, he doubted if he could shoot as far as he could throw a rock, and knew he couldn't shoot a straight. Spear? Well, he could make that. It would be useless as a throwing weapon at any distance, but would be a handy thing at close range if he ever got to close range. And making one would give him something to do, help keep his mind from wandering as it was beginning to do. Sometimes now he had to concentrate a while before he could remember why he was here, why he had to kill the roller. Luckily, he was still beside one of the piles of stones. He sorted through it until he found one shaped roughly like a spearhead. With the smaller stone, he began to chip it into shape, fashioning sharp shoulders on the sides so that if it penetrated, it would not pull out again. Like a harpoon? There was something in that idea, he thought. A harpoon was better than a spear, maybe, for this crazy contest. If he could once get it into the roller, and had a rope on it, he could pull the roller up against the barrier, and the stone blade of his knife would reach through that barrier even if his hands wouldn't. The shaft was harder to make than the head, but by splitting and joining the main stems of 4 of the bushes, and wrapping the joints with the tough but thin tendrils, he got a strong shaft about 4 feet long, and tied the stone head in a notch cut in the end. It was crude but strong. And the rope. With the thin, tough tendrils, he made himself 20 feet of line. It was light and didn't look strong, but he knew it would hold his weight and to spare. He tied one end of it to the shaft of the harpoon, and the other end about his right wrist. At least if he threw his harpoon across the barrier, he'd be able to pull it back if he missed. Then, when he had tied the last knot and there was nothing more he could do, the heat and the weariness and the pain in his leg and the dreadful thirst were suddenly 1,000 times worse than they had been before. He tried to stand up, to see what the roller was doing now, and found he couldn't get to his feet. On the third try, he got as far as his knees and then fell flat again. "I've got to sleep," he thought. "If a showdown came now, I'd be helpless. He could come up here and kill me if he knew. I've got to regain some strength." Slowly, painfully, he crawled back away from the barrier. 10 yards, 20. The jar of something thudding against the sand near him waked him from a confused and horrible dream to a more confused and more horrible reality, and he opened his eyes again to blue radiance over blue sand. How long had he slept? A minute? A day? Another stone thudded nearer and threw sand on him. He got his arms under him and sat up. He turned around and saw the roller 20 yards away at the barrier. It rolled away hastily as he sat up, not stopping until it was as far away as it could get. He'd fallen asleep too soon, he realized, while he was still in range of the roller's throwing ability. Seeing him lying motionless, it had dared come up to the barrier to throw at him. Luckily, it didn't realize how weak he was, or it could have stayed there and kept on throwing stones. Had he slept long? He didn't think so, because he felt just as he had before. Not rested at all, no thirstier, no different. Probably he'd been there only a few minutes. He started crawling again, this time forcing himself to keep going until he was as far as he could go, until the colorless, opaque wall of the arena's outer shell was only a yard away. Then things slipped away again. When he awoke, nothing about him was changed, but this time he knew that he had slept a long time. The first thing he became aware of was the inside of his mouth. It was dry, caked. His tongue was swollen. Something was wrong, he knew, as he returned slowly to full awareness. He felt less tired. The stage of utter exhaustion had passed. The sleep had taken care of that. But there was pain, agonizing pain. It wasn't until he tried to move that he knew that it came from his leg. He raised his head and looked down at it. It was swollen terribly below the knee, and the swelling showed even halfway up his thigh. The plant tendrils he had used to tie on the protective pad of leaves now cut deeply into the swollen flesh. To get his knife under that embedded lashing would have been impossible. Fortunately, the final knot was over the shin bone in front, where the vine cut in less deeply than elsewhere. He was able, after an agonizing effort, to untie the knot. A look under the pad of leaves told him the worst. Infection and blood poisoning, both pretty bad and getting worse. And without drugs, without cloth, without even water, there wasn't a thing he could do about it. Not a thing except die when the poison had spread through his system. He knew it was hopeless then, and that he'd lost. And with him, humanity. When he died here, out there in the universe, he knew all his friends, everybody, would die too. And Earth and the colonized planets would be the home of the red, rolling, alien outsiders. Creatures out of nightmare, things without a human attribute who picked lizards apart for the fun of it. It was the thought of that which gave him courage to start crawling, almost blindly in pain, toward the barrier again. Not crawling on hands and knees this time, but pulling himself along only by his arms and hands. A chance in a million that maybe he'd have strength left when he got there to throw his harpoon spear just once, and with deadly effect, if, on another chance in a million, the roller would come up to the barrier. Or if the barrier was gone now. It took him years, it seemed, to get there. The barrier wasn't gone. It was as impassable as when he'd first felt it. And the roller wasn't at the barrier. By raising up on his elbows, he could see it at the back of its part of the arena, working on a wooden framework that was a half-completed duplicate of the catapult he'd destroyed. It was moving slowly now. Undoubtedly it had weakened too. But Carson doubted that it would ever need that second catapult. He'd be dead, he thought, before it was finished. If he could attract it to the barrier, now, while he was still alive, he waved an arm and tried to shout, but his parched throat would make no sound. Or if he could get through the barrier. His mind must have slipped for a moment, for he found himself beating his fists against the barrier in futile rage, made himself stop. He closed his eyes, tried to make himself calm. "Hello," said the voice. It was a small, thin voice. It sounded like... He opened his eyes and turned his head. It was a lizard. "Go away," Carson wanted to say. "Go away, you're not really there. Or you're there, but not really talking. I'm imagining things again." But he couldn't talk. His throat and tongue were past all speech with the dryness. He closed his eyes again. "Hurt," said the voice. "Kill. Hurt. Kill. Come." He opened his eyes again. The blue 10-legged lizard was still there. It ran a little way along the barrier, came back, started off again, and came back. "Hurt," it said. "Kill. Come." Again it started off and came back. Obviously, it wanted Carson to follow it along the barrier. He closed his eyes again. The voice kept on. The same 3 meaningless words. Each time he opened his eyes, it ran off and came back. "Hurt. Kill. Come." Carson groaned. There would be no peace unless he followed the blasted thing, as it wanted him to. He followed it, crawling. Another sound, a high-pitched squealing, came to his ears and grew louder. There was something lying in the sand, writhing, squealing. Something small, blue, that looked like a lizard and yet didn't. Then he saw what it was, the lizard whose legs the roller had pulled off so long ago. But it wasn't dead. It had come back to life and was wriggling and screaming in agony. "Hurt," said the other lizard. "Hurt. Kill. Kill." Carson understood. He took the flint knife from his belt and killed the tortured creature. The live lizard scurried off quickly. Carson turned back to the barrier. He leaned his hands and head against it and watched the roller, far back, working on the new catapult. "I could get that far," he thought, "if I could get through. If I could get through, I might win yet. It looks weak, too. I might—" And then there was another reaction of black hopelessness, when pain sapped his will and he wished that he were dead. He envied the lizard he'd just killed. It didn't have to live on and suffer, and he did. It would be hours, it might be days, before the blood poisoning killed him. If only he could use that knife on himself. But he knew he wouldn't. As long as he was alive, there was the millionth chance. He was straining, pushing on the barrier with the flat of his hands, and he noticed his arms, how thin and scrawny they were now. He must really have been here a long time, for days, to get as thin as that. How much longer now before he died? How much more heat and thirst and pain could flesh stand? For a little while he was almost hysterical again, and then came a time of deep calm, and a thought that was startling. The lizard he had just killed. It had crossed the barrier, still alive. It had come from the roller side. The roller had pulled off its legs and then tossed it contemptuously at him, and it had come through the barrier. He'd thought because the lizard was dead. But it hadn't been dead. It had been unconscious. A live lizard couldn't go through the barrier, but an unconscious one could. The barrier was not a barrier, then, to living flesh, but to conscious flesh. It was a mental projection, a mental hazard. And with that thought, Carson started crawling along the barrier to make his last desperate gamble, a hope so forlorn that only a dying man would have dared try it. No use weighing the odds of success, not when, if he didn't try it, those odds were infinitely to zero. He crawled along the barrier to the dune of sand, about 4 feet high, which he'd scooped out in trying, how many days ago, to dig under the barrier or to reach water. That mound was right at the barrier, its farther slope half on one side of the barrier, half on the other. Taking with him a rock from the pile nearby, he climbed up to the top of the dune and over the top, and lay there against the barrier, his weight leaning against it so that if the barrier were taken away, he'd roll on down the short slope into the enemy territory. He checked to be sure that the knife was safely in his rope belt, that the harpoon was in the crook of his left arm, and that the 20-foot rope fastened to it and to his wrist. Then with his right hand he raised the rock with which he would hit himself on the head. Luck would have to be with him on that blow. It would have to be hard enough to knock him out, but not hard enough to knock him out for long. He had a hunch that the roller was watching him, and would see him roll down through the barrier and come to investigate. It would think he was dead, he hoped. He thought it had probably drawn the same deduction about the nature of the barrier that he had drawn, but it would come cautiously. He would have a little time. He struck. Pain brought him back to consciousness, a sudden sharp pain in his hip that was different from the throbbing pain in his head and the throbbing pain in his leg. But he had, thinking things out before he had struck himself, anticipated that very pain, even hoped for it, and had steeled himself against awakening with the sudden movement. He lay still, but opened his eyes just a slit, and saw that he had guessed right. The roller was coming closer. It was 20 feet away, and the pain that had awakened him was the stone it had tossed to see whether he was alive or dead. He lay still. It came closer, 15 feet away, and stopped again. Carson scarcely breathed. As nearly as possible, he was keeping his mind a blank, lest its telepathic ability detect consciousness in him. And with his mind blanked out that way, the impact of its thoughts upon his mind was nearly soul-shattering. He felt sheer horror at the utter alienness, the differentness of those thoughts. Things that he felt but could not understand and could never express, because no terrestrial language had words, no terrestrial mind had images to fit them. The mind of a spider, he thought, or the mind of a praying mantis, or a Martian sand serpent, raised to intelligence and put in telepathic rapport with human minds, would be a homely, familiar thing compared to this. He understood now that the entity had been right. Man or roller, and the universe was not a place that could hold them both. Further apart than God and devil, there could never be even a balance between them. Closer. Carson waited until it was only feet away, until its clawed tentacles reached out. Oblivious to agony now, he sat up, raised and flung the harpoon with all the strength that remained to him. Or he thought it was all. Sudden final strength flooded through him, along with a sudden forgetfulness of pain as definite as a nerve block. As the roller, deeply stabbed by the harpoon, rolled away, Carson tried to get to his feet to run after it. He couldn't do that. He fell, but kept crawling. It reached the end of the rope, and he was jerked forward by the pull on his wrist. It dragged him a few feet, and then stopped. Carson kept on going, pulling himself toward it hand over hand along the rope. It stopped there, writhing tentacles, trying in vain to pull out the harpoon. It seemed to shudder and quiver, and then it must have realized that it couldn't get away, for it rolled back toward him, clawed tentacles reaching out. Stone knife in hand, he met it. He stabbed again and again, while those horrid claws ripped skin and flesh and muscle from his body. He stabbed and slashed, and at last it was still. A bell was ringing, and it took him a while after he'd opened his eyes to tell where he was and what it was. He was strapped into the seat of his scouter, and the visiplate before him showed only empty space, no outsider ship and no impossible planet. The bell was the communications plate signal. Someone wanted him to switch power into the receiver. Purely reflex action enabled him to reach forward and throw the lever. The face of Brander, captain of the Magellan, mothership of his group of scouters, flashed into the screen. His face was pale and his black eyes glowing with excitement. "Magellan to Carson," he snapped. "Come on in. The flight's over. We've won." The screen went blank. Brander would be signaling the other scouters of his command. Slowly, Carson set the controls for the return. Slowly, unbelievingly, he unstrapped himself from the seat and went back to get a drink at the cold water tank. For some reason, he was unbelievably thirsty. He drank 6 glasses. He leaned there against the wall, trying to think. Had it happened? He was in good health, sound, uninjured. His thirst had been mental rather than physical. His throat hadn't been dry. His leg... He pulled up his trouser leg and looked at the calf. There was a long white scar there, but a perfectly healed scar. It hadn't been there before. He zipped open the front of his shirt and saw that his chest and abdomen were crisscrossed with tiny, almost unnoticeable, perfectly healed scars. It had happened. The scouter under automatic control was already entering the hatch of the mothership. The grapples pulled it into its individual lock, and a moment later a buzzer indicated that the lock was air-filled. Carson opened the hatch and stepped outside, went through the double door of the lock. He went right to Brander's office, went in and saluted. Brander still looked dizzily dazed. "Hi, Carson," he said. "What you missed? What a show!" "What happened, sir?" "Don't know exactly. We fired one salvo, and their whole fleet went up in dust. Whatever it was jumped from ship to ship in a flash, even the ones we hadn't aimed at and that were out of range. The whole fleet disintegrated before our eyes, and we didn't get the paint of a single ship scratched. We can't even claim credit for it. Must have been some unstable component in the metal they used, and our sighting shot just set it off. Man, oh man, too bad you missed all the excitement." Carson managed to grin. It was a sickly ghost of a grin, for it would be days before he'd be over the mental impact of his experience, but the captain wasn't watching and didn't notice. "Yes, sir," he said. Common sense more than modesty told him he'd be branded forever as the worst liar in space if he ever said any more than that. "Yes, sir, too bad I missed all the excitement." Huddling Place. Astounding, July. By Clifford D. Simak. The second of the City series that brought fame and honors to Cliff Simak, Huddling Place, is a wonderful story about an important problem, that of breaking away, of starting something entirely new, and of leaving the familiar for the unknown. Few writers have brought the emotion and pathos to this experience achieved by Simak in this moving and quite profound story. In 1938, Cliff published Rule 18, which I would have thought to include had we not started this series in the year 1939, and I slammed it in a letter to the editor. Cliff wrote to me, initiating a lifelong correspondence, and asked if I could explain what was wrong with it. I reread it and discovered there was nothing wrong with it. I had simply not read it with sufficient attention. I told him this in all humility, and then I went further. So much did I admire the story on rereading that I consciously adopted Cliff's style as best I could and clung to it ever since. It is a pleasant memory that at the Nebula Awards dinner at which Cliff was honored as Grand Master, I served as Toastmaster. He is the favorite science fiction writer of my wife, Janet Jepson, and marriage to me didn't shake her allegiance to him in the least. I.A. The drizzle sifted from the leaden skies, like smoke drifting through the bare-branched trees. It softened the hedges and hazed the outlines of the buildings and blotted out the distance. It glinted on the metallic skins of the silent robots and silvered the shoulders of the three humans listening to the intonations of the black-garbed man who read from the book cupped between his hands. "For I am the resurrection and the life." The moss-mellowed graven figure that reared above the door of the crypt seemed straining upward, every crystal of its yearning body reaching toward something that no one else could see. Straining as it had strained since that day of long ago, when men had chipped it from the granite to adorn the family tomb with the symbolism that had pleased the first John J. Webster in the last years he held of life. "And whosoever liveth and believeth in me." Jerome A. Webster felt his son's fingers tighten on his arm, heard the muffled sobbing of his mother, saw the lines of robots standing rigid, heads bowed in respect to the master they had served, the master who now was going home, to the final home of all. Numbly, Jerome A. Webster wondered if they understood life and death, if they understood what it meant that Nelson F. Webster lay there in the casket, that a man with a book intoned words above him. Nelson F. Webster, fourth of the line of Websters who had lived on these acres, had lived and died here, scarcely leaving, and now was going to his final rest in that place the first of them had prepared for the rest of them, for that long line of shadowy descendants who would live here and cherish the things and the ways and the life that the first John J. Webster had established. Jerome A. Webster felt his jaw muscles tighten, felt a little tremor run across his body. For a moment his eyes burned and the casket blurred in his sight, and the words the man in black was saying were one with the wind that whispered in the pine standing sentinel for the dead. Within his brain remembrance marched, remembrance of a gray-haired man stalking the hills and fields, sniffing the breeze of an early morning, standing, legs braced, before the flaring fireplace with a glass of brandy in his hand. Pride, the pride of land and life, and the humility and greatness that quiet living breeds within a man. Contentment of casual leisure and surety of purpose. Independence of assured security, comfort of familiar surroundings, freedom of broad acres. Thomas Webster was jiggling his elbow. "Father," he was whispering. "Father." The service was over. The black-garbed man had closed his book. 6 robots stepped forward, lifted the casket. Slowly the 3 followed the casket into the crypt, stood silently as the robot slid it into its receptacle, closed the tiny door, and affixed the plate that read, Nelson F. Webster, 2034 to 2117. That was all, just the name and dates. And that, Jerome A. Webster found himself thinking, was enough. There was nothing else that needed to be there. That was all those others had, the ones that called the family roll, starting with William Stevens, 1920 to 1999. Gramps Stevens, they had called him, Webster remembered. Father of the wife of that first John J. Webster, who was here himself, 1951 to 2020. And after him, his son, Charles F. Webster, 1980 to 2060, and his son, John J. II, 2004 to 2086. Webster could remember John J. II, a grandfather who had slept beside the fire with his pipe hanging from his mouth, eternally threatening to set his whiskers aflame. Webster's eyes strayed to another plate. Mary Webster, the mother of the boy here at his side, and yet not a boy. He kept forgetting that Thomas was 20 now, in a week or so would be leaving for Mars, even as in his younger days he too had gone to Mars. All here together, he told himself, the Websters and their wives and children. Here in death, together as they had lived together, sleeping in the pride and security of bronze and marble, with the pines outside and the symbolic figure above the age-greened door. The robots were waiting, standing silently, their task fulfilled. His mother looked at him. "You're the head of the family now, my son," she told him. He reached out and hugged her close against his side. Head of the family, what was left of it. Just the 3 of them now. His mother and his son would be leaving soon, going out to Mars. But he would come back. Come back with the wife, perhaps, and the family would go on. The family wouldn't stay at 3. Most of the big house wouldn't stay closed off, as it now was closed off. There had been a time when it had rung with the life of a dozen units of the family, living in their separate apartments under one big roof. That time he knew would come again. The 3 of them turned and left the crypt, took the path back to the house, looming like a huge gray shadow in the midst. A fire blazed in the hearth, and the book lay upon his desk. Jerome A. Webster reached out and picked it up, read the title once again. Martian Physiology, with a special reference to the brain, by Jerome A. Webster, M.D. Thick and authoritative, the work of a lifetime. Standing almost alone in its field, based upon the data gathered during those 5 plague years on Mars, years when he had labored almost day and night with his fellow colleagues of the World Committee's Medical Commission, dispatched on an errand of mercy to the neighboring planet. A tap sounded on the door. "Come in," he called. The door opened and a robot glided in. "Your whiskey, sir." "Thank you, Jenkins," Webster said. "The minister, sir," said Jenkins, "has left." "Oh, yes, I presume that you took care of him?" "I did, sir. Gave him the usual fee and offered him a drink. He refused the drink." "That was a social error," Webster told him. "Ministers don't drink." "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know. He asked me to ask you to come to church sometime." "Eh?" "I told him, sir, that you never went anywhere." "That was quite right, Jenkins," said Webster. "None of us go anywhere." Jenkins headed for the door, stopped before he got there, turned around. "If I may say so, sir, that was a touching service at the crypt. Your father was a fine human, the finest ever was. The robots were saying the service was very fitting. Dignified-like, sir. He would have liked it had he known." "My father," said Webster, "would be even more pleased to hear you say that, Jenkins." "Thank you, sir," said Jenkins, and went out. Webster sat with the whiskey and the book and fire, felt the comfort of the well-known room close in about him, felt the refuge that was in it. This was home. It had been home for the Websters since that day when the first John Jay had come here and built the first unit of the sprawling house. John Jay had chosen it because it had a trout stream, or so he always said, but it was something more than that. It must have been, Webster told himself, something more than that. Or perhaps, at first, it had only been the trout stream. the trout stream and the trees and meadows, the rocky ridge where the mist drifted in each morning from the river. Maybe the rest of it had grown gradually through years of family association, until the very soil was soaked with something that approached but wasn't quite tradition. Something that made each tree, each rock, each foot of soil a Webster tree or rock or clod of soil. It all belonged. John Jay, the first John Jay, had come after the breakup of the cities, after men had forsaken once and for all the 20th century huddling places, had broken free of the tribal instinct to stick together in one cave or in one clearing against a common foe or a common fear. An instinct that had become outmoded, for there were no fears or foes. Man revolting against the herd instinct economic and social conditions had impressed upon him in ages past. A new security and a new sufficiency had made it possible to break away. The trend had started back in the 20th century, more than 200 years before, when men moved to country homes to get fresh air and elbow room and a graciousness in life that communal existence, in its strictest sense, never had given them. And here was the end result, a quiet living, a peace that could only come with good things, the sort of life that men had yearned for years to have. A manorial existence, based on old family homes and leisurely acres, with atomics supplying power and robots in place of serfs. Webster smiled at the fireplace with its blazing wood. That was an anachronism, but a good one, something that man had brought forward from the caves. Useless because atomic heating was better, but more pleasant. One couldn't sit and watch atomics and dream and build castles in the flames. Even the crypt out there where they had put his father that afternoon. That was family, too, all of a piece with the rest of it, the somber pride in leisured life and peace. In the old days, the dead were buried in vast plots all together, stranger cheek by jowl with stranger. He never goes anywhere. That is what Jenkins had told the minister. And that was right. For what need was there to go anywhere? It all was here. By simply twirling a dial, one could talk face to face with anyone one wished, could go, by sense, if not in body, anywhere one wished, could attend the theater, or hear a concert, or browse in a library halfway around the world, could transact any business one might need to transact without rising from one's chair. Webster drank the whiskey, then swung to the dialed machine beside his desk. He spun dials from memory without resorting to the log. He knew where he was going. His finger flipped a toggle, and the room melted away, or seemed to melt. There was left the chair within which he sat, part of the desk, part of the machine itself, and that was all. The chair was on a hillside swept with golden grass and dotted with scraggly, wind-twisted trees, a hillside that straggled down to a lake nestling in the grip of purple mountain spurs. The spurs, darkened in long streaks with the bluish green of distant pine, climbed in staggering stairs, melting into the blue-tinged snow-capped peaks that reared beyond and above them in jagged, saw-toothed outline. The wind talked harshly in the crouching trees and ripped the long grass in sudden gusts. The last rays of the sun struck fire from the distant peaks. Solitude and grandeur, the long sweep of tumbled land, the cuddled lake, the knife-like shadows on the far-off ranges. Webster sat easily in his chair, eyes squinting at the peaks. A voice said, almost at his shoulder, "May I come in?" A soft, sibilant voice, wholly unhuman, but one that Webster knew. He nodded his head. "By all means, Duane." He turned slightly and saw the elaborate crouching pedestal, the furry, soft-eyed figure of the Martian squatting on it. Other alien furniture loomed indistinctly beyond the pedestal, half-guessed furniture from that dwelling out on Mars. The Martian flipped a furry hand toward the mountain range. "You love this," he said. "You can understand it, and I can understand how you understand it. But to me there is more terror than beauty in it. It is something we could never have on Mars." Webster reached out a hand, but the Martian stopped him. "Leave it on," he said. "I know why you came here. I would not have come at a time like this, except I thought perhaps an old friend—" "It is kind of you," said Webster. "I am glad that you have come." "Your father," said Duane, "was a great man. I remember how you used to talk to me of him, those years you spent on Mars. You said then you would come back sometime. Why is it you've never come?" "Why," said Webster, "I just never—"
"Do not tell me," said the Martian. "I already know."
"My son," said Webster, "is going to Mars in a few days. I shall have him call on you."
"That would be a pleasure," said Juwain. "I shall be expecting him."
He stirred uneasily on the crouching pedestal.
"Perhaps he carries on tradition."
"No," said Webster. "He is studying engineering. He never cared for surgery."
"He has a right," observed the Martian, "to follow the life that he has chosen. Still, one might be permitted to wish."
"One could," Webster agreed. "But that is over and done with. Perhaps he will be a great engineer. Space structure. Talks of ships out to the stars."
"Perhaps," suggested Juwain. "Your family has done enough for medical science. You and your father—"
"And his father," said Webster, "before him."
"Your book," declared Juwain, "has put Mars in debt to you. It may focus more attention on Martian specialization. My people do not make good doctors. They have no background for it. Queer how the minds of races run. Queer that Mars never thought of medicine, literally never thought of it, supplied the need with the cult of fatalism, while even in your early history, when men still lived in caves—"
"There are many things," said Webster, "that you thought of and we didn't. Things we wonder now how we ever missed. Abilities that you developed and we do not have. Take your own specialty, philosophy, but different than ours. A science, while ours never was more than ordered fumbling. Yours an orderly, logical development of philosophy, workable, practical, applicable, an actual tool." Juwain started to speak, hesitated, then went ahead.
"I am near to something that may be new and startling, something that will be a tool for you humans as well as for the Martians. I've worked on it for years, starting with certain mental concepts that first were suggested to me with the arrival of the Earthmen. I have said nothing, for I could not be sure."
"And now," suggested Webster, "you are sure?"
"Not quite," said Juwain. "Not positive, but almost."
They sat in silence, watching the mountains and the lake. A bird came and sat in one of the scraggly trees and sang. Dark clouds piled up behind the mountain ranges, and the snow-tipped peaks stood out like graven stone. The sun sank in a lake of crimson, hushed finally to the glow of a fire burned low. A tap sounded from a door, and Webster stirred in his chair, suddenly brought back to the reality of the study, of the chair beneath him. Juwain was gone. The old philosopher had come and sat an hour of contemplation with his friend, and then had quietly slipped away. The rap came again. Webster leaned forward, snapped the toggle, and the mountains vanished. The room became a room again. Dusk filtered through the high windows, and the fire was a rosy flicker in the ashes. "Come in," said Webster. Jenkins opened the door. "Dinner is served, sir," he said. "Thank you," said Webster. He rose slowly from the chair. "Your place, sir," said Jenkins, "is laid at the head of the table." "Ah, yes," said Webster. "Thank you, Jenkins. Thank you very much for reminding me." Webster stood on the broad ramp of the space field and watched the shape that dwindled in the sky with faint flickering points of red lancing through the wintry sunlight. For long minutes after the shape was gone, he stood there, hands gripping the railing in front of him, eyes still staring up into the sky. His lips moved, and they said, "Goodbye, son," but there was no sound. Slowly he came alive to his surroundings, knew that people moved about the ramp, saw that the landing field seemed to stretch interminably to the far horizon, dotted here and there with humpbacked things that were waiting spaceships. Scooting tractors worked near one hangar, clearing away the last of the snowfall of the night before. Webster shivered and thought that it was queer, for the noonday sun was warm, and shivered again. Slowly he turned away from the railing and headed for the administration building. And for one brain-wrenching moment he felt a sudden fear, an unreasonable and embarrassing fear of that stretch of concrete that formed the ramp, a fear that left him shaking mentally as he drove his feet toward the waiting door. A man walked toward him, briefcase swinging in his hand, and Webster, eyeing him, wished fervently that the man would not speak to him. The man did not speak, passed him with scarcely a glance, and Webster felt relief. If he were back home, Webster told himself, he would have finished lunch, would now be ready to lie down for his midday nap. The fire would be blazing on the hearth, and the flicker of the flames would be reflected from the andirons. Jenkins would bring him a liqueur, and would say a word or two, inconsequential conversation. He hurried toward the door, quickening his step, anxious to get away from the bare, cold expanse of the massive ramp. Funny how he had felt about Thomas. Natural, of course, that he should have hated to see him go, but entirely unnatural that he should, in those last few minutes, find such horror welling up within him. Horror of the trip through space, horror of the alien land of Mars, although Mars was scarcely alien any longer. For more than a century now, Earthmen had known it, had fought it, lived with it. Some of them had even grown to love it. But it had only been utter willpower that had prevented him, in those last few seconds before the ship had taken off, from running out into the field, shrieking for Thomas to come back, shrieking for him not to go. And that, of course, never would have done. It would have been exhibitionism, disgraceful and humiliating, the sort of thing a Webster could not do. After all, he told himself, a trip to Mars was no great adventure, not any longer. There had been a day when it had been, but that day was gone forever. He himself, in his earlier days, had made a trip to Mars, had stayed there for 5 long years. That had been— he gasped when he thought of it— that had been almost 30 years ago. The babble and hum of the lobby hit him in the face as the robot attendant opened the door for him, and in that babble ran a vein of something that was almost terror. For a moment he hesitated, then stepped inside. The door closed softly behind him. He stayed close to the wall to keep out of people's way, headed for a chair in one corner. He sat down and huddled back, forcing his body deep into the cushions, watching the milling humanity that seethed out in the room. Shrill people, hurrying people, people with strange, unneighborly faces. Strangers, every one of them. Not a face he knew. People going places, heading out for the planets, anxious to be off, worried about last details, rushing here and there. Out of the crowd loomed a familiar face. Webster hunched forward. "Jenkins!" he shouted, and then was sorry for the shout, although no one seemed to notice. The robot moved toward him, stood before him. "Tell Raymond," said Webster, "that I must return immediately. Tell him to bring the copter in front at once." "I am sorry, sir," said Jenkins, "but we cannot leave at once. The mechanics found a flaw in the atomics chamber. They are installing a new one. It will take several hours." "Surely," said Webster impatiently, "that could wait until some other time." "The mechanic said not, sir," Jenkins told him. "It might go at any minute. The entire charge of power—" Yes, agreed Webster. "I suppose so." He fidgeted with his hat. "I just remembered," he said, "something I must do. Something that must be done at once. I must get home. I can't wait several hours." He hitched forward to the edge of the chair, eyes staring at the milling crowd. Faces. "Perhaps you could televise," suggested Jenkins. "One of the robots might be able to do it. There is a booth—" "Wait, Jenkins," said Webster. He hesitated a moment. "There is nothing to do back home. Nothing at all. But I must get there. I can't stay here. If I have to, I'll go crazy. I was frightened out there on the ramp. I'm bewildered and confused here. I have a feeling, a strange, terrible feeling, Jenkins. I understand, sir," said Jenkins. "Your father had it, too." Webster gasped. "My father?" "Yes, sir. That is why he never went anywhere. He was about your age, sir, when he found out. He tried to make a trip to Europe, and he couldn't. He got halfway there and turned back. He had a name for it." Webster sat in stricken silence. "A name for it," he finally said. "Of course there's a name for it. My father had it. My grandfather, did he have it too?" "I wouldn't know that, sir," said Jenkins. "I wasn't created until after your grandfather was an elderly man. But he may have. He never went anywhere either." "You understand, then," said Webster. "You know how it is. I feel like I'm going to be sick, physically ill. See if you can charter a copter, anything, just so we get home." "Yes, sir," said Jenkins. He started off, and Webster called him back. "Jenkins, does anyone else know about this? Anyone—" "No, sir," said Jenkins. "Your father never mentioned it, and I felt somehow that he wouldn't wish me to." "Thank you, Jenkins," said Webster. Webster huddled back into his chair again, feeling desolate and alone and misplaced. Alone in a humming lobby that pulsed with life, a loneliness that tore at him, that left him limp and weak. Homesickness. Downright shameful homesickness, he told himself. Something that boys are supposed to feel when they first leave home, when they first go out to meet the world. There was a fancy word for it, agoraphobia, the morbid dread of being in the midst of open places, from the Greek root for the fear, literally, of the marketplace. If he crossed the room to the television booth, he could put in a call, talk with his mother or one of the robots, or better yet, just sit and look at the place until Jenkins came for him. He started to rise, then sank back in the chair again. It was no dice. Just talking to someone or looking in on the place wasn't being there. He couldn't smell the pines in the wintry air, or hear familiar snow crunch on the walk beneath his feet, or reach out a hand and touch one of the massive oaks that grew along the path. He couldn't feel the heat of the fire, or sense the sure, deft touch of belonging, of being one with the tract of ground and the things upon it. And yet, perhaps it would help. Not much, maybe, but some. He started to rise from the chair again and froze. The few short steps to the booth held terror, a terrible, overwhelming terror. If he crossed them, he would have to run. Run to escape the watching eyes, the unfamiliar sounds, the agonizing nearness of strange faces. Abruptly, he sat down. A woman's shrill voice cut across the lobby, and he shrank away from it. He felt terrible. He felt like hell. He wished Jenkins would get a hustle on. The first breath of spring came through the window, filling the study with the promise of melting snows, of coming leaves and flowers, of northbound wedges of waterfowl streaming through the blue, of trout that lurked in pools waiting for the fly. Webster lifted his eyes from the sheaf of papers on his desk, sniffed the breeze, felt the cool whisper of it on his cheek. His hand reached out for the brandy glass, found it empty, and put it back. He bent back above the papers once again, picked up a pencil, and crossed out a word. Critically, he read the final paragraphs. The fact that of the 250 men who were invited to visit me, presumably on missions of more than ordinary importance, only 3 were able to come, does not necessarily prove that all but those 3 are victims of agoraphobia. Some may have had legitimate reasons for being unable to accept my invitation. But it does indicate a growing unwillingness of men living under the mode of Earth existence set up following the breakup of the cities to move from familiar places, a deepening instinct to stay among the scenes and possessions which, in their mind, have become associated with contentment and graciousness of life. What the result of such a trend will be, no one can clearly indicate, since it applies to only a small portion of Earth's population. Among the larger families, economic pressure forces some of the sons to seek their fortunes either in other parts of the Earth or on one of the other planets. Many others deliberately seek adventure and opportunity in space, while still others become associated with professions or trades which make a sedentary existence impossible. He flipped the page over, went on to the last one. It was a good paper, he knew, but it could not be published, not just yet. Perhaps after he had died. No one, so far as he could determine, had ever so much as realized the trend, had taken as matter of course the fact that men seldom left their homes. Why, after all, should they leave their homes? The televisor muttered at his elbow, and he reached out to flip the toggle. The room faded, and he was face to face with the man who sat behind a desk, almost as if he sat on the opposite side of Webster's desk, a gray-haired man with sad eyes behind heavy lenses. For a moment Webster stared, memory tugging at him. "Could it be?" he asked, and the man smiled gravely. "I have changed," he said. "So have you. My name is Claiborne, remember? The Martian Medical Commission? Claiborne. I'd often thought of you. You stayed on Mars." Claiborne nodded. "I've read your book, Doctor. It is a real contribution. I've often thought one should be written, wanted to myself, but I didn't have the time. Just as well I didn't. You did a better job, especially on the brain." "The Martian brain," Webster told him, "always intrigued me. Certain peculiarities. I'm afraid I spent more of those 5 years taking notes on it than I should have. There was other work to do." "A good thing you did," said Claiborne. "That's why I'm calling you now. I have a patient, a brain operation. Only you can handle it." Webster gasped, his hands trembling. "You will bring him here?" Claiborne shook his head. "He cannot be moved. You know him, I believe. Juane, the philosopher?" "Juane," said Webster.
He's one of my best friends. We talked together just a couple of days ago." "The attack was sudden," said Claiborne. "He's been asking for you." Webster was silent and cold with the chill that crept upon him from some unguessed place, cold that sent perspiration out upon his forehead, that knotted his fists. "If you start immediately," said Claiborne, "you can be here on time. I've already arranged with the World Committee to have a ship at your disposal instantly. The utmost speed is necessary." "But," said Webster, "but I cannot come." "You can't come?" "It's impossible," said Webster. "I doubt in any case that I am needed. Surely you yourself—" "I can't," said Claiborne. "No one can but you. No one else has the knowledge. You hold Juwain's life in your hands. If you come, he lives. If you don't, he dies." "I can't go into space," said Webster. "Anyone can go into space," snapped Claiborne. "It's not like it used to be. Conditioning of any sort desired is available." "But you don't understand," pleaded Webster. "You—" "No, I don't," said Claiborne. "Frankly, I don't. That anyone should refuse to save the life of his friend." The two men stared at one another for a long moment, neither speaking. "I shall tell the committee to send the ship straight to your home," said Claiborne finally. "I hope by that time you will see your way clear to come." Claiborne faded, and the wall came into view again. The wall and books, the fireplace and the paintings, the well-loved furniture, the promise of spring that came through the open window. Webster sat frozen in his chair, staring at the wall in front of him. Juwain, the furry, wrinkled face, the sibilant whisper, the friendliness and understanding that were his. Juwain grasping the stuff that dreams are made of and shaping them into logic, into rules of life and conduct. Juwain using philosophy as a tool, as a science, as a stepping stone to better living. Webster dropped his face into his hands and fought the agony that welled up within him. Claiborne had not understood. One could not expect him to understand, since there was no way for him to know. And even knowing, would he understand? Even he, Webster, would not have understood it in someone else until he had discovered it in himself. The terrible fear of leaving his own fire, his own land, his own possessions, the little symbolisms that he had erected. And yet not he himself alone, but those other Websters as well, starting with the first John Jay, men and women who had set up a cult of life, a tradition of behavior. He, Jerome A. Webster, had gone to Mars when he was a young man, and had not felt or suspected the psychological poison that ran through his veins, even as Thomas a few months ago had gone to Mars. But 30 years of quiet life here in the retreat that the Websters called a home had brought it forth, had developed it without his even knowing it. There had, in fact, been no opportunity to know it. It was clear how it had developed, clear as crystal now. Habit and mental pattern and a happiness association with certain things, things that had no actual value in themselves, but had been assigned a value, a definite concrete value by one family through 5 generations. No wonder other places seemed alien, no wonder other horizons held a hint of horror in their sweep. And there was nothing one could do about it. Nothing, that is, unless one cut down every tree and burned the house and changed the course of waterways. Even that might not do it. Even that. The televisor purred, and Webster lifted his head from his hands, reached out and thumbed the tumbler. The room became a flare of white, but there was no image. A voice said, "Secret call. Secret call." Webster slid back a panel in the machine, spun a pair of dials, heard the hum of power surge into a screen that blocked out the room. "Secrecy established," he said. The white flare snapped out, and a man sat across the desk from him. A man he had seen many times before in televised addresses, in his daily paper. Henderson, president of the World Committee. "I have had a call from Claiborne," said Henderson. Webster nodded without speaking. "He tells me you refuse to go to Mars." "I have not refused," said Webster. When Claiborne cut off, the question was left open. I had told him it was impossible for me to go, but he had rejected that, did not seem to understand. "Webster, you must go," said Henderson. "You are the only man with the necessary knowledge of the Martian brain to perform this operation. If it were a simple operation, perhaps someone else could do it. but not one such as this."
"That may be true," said Webster, "but—"
"It's not just a question of saving a life," said Henderson. "Even a life of so distinguished a personage as Juane. It involves even more than that. Juane is a friend of yours. Perhaps he hinted of something he has found."
"Yes," said Webster. "Yes, he did. A new concept of philosophy."
"A concept," declared Henderson, "that we cannot do without. A concept that will remake the solar system, that will put mankind ahead 100,000 years in the space of 2 generations. A new direction of purpose that will aim toward a goal we heretofore had not suspected, had not even known existed. A brand new truth, you see, one that never before had occurred to anyone."
Webster's hand gripped the edge of the desk until his knuckles stood out white.
"If Juane dies," said Henderson, "that concept dies with him, may be lost forever."
"I'll try," said Webster. "I'll try."
Henderson's eyes were hard. "Is that the best you can do?"
"That is the best," said Webster.
"But, man, you must have a reason, some explanation."
"None," said Webster, "that I would care to give." Deliberately, he reached out and flipped up the switch. Webster sat at the desk and held his hands in front of him, staring at them. Hands that had skill, held knowledge. Hands that could save a life if he could get them to Mars. Hands that could save for the solar system, for mankind, for the Martians, an idea, a new idea, that would advance them 100,000 years in the next 2 generations. But hands chained by a phobia that grew out of his quiet life. Decadence. A strangely beautiful and deadly decadence. Man had forsaken the teeming cities, the huddling place, 200 years ago. He had done with the old foes and the ancient fears that kept him around the common campfire, had left behind the hobgoblins that had walked with him from the caves. And yet, here was another huddling place. Not a huddling place for one's body, but one's mind. A psychological campfire that still held a man within the circle of its light. Still, Webster knew he must leave that fire. As the men had done with the cities 2 centuries before, he must walk off and leave it. And he must not look back. He had to go to Mars, or at least start for Mars. There was no question there at all. He had to go. Whether he would survive the trip, whether he could perform the operation once he had arrived, he did not know. He wondered vaguely whether agoraphobia could be fatal. In its most exaggerated form, he supposed it could. He reached out a hand to ring, then hesitated. No use having Jenkins pack. He would do it himself, something to keep him busy until the ship arrived. From the top shelf of the wardrobe in the bedroom, he took down a bag and saw that it was dusty. He blew on it, but the dust still clung. It had been there for too many years. As he packed, the room argued with him, talked in that mute tongue with which inanimate but familiar things may converse with a man. "You can't go," said the room. "You can't go off and leave me." And Webster argued back, half pleading, half explaining. "I have to go. Can't you understand? It's a friend, an old friend. I will be coming back." Packing done, Webster returned to the study, slumped into his chair. He must go, and yet he couldn't go. But when the ship arrived, when the time had come, he knew that he would walk out of the house and toward the waiting ship. He steeled his mind to that, tried to set it in a rigid pattern, tried to blank out everything but the thought that he was leaving. Things in the room intruded on his brain, as if they were part of a conspiracy to keep him there. Things that he saw as if he were seeing them for the first time. Old remembered things that suddenly were new. The chronometer that showed both Earthian and Martian time, the days of the month, the phases of the moon. The picture of his dead wife on the desk. The trophy he had won at prep school. The framed short snorter bill that had cost him $10 on his trip to Mars. He stared at them, half unwilling at first, then eagerly, storing up the memory of them in his brain, seeing them as separate components of a room he had accepted all these years as a finished whole, never realizing what a multitude of things went to make it up. Dusk was falling, the dusk of early spring, a dusk that smelled of early pussy willows. The ship should have arrived long ago. He caught himself listening for it, even as he realized that he would not hear it. A ship driven by atomic motors, was silent except when it gathered speed. Landing and taking off, it floated like thistledown, with not a murmur in it. It would be here soon. It would have to be here soon, or he could never go. Much longer to wait, he knew, and his high-keyed resolution would crumble like a mound of dust in beating rain. Not much longer could he hold his purpose against the pleading of the room, against the flicker of the fire, against the murmur of the land where 5 generations of Websters had lived their lives and died. He shut his eyes and fought down the chill that crept across his body. He couldn't let it get him now, he told himself. He had to stick it out. When the ship arrived, he still must be able to get up and walk out the door to the waiting port. A tap came on the door. "Come in," Webster called. It was Jenkins, the light from the fireplace flickering on his shining metal hide. "Had you called earlier, sir?" he asked. Webster shook his head. "I was afraid you might have," Jenkins explained, "and wondered why I didn't come. There was a most extraordinary occurrence, sir. 2 men came with the ship and said they wanted you to go to Mars." "They are here," said Webster. "Why didn't you call me?" He struggled to his feet. "I didn't think, sir," said Jenkins, "that you would want to be bothered. It was so preposterous. I finally made them understand you could not possibly want to go to Mars." Webster stiffened, felt chill fear gripping at his heart. Hands groping for the edge of the desk, he sat down in the chair, sensed the walls of the room closing in about him, a trap that would never let him go.